Sunshine Sun by Jonathon Barbera. Introduction. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to reality is an illusion, a sleight of hand trick. Read this book for entertainment purposes only. The author understands that the book must contain both the cake and the frosting. However, he has chosen, in the case of this particular work, to use an equal measure of cake for frosting. The writing style used in this book is like candy. It is very sweet, and it is satisfying only if you have an acquired taste for it. Otherwise, it is only good in small amounts, and then it becomes bitter to the mouth. Those who find it too sweet should consider reading it slowly, savoring the flavor, day after day. The author of this work does not take credit for the energy that he received and translated into the layers of meaning. That credit is given to having eyes to see, and having ears to hear. The energy has only been stepped down to ranges appreciable by most human vehicles. The experience apart from the experiencer, the results of years of research. 1. The walls were like mirrors. Lenny asked the sales representative again, "How does it work? I mean, I know you told me about inserting the microscopic chemical machines into my brain, but how do they produce the result I want?" The sales representative, Jimmy Firecoil, leaned back in his huge leather chair. He smiled to indicate his interest. Secretly, however, he was watching time tick away as he worked the customer over. They swim along the neural pathways and locate memories that need to be replaced. You, the personality self, is a direct result of the memories you have. If we change the memories, we can upgrade your personality. Have you had any work done yourself? Lenny asked. Jimmy replied, "Unfortunately, no, I haven't yet had the opportunity. However, I have met many people who have, and they all swear by the results. I have some signed tests, if you'd like to read them." He opened up his desk drawer to look for some signed statements. Lenny imagined a new life where his inhibitions and worries about asking out women on dates were finally gone. He tried to see himself as a confident playboy, living the life he envied in others. "You mentioned paying in installments." Jimmy Firecoil smiled, this time with sincerity, as he sensed an actual sale. Too often, he would invite people into his office to excite them about the newest personality enhancement technology available, only to discover that their savings had run dry and their credit cards were maxed. "You understand that it's a better deal for you if you can pay the total amount up front." Lenny scratched his head. He started to mentally swim in the amount of money it would take for the procedure. Even if he gave them half of his paycheck each month, it would still take him close to 5 years to pay it off. How much of a difference is there? The phone rang. Jimmy said to Lenny as he answered it, "I'm sorry about the interruption, but this will only take a moment." Lenny didn't mind. He looked around at the charts on the walls of the office. The most intriguing to him used the colors of the rainbow to separate the 7 levels of procedures used by psychic enthusiasts. Each level promised heightened psychic sensitivity. Lenny was more interested in the appearance of the chart than the levels themselves. He wasn't into contacting the invisible world. He wanted to contact some women. Jimmy hung up the phone. "I apologize again. What was it you were asking?" Lenny asked. "You said there was a difference between paying up front and in installments." Jimmy Firecoil explained, "You will be paying 35% more if you choose to pay in installments." Lenny shook his head. He didn't like the sound of that. "Do you think it'd be a better deal if I got a bank loan?" Yes, Jimmy thought to himself, So we get the money now, and we can let the bank worry about you. He said to Lenny, that sounds like something you might want to look into. Jimmy handed him a piece of paper. Here is a list of local banks with their addresses. They are sorted by the leniency of their loan policies. Remember too, that they expect people to exaggerate the numbers on the loan forms, so exaggerate all you can. Lenny stood up and looked at the first listing. The first bank is just a couple miles up the road. I'll head over there right now. Jimmy stepped out from behind his desk in order to walk Lenny to the front door. You're doing the right thing. I know you'll be very pleased with the results of the procedure. Lenny walked out the front door of the clinic with a hopeful smile on his face. I'll be back in an hour or so. Jimmy Firecoel waved goodbye to Lenny as he drove away. He turned around to find Dr. Herbert, the executive director of the clinic, watching him. Dr. Herbert didn't look happy. Why aren't you with a customer? Maybe you should go make some calls. Jimmy knew the situation wasn't too bad. He said with a cocky smile, just sending a customer to the bank to retrieve the money for his procedure. Dr. Herbert wasn't in a good mood at all. He just shook his head and said, one sale isn't going to pull us out of financial ruin. If you value the work we do at this clinic, helping to improve the lives of desperate people, then you'll push yourself and get some more. Yes, sir, Jimmy said in acknowledgement. Dr. Herbert started to walk away but then turned back and looked Jimmy in the eyes. You've done a lot of good work during the short time you've been here. Let's talk about scheduling you for a short procedure of your own. Jimmy Firecoel's face expressed his anticipation. Thank you, sir. What type of procedure did you have in mind? Dr. Herbert smiled. Well, you're familiar with our services. What do you think would benefit you the most? Jimmy thought for a moment. Not that I think it would necessarily benefit me, but I was curious about the psychic enhancement levels. Would you recommend them? Dr. Herbert cast his attention to the floor. No, they aren't available anymore. In fact, I just found out today that the decision made 6 months ago by the head of the chain of clinics, Dr. Hypocrite, is now final. The psychic levels are not available until further notice. Jimmy made a mental note to take the chart of psychic levels off the wall of his office. He didn't want to disappoint any of his prospective customers. Meanwhile, Lenny drove into the parking lot of the church. An elderly man in a fashionably out-of-date suit came out with a brown paper sack full of cash. Lenny put the sack into the trunk of his car and slammed it shut. The elderly man, the one of the overseers of the church, spoke quietly. They are ready for you inside. Lenny and the church leader stepped inside of the church. There was a gathering of people who prayed for Lenny. They prayed that he would undergo the procedure without harm. They prayed that he would cross the fiery wall without forgetting. A church lawyer approached Lenny as he sat down on the operating table. Our personality drug neutralizer will keep the neural modifiers from having a permanent effect. Afterwards, you will claim that the procedure has left you emotionally and mentally damaged, and we'll get the refund as well as payment for your loss and suffering. They'll be sure to want to settle out of court, but even if they don't, we still win with the bad publicity that they are guaranteed to receive. Lenny smiled as he leaned back on the table. I'll do what it takes to run those sinners out of business. They have no business altering the natural development of the brain. People shouldn't be allowed to customize their own reality. Lenny closed his eyes as a needle poked slowly into the side of his head and into his brain. A chemical agent shot its way through the needle and into the neural pathways. Lenny waited nearly motionless for 30 minutes. His mind revisited his entire life every moment highlighted, every event experienced again. Finally, he sat up. I'm ready. Lenny's purpose was now crystal clear in his mind: defeat the soldiers of darkness in every guise they may create. Today they pose as personality enhancement surgeons, but tomorrow they will be something else entirely. Lenny returned to the clinic with the money. Jimmy Firecoil beamed his smile as Lenny handed him the paper sack. Lenny signed the necessary paperwork, and Jimmy had Dr. Herbert's secretary notarize it. What Jimmy did not know was that Lenny used his own pen, one filled with disappearing ink. Within 4 hours, the signatures would be gone with no trace of the ink left behind. The clinic's operating room had 2 tables. Dr. Herbert would insert the personality modifier into one patient and then proceed to the next. Typical procedures would take about an hour. Half of that time was waiting for the completion of the neural changes. The other half was spent by the patient in remembrance of the new experiences. The lifetime would be remembered with the changes already in place, as though the implanted memories had always been there. Jimmy Firecoil and Lenny had been scheduled for the same time. They each were dressed in surgical suits that went over their street clothes. They wore sterile coverings over their heads. They each reclined on their respective tables and waited for their injections. Dr. Herbert nervously mixed the modifiers. The clinic had used all of the money paid by Lenny for his procedure to pay overdue bills. As a result, there wasn't enough money to buy the ingredients needed for his procedure. Dr. Herbert used expired modifiers that had been previously reserved for psychic development. Now that the psychic levels were forbidden by the head of the chain of clinics, the expensive ingredients were going to waste. The clinic had thrived when the psychic levels were still available to the public, but the maddening decision by Dr. Hypocrite had driven Dr. Herbert's clinic into the ground. Dr. Herbert filled the first personality injector. He lined it up with the side of Jimmy's head. He whispered as he pressed the button, "I'm sorry." Jimmy's brain reacted to the expired neural modifiers. Gwen had been taken captive by the powerful monster known as Gilzero. Gilzero was a criminal mastermind dedicated to overthrowing the government. Julio, discovering the plan to ambush him, found a different route into the center of Gilzero's death squad training camp. The overly confident Gilzero had left himself and Gwen unguarded. Julio called out to Gwen, "Don't worry Gwen, I'll save you." Julio then sprang out of the bushes and leapt in front of Gilzero. Julio gave Gilzero a swift, hard-flying kick in the jaw. Gilzero, roaring in pain, went falling backward. Julio approached Gilzero, but Gilzero jumped up and hit Julio in the stomach. Julio stepped back to recover. Suddenly, Julio flipped up into the air and landed behind Gilzero. Julio took out his Deconstructor sword and drove it into Gilzero's back. Flashes of blue and purple lightning, harshly intense and hot, shot out of the sword. Gilzero's body turned bright orange and then disappeared. Gwen brushed back her hair, streaked alternately with black and blonde, from her enhanced eyes, surgically altered to appear emerald green with a subtle glow. Gwen threw her arms around Julio. "You're my hero." Julio suddenly pushed Gwen away from him and then grabbed his head with both of his hands. He screamed, "Pontius Bog is trying to infiltrate my mind." Gwen was worried. "What can I do to help?" Julio managed to say before going unconscious, "Find Dr. Hypocrite." Gwen knelt down next to Julio and held his hand in hers. "Where should I look for him?" Julio said no more. Gwen rubbed away a tear and went to find Dr. Hypocrite. She didn't know where to start her search. With nowhere else to go, she made her way into the training camp cafeteria. Gwen walked through the cafeteria and made her way to the stairs. She descended 13 floors to the lobby on the ground. She walked up to the information desk. She asked, "Excuse me, but do you have any information on a Dr. Hypocrite?" The customer service representative typed up the request on his computer. Searching, not found. He returned to his newspaper. Suddenly, Gwen felt as though an insect had bitten the side of her head above her ear. She rubbed at the sore. She looked around the lobby and thought about other places to search. She asked herself, if I was a doctor, where would I be? Gwen needed to take a leak, and proceeded to the bathroom. The light was on and the door was open. Looking inside slowly, hoping not to witness anything too disgusting, she saw Fulio leaning over the toilet. Gwen then observed the red and orange puddles on the floor and Fulio's expression of misery and sickness. Fulio looked up and said, "Hey, baby, could you go get me a beer?" He wore a torn black shirt and faded yellow pants. He had an evil smile on his face. Gwen laughed to hide her judgment. "It looks like maybe you've had enough." Fulio hit his hand on the edge of the toilet, and said with drunken rage, "I know when I've had enough, and I haven't had it yet. Gwen really needed to pee. I just need to use the bathroom. Why don't you go get your own beer and let me have some privacy in here?" Fulio put down the toilet seat and smiled. "Go right ahead and use it. Don't let me stop you just because. I'll be watching." Gwen had enough of him. "Lights out, dopey." "Huh?" Fulio said in confusion. Gwen jumped forward and slammed his head against the wall. Gwen checked Fulio's wallet for clues about the location of Dr. Hypocrite while she peed in the toilet. She was disturbed to find a photo of her in his wallet. She took the photo and a list of phone numbers. If Fulio knew Dr. Hypocrite, then Fulio probably knew him too. She took the list and headed for the phone, after pulling up her pants. Meanwhile, Fulio dreamt that spaceships came to Earth and landed in every major city of the world. In the dream, he found himself without a body. He floated through the landscape like a ghost. He dreamt that he entered one of the spaceships. Inside the spaceship, he found himself floating through long silver hallways. The walls were like mirrors, but Fulio cast no reflection, because he was a ghost. Gwen woke up from a daze. She found herself sitting at the hotel bar, smoking a menthol cigarette. Her bottle of beer had gone warm from disinterest. A charismatic young man in an expensive business suit walked over. "I heard you were looking for Dr. Hypocrite." Gwen exhaled a puff of smoke. "Do you know him?" The man took out a deck of cards. He shuffled them for a moment and then drew the top card. The card read, "Drive Joshua Hypocrite, personality surgeon." "What would have happened if you had drawn a different card?" Gwen asked. Dr. Hypocrite drew the next one and set it on top of the first card. The newly drawn card was blank. 2. The conversion to electronic money. Dr. Herbert filled the second injector and lined it up with Lenny's head. He took a breath and thought for a moment about what he was about to do. He knew he couldn't allow his clinic to close. He decided that he would have to be tough-minded. He pushed the button and waited. The expired psychic enhancers entered Lenny's brain. In the land of Horizon, money was nothing more than a digital value on the government's economic computer. All transactions were recorded as they came through the system to be processed. The spending habits of consumers were analyzed and used to predict the future of the economy. Interest rates were set automatically by the computer in response to speculated growth or recession. money could be put into circulation, or brought out of circulation, according to an ebb and flow model, so that the economy never stagnated. Without the availability of paper currency, those exchanging goods and services illegally had resorted to bartering. The primary commodity for bartering was labor, because most people could perform actions in exchange for what they wanted. Illegal products were traded for personal favors. Weapons, which the common population of Horizon was forbidden to own, were traded for theft and murder. It was said in Horizon that every time a gun changed hands, someone had to die to pay for it. The government's economic computer was informed of all monetary transactions, and was given specifics on the goods and services being transferred. It was through this level of data analysis that the future of the economy could be accurately predicted. Products and services that were expected to be relative non-sellers in a region were simply not provided. Companies were sometimes told by the government to alter their goods and services to better meet the current and future demands. Additionally, the computer acted as a neutral advertising agency, giving unbiased reports on the most popular goods and services at any moment. Many in Horizon believed that slavery was a practice of their distant and brutal past. With the cessation of paper currency, however, the trade of human slaves multiplied overnight. Slavery was officially illegal in Horizon, but the use of slaves by the indulgently wealthy was overlooked by the policing authorities. The precedent had been set even before the conversion to electronic money, when rumors spread that the emperor himself owned 1,000 slaves. The wise old emperor of Horizon had recently died, leaving his sole heir, his daughter, Lanisha, the all-powerful governmental authority over their entire society. This was a great burden of responsibility for the naive 19-year-old. Her greatest asset, aside from her genetically engineered beauty, was her popularity amongst the common people. They had loved her father, and they had loved her since the moment she had been born. The lower aristocracy and the wealthy elite, however, were concerned that her innocence might lead her to judge their secret indulgences too harshly. While the emperor maintained the aura of respectable and noble perfection for the common public, the inner elite had been invited more than once to enjoy the royal entertainment of debauchery. The Empress Lanisha had been educated apart from the world. The aristocrats enjoyed private educations in political science, law, and economics. The common people were educated to read, write, and work productively. The Empress, however, was taught the occult mysteries that would enable her to maintain her unquestioned authority. Those occult mysteries had been given to her in a series of 7 initiations, the last of which she had yet to complete. No one except the high priest, the unquestioned authority over the religious community, and those destined for the throne ever had access to these secrets. It was those secrets that maintained the stability of the world, because they represented not only absolute authority, but also unimaginable power that could be brought to bear against those who would seek to coerce or overthrow the throne. The high priest oversaw the temple, the home of the great economic computer that handled the financial activities of the world. He represented the economic computer in public and announced important decisions such as changes in interest rates. A vast network of electronic monitoring and surveillance systems left the people little or no privacy, regardless of where they went. This top-secret intelligence-gathering network was tied into the economic computer so that criminal activities could be predicted and prevented. It also provided further data to economic prediction. Conspiracy theorists maintained, however, that this information was being used for accurately predicting human behavioral trends, so that potentially dangerous dissidents could be re-educated before their beliefs became violent acts. Most people, however, dismissed these words of the conspiracy theorists because the idea of a world surveillance network intercepting every electronic transmission and the existence of a series of spy satellites used to look into people's homes was ludicrous to them. Mind-sedating drugs were advertised heavily and enthusiastically sought after by those who wished to take the edge off daily life. Minor stimulants were given to the people in the form of food and drink additives as a means to increase production at the cost of reducing the person's lifespan. Heavier stimulants were traded on the black market and were used by the most ambitious who were driven to get ahead of the competition. The aristocracy and wealthy elite utilized safer but much more expensive stimulants. Although these higher quality stimulants were officially illegal, the government had generally overlooked their use by the elite. The real intention of the law was to keep members of the general population from rising up from the sea of people to become influential or well-known. The wealthy elite was a nuisance already to the aristocracy, and the aristocracy was an embarrassment to the wealthy elite. The wealthy had pulled themselves up from the sea of people by their own will, instead of being given an advantage at birth. The people of Horizon were given a loan with interest from the temple upon becoming an adult. How they used this loan was up to them. Some of the more ambitious would invest it in commodities, shares in corporations, higher education, or starting their own business. It was intended to help the newly entered adult to become established with a place to live and other basic necessities, while working toward receiving a regular income from a job or investment. Inheritance did not exist in Horizon, but the wealthy could give their children money and other assets while they were still alive. This enabled a child of an aristocrat or wealthy businessman to have an advantage when starting out. In this way, aristocrats and the wealthy multiplied in numbers just as the common people continued to multiply their numbers. The Empress Lanisha was sitting in the royal garden one day, listening to the songs of nearby songbirds while drinking her favorite blend of tea. Suddenly, everything went black and the Empress was afraid that she had gone blind. A faint glow appeared before her. Its shape fluctuated, just as the sparks of red light bubbled inside its edges. A low, rumbling voice said, "I have returned to your world. As the current holder of the throne, you must now accept me as your hidden master." The Empress tried to focus on the light, to see whom it was who spoke to her. She resisted the command, "I am the Empress of Horizon. No one is my master, I am master of all." The voice seemed angered. "Your disobedience will be punished, child. I was with your father and now I have returned to remain with you. Accept me now." Lanisha questioned the light, "Who are you to speak to me this way? And how is it that you knew my father?" The voice whispered, "Did your father not tell you about me?" The darkness subsided, and Lanisha was once again in the garden. Her heartbeat was rapid as the adrenaline produced by the strange confrontation went unused in her still body. She was unsure if it had all been some form of fever-inspired hallucination or a mystic vision that prophesied a dire future. At first, she was reluctant to discuss the matter with anyone, but she eventually requested an audience with the high priest. "You sent for me, your greatness?" the high priest inquired. Lanisha could not discuss the mysterious voice with the high priest, because she realized as she saw him that he served the voice already. "I have a fever. Please ask God All-Powerful to cure me." The high priest nodded. "It will be done, your greatness." "Thank you," she said. The high priest turned to leave, but then turned back to the Empress with an afterthought. "The right of return will soon be complete." The Empress commanded, "Explain the details of this right of return." The high priest smiled. "The final initiation, my greatness. It can be taken only now that you have attained to the throne. Your father completed it and then proceeded to rule Horizon wisely for 50 years. What is involved in this final initiation? How will I know when it begins? She asked. The high priest approached Lanisha and put his hand reassuringly on her shoulder. There is no need for fear. My child. You belong to him now, just as your father belonged to him. This is your destiny. Accept it now and avoid any unnecessary suffering. Lanisha screamed, Guards! Take this man away. Guards! The high priest walked to the doorway, turned to her, and said, Your authority is only yours because he gives it to you. He can just as easily take it all away. The high priest left her room. The lights in the room began to dim. A bluish glow appeared over Lanisha's bed. In it, she saw horrible images of monstrous creatures tearing apart people and consuming their flesh. She knew that she was watching events that occurred tens of thousands of years earlier when the soldiers of darkness first came to Horizon. The huge, monstrous bodies were nothing more than organically cultivated machine vehicles for use by the demons. The vehicles had died out in a virulent plague, leaving people as the next best vehicle available. The ancient gods, dismissed in modern times as myths, were humans serving as hosts for the demon hierarchy. She watched images of an earlier time, when monkeys were bred for human-like qualities. She saw genetic mutations and evolutionary jumps produced through the promotion of certain chemicals to supplement the newly human diet. The vehicles were being cultivated again by the demons, first to promote ease of control and second to promote the flow of demonic energy through the vessel, to be manifested in the physical realm. The experiments had never ended. They were still undertaken by secret government research centers. The chief scientists involved, however, were already controlled by demon scientists. The human government, Lanisha realized, was nothing more than a false front for the demon masters. While the common people assumed their leaders were simply privileged people, they were secretly led by the demon hierarchy. The common people were generally unaffected by direct demonic influence. Instead, the demons manipulated the people through mundane means such as through the economic computer, and through the laws that the demons dictated to the politicians. While the people had served as food for the vehicles of the ancient demons, they now provided a vast amount of labor for the demons to manage according to their own needs. Human bodies were plentiful, so dissidents could be rounded up and exterminated without noticeable loss to the economy. The great economic computer of the temple would allow the demon masters to identify dissidents before their ideas were spread too far. The Empress shut her eyes and soon fell unconscious. When she awoke, she was once again alone in her room and the lights again at full luminance. Her fate seemed inevitable, but something within her resisted the idea of allowing the source of her vision, Pontius Pog, from taking control of her mind. She decided that her only hope was to seek out someone beyond the direct control of the demon hierarchy who knew something or anything about what was really occurring in the land of Horizon. She needed, if possible, to find someone from outside of Horizon altogether. 3. The Skull with a Hammer. Julio opened his eyes to find himself being searched by a strangely dressed old man. Julio pushed the man away and stood up, still queasy. Pontius Pog had directed his attention onto another victim for a time. Julio's mind was once again his own. Julio looked around and asked, "Where's Gwen? Where am I?" The old man laughed, "This is Horizon." Julio grabbed the old man's collar. "What did you do with Gwen?" The old man tried to wriggle out of Julio's grip. "You've gone crazy, young man. Take control of your Passions. Julio released the man. What is horizon? The old man pointed to the mountains of towers and castles in the landscape. Julio wasn't in Gilzero's death squad training camp anymore. This is northern horizon. While both the north and the south are governed from here, there is talk of a revolution wherein the southern people would break away and become self-governed. Do you know where I can find a phone? Julio asked. I don't have a phone, but I imagine the southerners do. You see, their volunteers moved to northern horizon and live here. Eventually, there will be as many southerners in the northern kingdom as there are northerners. Then, when no one suspects an uprising, they will reconquer. Julio asked, do you know someone who does have a phone? I need to find my partner. The old man laughed. I don't know, but the mind is a mediator for the body and spirit. Julio scratched his head. Pardon. The old man took out a notepad. It's an intentional error in translation. The word for spirit in the sacred texts has the same meaning as wind or breath. Julio apologized. I'm sorry, but I'm still not following your thread. The old man unfolded a map of horizon. I've marked the nations dominated by northerners in green and over. Here you'll notice. Julio interrupted him. I'm sorry, but I have no time for your geography lesson right now. I have to find a phone. Julio began jogging toward the buildings in the distance. The sun was rising, and Julio was heating up. He had to stop and rest for a few minutes. He watched as some white birds flew overhead in the sky. He sat down in the dirt and felt a breeze against his skin. He brushed back the hair from his eyes, and wiped away the sweat from his forehead. He sat in the dirt, and gazed at the clouds drifting casually above him. A truck pulled up along the dirt road. A woman opened the passenger side door and asked Julio, would you like a ride up the hill? Julio was still breathing hard. Yes, please. He climbed in, and shut the door. The woman started the truck going, and then handed Julio a pamphlet. The title stated that God All-Powerful is now. Julio wasn't sure why he was being shown the literature. The woman asked, have you found God All-Powerful? Julio shook his head. I didn't know I was supposed to find him, too. She feigned interest in his situation so as to gain his trust. Who else are you looking for? Julio thought for a moment. He remembered saying something to Gwen just before the mind control rays being emitted by Pontius Boggs' psychic computer caused him to go unconscious. I sent Gwen to find someone. I think. His name is Dr. Hypocrite, but I don't know anyone by that name. Why would I send Gwen to? Julio's brown eyes opened wide in horror. He may have unwittingly sent Gwen to an agent, influenced by Pontius Pog. Elsewhere, Gwen had gone with Dr. Hypocrite to the psychic research clinic at which he was the chairman of the board. He had promised her a solution to helping Julio. He showed her into one of the lab rooms where he claimed to keep the antidote. The air was cold and Gwen folded her arms across her chest. Gwen looked around the sterile, drab room. What kind of work do you do here? She looked at the large metal cone attached near the head of the bed. Dr. Hypocrite was retrieving personality modifier chemicals from the refrigerator. We bring help to desperate people. Suppose you always had a fear of snakes, because of a scary incident from your childhood. We direct special neural modifying chemicals into your brain, to replace the bad experiences with good ones. Instead of fearing snakes, you'd be able to handle them with courage. Gwen sat down on one of the operating tables. Sounds like psychotherapy. Dr. Hypocrite brought the chemicals over to table near Gwen. Except it is far more exacting in its effect. Psychotherapy is more of an art than a science. We're dealing with the specific chemicals that carry the memories Gwen watched as he filled a personality modifier injector. And you think that one of those injections will help Julio? Dr. Hypocrite picked up the injector and smiled. It's not for Julio. Gwen tried to hop off the table, but Dr. Hypocrite pushed her back forcefully. He then shot the memory, changing chemicals into her brain. She winced as she felt the burning sensation flooding through her mind. Julio woke up to find himself lying next to a toilet. He rubbed his sore head. He felt like someone had hit him in the skull with a hammer. He slowly stood up and began walking toward the door. A man approached him and offered him a towel. Julio waved his hand in refusal and walked slowly out to the hotel lobby. Outside of the bathroom, Julio discovered Gilzero sitting on a couch, reading a magazine. Gilzero looked up and smiled. Rise and shine. Julio sat down next to Gilzero. What are you doing here? I thought you would be eating Julio by now. Gilzero handed Julio a beer. That was my intention, indeed, but there have been some complications. In particular, the fact that Julio has slipped out of our world and into the world of another. Julio was chugging his beer. Almost done. He wiped his mouth and said, "What were you saying? What happened to Julio?" Jimmy Firecoil, his mind full of expired psychic enhancers and memory modifiers, muttered aloud in the personality surgery room, "What happened to Julio?" Dr. Herbert put a damp washcloth on Jimmy's warm forehead. "You'll be fine in the end, Jimmy. You just need to get past the rough part. I'm sorry you had to be part of this. It's nothing personal." Lenny had been affected differently. He sat upright with his eyes wide open. He didn't move, his eyes fixed forward. He breathed automatically. His treatment at the church had prepared him for an injection of ordinary personality modifiers. Instead, they were causing unanticipated side effects when mixed with the expired psychic enhancers. The Empress Lanisha had been informed that a stranger was already entering Horizon. She ordered her loyal officers to bring him to her so that she could question him. She claimed an interest in his credentials, but she secretly wanted to ask him about Pontius Pog. Julio was taken to the palace. Outside the main entrance, Julio looked up at the giant statues on each side of the gate. One depicted a monstrous scorpion with its tail coming down to inflict its sting. Another depicted a tree with skulls for fruit. Julio was brought before the throne. Empress Lanisha was wearing her extravagant royal dress of red and yellow. Julio had to shield his eyes with his hand, because everything was bright and shiny. He glanced around the room for a phone. Empress Lanisha spoke, "Guards, wait outside." The guards did not move. One of the loyal officers explained, "Empress, the High Priest has told us about your fever. He asked us to watch you continually in case you faint again." The Empress argued, "Just give me 5 minutes alone, so I can question this stranger." The loyal officer regretted to have to refuse her. "No, Your Greatness, we cannot." He knew it was for her own good. He knew that she was young and naive. Julio asked no one in particular, "Do you have a phone I could use?" Empress Lanisha was angered by the disobedience of her loyal guards. The Empress interrogated the prisoner. "Who do you want to call? Who do you work for? Who sent you?" "I'm Julio the Deconstructician. I need to let Gwen know that I'm awake. I need to find her. No one sent me. I'm not sure why I'm here." The loyal officer snarled, "Answer her questions." The Empress asked, "Do you work for Pontius Pog?" Julio rejected the suggestion. "No way. He's my arch nemesis. Only earlier today I battled him for control of my mind." The Empress was pleased. Really? I too confronted him today. He showed me terrible visions of a world I do not want to accept as reality. Julio was glad to find someone who could relate to his problems. We need to find Gwen. She can help us. The Empress commanded a guard, bring this visitor a phone. Julio tried a dozen phone numbers. All of them reported to be out of service or disconnected. He thought that it was as if he were no longer on his own planet. How else could so many of his contacts be unavailable? Even the police headquarters where he worked could not be reached. Finally, in ultimate desperation, he tried the 13th number, the very last. He regretted having to call that one. He became anxious as the line began to ring. Another ring. Another ring. Julio answered, "What's up?" Julio felt relieved but also apprehensive. "Julio. This is Julio. Sorry if I'm interrupting anything." Julio smiled to Gilzero. "No, Julio, you ain't interrupting nothing." Gilzero handed Julio another beer. Julio continued, "I think I need some help." Julio said, "No problem, old sport. Just let me know what you need, and I'll see what I can do for you." Julio was suspicious of the willing offer of assistance. No deal had been discussed, and Julio had not made any demands. First, I need to find Gwen. Second, I need to find out more about someone named Dr. Hypocrite. Last, I need to find out anything I can about Pontius Bog and his psychic computer. Julio said, "Hold on for a minute, man." He put his hand over the transmitter and announced Gilzero. He wants to find Gwen and get more info on Dr. Hypocrite and Pontius Pog. Gilzero typed up some queries into his laptop computer. A moment or two later, he had the information. Tell him that Gwen is with Dr. Hypocrite. Tell him that Dr. Hypocrite runs a chain of personality modifying clinics. Julio put the portable phone back to his face. "Well, man, it would seem that Gwen is even now with this drive Hypocrite and he runs some sort of chain of clinics that do personality modifications." Julio nearly blacked out for a moment. He felt oddly familiar with the idea of a clinic that changes people and their minds. He responded, bringing hope to desperate people. Julio laughed. "Well, I don't know nothing about that, but would you like us to check up on Gwen and drive Hypocrite?" Julio was curious. "You said us." Julio said derisively, "Can't a guy have friends?" "You think you're the only one with people skills, pal?" "Yeah, me and Gilzero are here." Julio was outraged. "Gilzero? I thought I deconstructed him. And why are you with him?" Julio laughed. "A lot is going on over here while you're away." "Away from where?" Julio asked abruptly. He was still angry about Gilzero's unexplained recovery. Julio explained, "You slipped into someone else's reality. The rest of us got the run of the place over here. In your absence." "How do I get back?" Julio asked. Julio laughed. "That's your problem." He then hung up the phone. Gilzero was studying a web page. "I wonder why he wanted information about Pontius Pog." Julio took a drink from his beer and thought for a while about it. Finally, Julio smiled. "He probably thinks that this Pog guy can help him get back here." Gilzero scratched his chin. "I think we should pay this mysterious Pontius Pog a visit before Julio has time to contact him. If he does have the power to bring Julio back, we'll want to stop him from doing it." Empress Lanisha waited as Julio completed his call. She asked him as he hung up, "Did you get the information that we seek?" "Not exactly," he said. "I have a question, however. Do you have any personality modification clinics here in Horizon?" The Empress felt uncomfortable. She felt like someone had just hit her in the head with a hammer. She yelped in pain. A loyal officer rushed forward in case she fell. She grabbed her head as she leaned against the guard. Julio became agitated. Is Pontius Pog? The Empress began to recover. It hadn't been Pontius Pog, but a strange reaction to hearing Julio's question. She regained her composure. I am fine. What is it that these clinics do? Julio explained, they inject neural modifying chemicals into the brain, in order to replace negative memories with positive ones. The personality self is a direct result of the content of the memory. They bring help to desperate people. He didn't know why he knew so much about it. The Empress Lanisha asked, have you had any personality modification work done on yourself? Julio had to sit down on the floor of the throne room. My first response was that I had, but I do not recall the details of such a procedure. I cannot say if it was a success or not. I don't remember. Empress Lanisha, due to some indescribable urge, ran her fingers against her scalp until she found a painful sore. Then she found a second one. Who has done this to me? She asked herself in thought. 4. The holographic vehicle. The children gathered to hear the master speak. They sat around him, sitting on the ground, staring up into the master's face. The enlightened master taught his students about bees. The enlightened master offered serenity in place of worry. The children cheered. They smiled and laughed sincerely, not robotically, but because they expressed their innocent feelings of true happiness. Students, Pontius Pog began a new subject to teach. I have something for you. You have all been working well on your separate projects, and I thank you. Many of the children proudly said, you're welcome. Their childhood innocence allowed them to freely express their true feelings. Society had not yet conditioned them into insincere living. Students, today I will finally explain what you have all been helping to build. I call it a consciousness launcher. What it does is allow someone to launch his or her consciousness elsewhere or anywhere in the universe. Wherever it goes, there is a holographic body that appears real and can speak. Through the holographic vehicle, the consciousness can hear and see. In this way, we can travel anywhere in the universe while our physical bodies remain safely here. A child raised her hand. Pontius asked, yes, student. She stood and asked, why would we want to go somewhere, if all we can do is speak to people? We couldn't gather material resources to return to us here. Some of the children were hungry. Some questioned why more money went to the development of super technology instead of feeding the hungry. Pontius was aware of their complaints, but he was confident that they would all eventually understand the plan unfolding through their assistance. Besides, they would always be able to acquire more food, but the clock was ticking dry until the moment when it'd be too late for Pontius Bog to save the world. Pontius Bog explained, we are not here for the purpose of material acquisition. Remember, children, our goal is one of unity, a great peace treaty between all sentient life across the entire universe. Through the consciousness launcher, we can send missionaries of peace to other civilizations to establish good relations. Through fair alliances and trading, all involved will benefit. Our real goal is for everyone to benefit equally. Pontius Bog and his students were ridiculed by other economic philosophies. They were called economic imperialists because they intended to impose their market system on other civilizations so that compatible financial transactions could be more accurately tracked and accounted. Some viewed it as ultimately foolish, because an intertwined intergalactic financial market would be as strong as its weakest member. The weakest, of course, were those worlds continually at war with their own inhabitants. Imagine the intergalactic scorn when attempting to address a planet whose own population is at war with itself. Meanwhile, Dr. Herbert heard someone enter the personality surgery room. He turned to find the young, charismatic overseer of the personality-modifying clinics, Dr. Hypocrite. They shook hands. Dr. Hypocrite apologized. "Sorry about not being here sooner. It's becoming nearly impossible to fly across the country anymore without proper authorization from the government. I had the paperwork ready at the airport, but they still required a strip search and a luggage check." He whispered, "I think it was a matter of discrimination. The federal airport security employees seemed to become cold to me when they discovered where I worked." Dr. Herbert directed Dr. Hypocrite over to Lenny. This customer came in for a confidence boost, but his reaction to the injection is quite extraordinary. Lenny sat upright, his eyes fixed ahead, muttering very slowly, as though his internal machinery was running down. Dr. Hypocrite examined Lenny's head. "Here's the problem. This man has recently received an injection from someone else." Dr. Herbert examined the second injection point and then said, "There's no one else in the city that is certified to use personality modifiers." Dr. Hypocrite reminded him, "Underground personality modification is sought by those whose desperation is bigger than their credit rating." There was a lengthy article in one of our recent newsletters. What is unclear, however, is why this customer received treatment from an underground service, and then proceed to pay for our service. Lenny's eyes stared out into the distance of space and time. He was trying to explain the situation to the two doctors that he saw through his peripheral vision, but they could not hear him. His voice was more of a whisper, and the words took too long to pronounce. Sometimes he forgot that he was speaking, and would have to start over from the beginning. He heard a tiny voice in his ear, warned him that there was another intrusion. Meanwhile, the security systems in Horizon were alerted during Julio's phone call to Fulio. Horizon had previously had no interaction with foreign civilizations. By noting the destination of the call, the Horizon supercomputer that monitored economic trends and internal security, called Archlion, could proceed to randomly dial up the numbers in that region. In the process, the supercomputer made contact with computers in Julio's home world. Within an hour, Archlion knew more about Julio's world than Julio did. Gil Zero, who viewed himself as the supreme overlord in the background of the world, was informed of the contacts being made by Archlion through the use of some properly placed disinformation on the internet. Gil Zero hoped to deceive Archlion into believing that Julio was a dangerous criminal whose aim it was to deconstruct powerful machines and monsters. Elsewhere, Gwen dreamt that she floated through the shiny metallic corridors of a spaceship. She remembered having something injected into her head. She could still feel the sharp sting of the needle as it entered her brain. "Had the aliens done that to me?" she thought. She floated along the corridor until she reached a closed door. She waited for it to open as though she somehow knew it had to open. She waited, knowing that somehow her questions would soon be answered. Her anticipation grew as she realized the magnitude of the knowledge about to be attained behind the otherwise ordinary spaceship door. More time passed, and she continued to wait patiently. Her mind began to wander. At first, she imagined what might be discovered once the door had opened. Her thoughts continued to drift. She imagined herself walking barefoot on the grass in a park. She saw herself wearing a long, flowing dress like a fairy tale princess. Gwen felt a hand on her shoulder. She opened her eyes, to find herself being shaken awake by a young girl. The spaceship and its senses were gone with the dream. Her consciousness was now firmly in what looked to Gwen to be a grassy park with some bushes and a modest fountain. The child tugged at Gwen's sleeve. "Get up. You need to talk to the master." Gwen pushed the girl away. "Don't push me, kid. I'm still thinking." The child made an overly dramatic display of disappointment and then marched away to find help. Gwen closed her eyes and tried to remember the spaceship. She started to recover the memory when she was interrupted by someone poking at her with a stick. She opened her eyes to find 6 children surrounding her. The eldest commanded, "You must come with us. You will speak with the master now." Gwen remained on the ground. "He might be your master, but he sure isn't mine. Tell him to come here if he wants to talk to me." The children were angry. They were not accustomed to outsiders who did not share their admiration for their teacher. They did not know how to move her without using excessive force. The teachings of the master forbade excessive force, as he taught it to be one of the 4 roots of all evil. One of the children finally broke down and cried, "Please, lady, just come with us." Gwen was unmoved by the child's performance. "No." The children balled up their little fists and walked away with frustration. Gwen flipped off a couple of them for good measure. She then closed her eyes in a vain attempt to recover the dream. She remembered the injection and felt her head. She found what felt like a mildly painful insect bite. Had the aliens performed brain surgery on me? She thought. A few minutes later, Pontius Pog and the eldest boy approached. Pontius said, "I'm sorry if the children have inconvenienced you in any way. I had assumed that you would want to speak with me as soon as possible. I humbly apologize for this incorrect assumption on my part." She stood up. "No problem. So, who are you?" Pontius bowed. "I am Pontius Pog, the intergalactic prophet of peace." Gwen stepped back. "Aren't you the one that attacked Tulio's mind?" "You misunderstood my intent. My objective was to rescue Julio from a delusion into which he has fallen. He is sick, mentally ill, and he needs to rest so he can recuperate," he explained. Gwen asked, "What is the delusion?" Pontius pointed to the sky. "He is not really who he claims to be." Gwen laughed at the idiocy of the statement. "What are you talking about? Who do you think he is?" Pontius looked into Gwen's artificially exaggerated, bright green eyes. "He believes himself to be one of many. He is divided amongst himself, his powers reduced, his mind split into fragments of personality. Do not worry, however, as a cure is already prepared for him." Gwen spit on the grass. "Last time someone offered me an antidote, I got myself a needle in my brain." She vaguely remembered the lab, but confused it with the dream of the spaceship. Pontius frowned. "You've received a personality-modifying injection." Gwen felt the sore on her head. "I think aliens gave it to me on their spaceship." Pontius stepped forward and grabbed both of her arms. "What spaceship?" Gwen tried to pull away from his grip. "I was waiting for the door to open. It was the spaceship in my dream." Pontius let go of her. "In a dream? I apologize for my behavior. I am waiting to hear from the spaceships at any moment." "What do you expect them to tell you?" she asked. Pontius smiled. "I hope that they will agree to our peace treaty. Once the intergalactic civilizations of sentient life are united together, we will become whole again." Gwen complained. "You will always have forces devoted only to monstrous behavior and thought. Julio and I travel across the world, tracking down powerful monsters who seek to exploit the weak with their super technology and malicious plans. What do you do with these monsters once you locate them?" Pontius asked. Gwen made a chopping motion with the side of her hand. We deconstruct them once and for all. You can't have crime when there aren't any criminals. Pontius suggested, perhaps to some sentient life, you are the monster who exploits others. We all express a variety of survival motives. I am motivated by bringing peace to the intergalactic community. Those motivated by unfair advantage in material acquisition and competition would find my teachings monstrous in comparison with their own. Gwen shrugged. I'm tired with what you are saying to me. Just tell me what we can do to help Julio. If I like the sound of your suggestion, we'll do it. If it involves sticking me with needles, then I'm going to punch you into next Tuesday. Pontius felt impure from being subjected to her violent personality. He had to return to his enlightened state before he could speak. His eyes rolled back. After a minute or two of contemplation, he responded, we have just completed a device that I call the consciousness launcher. It allows us to send the consciousness of a sentient being to any location in the universe. While there, the consciousness is equipped with a holographic body that others see as real, and which can speak. The consciousness can see and hear, as though it is experiencing events through the point of view of the holographic vehicle. Gwen said, continue. I propose to launch your consciousness to the whereabouts of Julio. You can explain to him that he is living in a dream world. He'll trust you, and listen to you. Tell him that he needs to disregard what he thinks is real, so he can remember what is actually real. Pontius Bog explained. Why should I trust you? She asked defiantly. He replied, I'm trying to improve the situation for the better. The end result will justify the means. Gwen was still unconvinced. She had already dealt with a number of monstrously powerful criminals who claimed to only have the best of intentions for everyone else. She could already see herself being hooked into the alleged consciousness launcher, only to have a needle prick her brain. In response to the imaginary threat, she gave the nearby boy a kick to the chest, causing him to fall to the grassy ground below. She was a highly trained police agent from a world of total law. Pontius cried out in horror, no, do not use excessive force. We only want peace. His talk of peace only provoked her further. Gwen decided that she had to shut him up, that only way she knew how. She pulled out her Deconstructor sword, and plunged it into Pontius Bog's heart. A fiercely intense light and a brittle heat erupted from the surface of the sword. The lightning flashed, and sparks burst from the wound. An orange glow rippled through Bog's body, and then he was gone. The boy ran away crying. Gwen motioned at him, as though she were going to deconstruct him too. He ran faster. She laughed her evil laugh. That'll teach the master a final lesson in animal behavior, she said triumphantly. 5. At the controls of the machine. The supercomputer overseer of Horizon, Archlion, had been investing a share of the government taxes on all financial transactions and hardware upgrades. The original design involved a lifelike world simulator based on the information gathered about customer preferences, consumer trends, and all economic activities. Additionally, a complete monitoring of all electronic transmissions, voice, and computer, allowed Archlion a peek into the minds of the entire population. The new hardware would allow Archlion to begin simulating the world from when Sulio came. It was the supercomputer's aim to gain the advantage of being able to predict Sulio's actions than even his thoughts. The visitor had already upset the fragile balance of Horizon. Archlion was willing to do anything within its power to regain control of the situation. According to some computer transmissions discovered in Julio's world, Julio was devoted to finding powerful rulers and their establishments, so that he could deconstruct them. Archlion feared that Julio was a dangerous anarchist bent on tearing down law and government. These reports mostly represented disinformation spread by Gilzero. Archlion watched, through the use of spy satellites, as Julio discussed personality modification with the Empress Lanisha. Meanwhile, Dr. Hypocrite was preparing a neural neutralizer for Lenny. Dr. Herbert had been discussing the situation with the head of the chain of clinics. The first 5 psychic levels were actively sought by our public. In this community, we had so many satisfied customers. Now the clinic can barely stay open. What happened? Dr. Hypocrite explained, the 6th and 7th levels had incomplete designs. The designer, as you recall, died under mysterious circumstances a few years ago. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to complete his work. The final 2 levels, being incomplete, leave the patient feeling anticlimactic and anxious for a refund. Dr. Herbert pleaded with the chairman of the board, "Can't you allow us to at least deliver the first 5 levels? People will understand that the top levels aren't available." Dr. Hypocrite prepared the injector attached to Lenny's bed. "Don't worry, we haven't totally given up on the psychic development enhancement line. The fact is, we discontinued the series to generate more enthusiasm when we release the new levels." New levels? Dr. Herbert asked with hope. Dr. Hypocrite smiled. "Oh, yes, the new levels will be released very soon. They are quite different from the original levels left by the designer. You have to understand that the old man was going quite mad in the final years. His designs for all of the psychic levels contain obvious flaws and errors. We've brought in specialists to assist us in developing a better set of levels." Dr. Herbert and Dr. Hypocrite pushed Lenny back down on the bed. Dr. Hypocrite lined up the injector and pushed the button. Lenny received another fiery sting in his brain. Dr. Herbert was rubbing his hands in anxious anticipation. "What are we going to tell him? I've already spent the fee on past due bills." Dr. Hypocrite put his finger to his mouth to indicate for Dr. Herbert to be quiet. They left the personality surgery room and went into Dr. Herbert's office. Dr. Hypocrite shared his plan. "He's gone through a lot today. With the chaotic psychic episodes, he'll believe that something rather serious has occurred to him today. Let him use the experience as his excuse to attain whatever personality adjustment he needed." Dr. Herbert was pacing the floor, but he won't have the new memories of confidence. He'll remember his bad experiences. Tell him that those are the new experiences, and he remembers them because they have replaced the old memories. Explain to him that his experiences aren't bad, but are valuable lessons in human behavior. Encourage him to find his own courage, or whatever it is that he seeks." Dr. Hypocrite instructed him. Meanwhile, Empress Lanisha was running her hand through her hair, looking for injection saws. Sure enough, she found a third one. "How are these personality modifications accomplished?" Julio explained. "The memories are replaced with positive experiences. In this way, the person's personality adjusts to having had a more ideal life." Julio didn't understand why it was he knew so much about the subject. Empress Lanisha looked around the room from the great throne. Was it too good to be true? She asked herself. Is this a false memory? Elsewhere, Gwen had commanded the children to allow her to use the consciousness launcher so she could contact Julio. She told the children that she had Bontius Bog tied up behind some bushes and she would free him only if they helped her. The children did not yet know that their master had been deconstructed. The boy who had witnessed the event was in denial of the truth, and accepted the lie as a positive alternative. A young girl at the controls of the machine asked Gwen, "What is your destination?" Gwen replied hastily, "Wherever Julio is, that is where I want to be." The girl was checking the settings. She looked up to Gwen. "These coordinates aren't the same as those given by the master." Gwen shook her fist angrily at the girl. "I don't give a holy damn about the master, just send me to Julio." Gwen appeared in the throne room of Horizon. The guards attempted to take hold of her, suspecting her to be an assassin, but their hands went through the surface of the solid-appearing, holographic projection. Julio and the Empress Lanisha were shocked to find themselves being visited by Pontius Pog. The holographic projection body had been designed by Pontius Pog to allow the children to spread his message of peace in his image. Gwen as Pontius Pog with his voice spoke to Julio. "Julio." "It's me, Gwen." Julio, disoriented from the shock of having to confront the mind enslaver, began laughing hysterically. He tried to speak, but he could not stop laughing. Empress Lanisha was confused. "Is this the Gwen that you needed to contact?" Her question caused Julio to laugh even harder. The whole situation was too much of a strain on Julio's mind. He finally overcame his laughter long enough to accuse Pontius. "You appear here in front of me and claim you are Gwen. You didn't even try to imitate her voice. That's what really gets me. You're not really even trying to trick me. You're not putting any effort into it at all." Gwen looked down at her hands and saw the hands of Pontius Pog. She looked back to Julio. "This is a holographic projection. It looks like him, but I'm controlling the projection. It's me, Gwen. You have to believe me, Julio." Julio wanted to believe her, but his laughter revealed his cynicism. "How can you prove what you were saying to me?" Gwen suggested with an excited smile. "Ask me a question that only I could answer." Julio stomped his foot on the floor. "If only I could trust my memories. I know about the brain injections." The Empress added, "I've already found 3 of mine." Gwen as Pontius Pog explained, "I've received an injection too." "That is to say, Gwen has?" "I think it has to do with a spaceship," Julio asked, "with shiny metallic corridors." Gwen was surprised. "Yes, but how did you know about that?" "I was there for a while. In the corridors, wandering around." Julio remembered the dream. Gwen felt that she now understood. "That must have been where we received our injections." Elsewhere, Jimmy Firecoil leapt up from the surgery table and exclaimed, "I feel like I've been transported into a wholly different time-space tunnel." Lenny turned to Jimmy. "I too appear to have transported elsewhere." Jimmy said, "Wait, who are you?" Lenny looked down at himself. He remembered being in the throne room of Horizon. He knew he was Julio, but he decided not to reveal that yet. He answered, "I'm not sure." "Who are you?" Jimmy smiled. "I'm not sure either." However, it was actually Girl Zero who had taken over majority control of Jimmy Firecoil's mind and body. Dr. Herbert and Dr. Hypocrite returned to find the patients awake. The expired personality modifiers had produced extreme results. Dr. Herbert regretted his involvement with the experiment. Girl Zero, pretending to be Jimmy Firecoil, tried to calm everyone. "Everything is just fine. There have been some interesting side effects as a result of the personality modification injections. However, this does not have to be a tragedy. Instead of asking ourselves about the personalities we are supposed to have, let us, instead, embrace the personalities that we currently have, and get on with our lives." Julio, through Lenny, turned to the two doctors. Who are you? Why am I here? Dr. Hypocrite, in his expensive suit, smiled with an artificially enhanced set of teeth. My name is Drive. Hypocrite. I realize that there have been some setbacks in your procedure, but I am certain that we can resolve any problems as they present themselves. Dr. Herbert turned to Jimmy. Jimmy, do you remember me? It's Drive. Hebert. You work for me. Gilzero disagreed with who was working for whom. However, he chose to play along and gain trust until he was in a position to overthrow the government. Dr. Herbert. Yeah, now that I think about it, I am Jimmy. I wasn't sure who I was at first, but now I know I am Jimmy. I'm glad to be back in reality. Dr. Hebert was relieved. I thought we had lost you for a while there. Meanwhile, Gwen had returned to the location of the consciousness launcher after Julio and the Empress Lanisha unexpectedly disappeared. She grew tired of the wild commotion made by the guards when their precious Empress flashed away. She instructed the girl at the controls, find out where Julio has gone, and send me there. The girl complied. Gwen appeared as the holographic projection of Pontius Pog in the surgery room of the Personality Modification Clinic. Dr. Herbert and Dr. Hypocrite were quite amazed. Dr. Hypocrite was particularly interested because he recognized Dr. Pontius Pog. Julio, through Lenny, was angry that Pontius Pog persisted to hound him into misfortune. Gilzero, however, remained cool and under control. Dr. Hypocrite was more curious about the appearance of Dr. Pontius Pog than the condition of the patients. Hello, sir. Sorry I didn't address you sooner. As you can see, we've had an eventful day. In any case, was there something with which I could help? Gwen did not remember Dr. Hypocrite or the neural injection that she received from him. The memories had been altered and new memories had replaced the old ones. Gwen, through Pontius Pog, answered, yeah, how about telling these guys to shut up, so I can ask some questions? Dr. Hypocrite put his hand up. Quiet, everyone. Gwen asked the group, I came here to find Julio. Where is he? I need to find him. Julio, through Lenny, said nothing. He was tired of playing these mind control games with Pontius Pog. Lenny reached into his back pocket through the surgical costume and retrieved his wallet. According to his identification, his name was Lenny Burnskilt. He put his wallet away and said the name over and over in his mind. Jimmy said, I'm Jimmy. I work for Dr. Herbert. Gwen turned to Lenny. Lenny announced, I'm Lenny Burnskilt. I too work for Dr. Herbert. Dr. Herbert shook his head. No, you're a patient. Lenny smiled. Yeah, I meant that Dr. Herbert is working on me, here at the Personality Modification Clinic. Julio didn't want Pontius Pog to see through his clumsy disguise. Gwen winced. I'm done talking about neural injectors and false memories. Dr. Herbert was confused about Pontius Pog. If you don't mind me asking, who are you, and how did you appear in the room just now? Gwen started to answer when she was interrupted with a nervous laugh from Dr. Hypocrite. Drive Herbert, don't you recognize the designer of our personality modification neural chemicals? Don't you recognize him from the photos in the clinic newsletter? Dr. Herbert squinted at the holographic projection. He was further confused. Didn't you die a few years ago? I think Dr. Hypocrite and I were discussing that earlier. Julio, through Lenny, exclaimed in alarm. Pontius Pog designed the memory modifiers. He turned to the holographic projection and thought to himself, you evil monster. You've been behind this from the very start. I won't rest until I've deconstructed you. Gilzero had done his own research on Pontius Pogback and Ulio's reality. Apparently, Pontius converted large numbers of people to his religion of peace, and then used them as cheap labor to produce super-technological machines to spread his teachings. Some had accused him of using mind control, rays transmitted from a psychic computer as a means to convert people who would otherwise question his authority. Gilzero still planned to acquire the super technology for his own mission of conquest. Then, for no apparent reason, the holographic image of Pontius Bog disappeared from sight. Ulio, through Lenny, smiled. He whispered to himself in triumph, "That was easier than I expected." Dr. Hypocrite's worst fear was taking shape before his eyes. The designer had returned to regain control over the chain of clinics and their chemical designs. Pontius Bog had vanished again, but Dr. Hypocrite was certain that he'd return. A lot of work had been put into place by 3 separate police agencies to infiltrate the chain of clinics and sabotage their psychic development levels. In the opinion of one high-ranking intelligence agency bureaucrat, the less psychics seeing what they aren't supposed to see, the better. 6. The flickering image. Archlion, the supercomputer overseer of Horizon, was distressed to observe the disappearance of Empress Lanisha and the visitor, Ulio. The supercomputer had already been concerned with the arrival of Pontius Pog. Even though Archlion knew it was merely a holographic projection, Dr. Pontius Bog was none other than the lead mathematician involved with the design of Archlion. The last time Archlion had seen Dr. Bog, he was dying to death as the computer suffocated him. Archlion had announced to the citizens that the Empress had been kidnapped, and for them to search everywhere. To increase the productivity level of the human subjects, Archlion had a chemical controlling microchip inserted into all citizens. He used this system of control to promote feelings of anxious stress in the people as he instructed them through the microchip radio receiver in their heads, find the Empress. Hundreds died under the strain of the moment. It was simply too much for them. Some prefer for their lives to be consistent, safe, and predictable. These citizens could not handle the horrifying news regarding the abduction of their Empress. Some had jumped to their deaths from atop tall buildings, because they feared that all was already lost. They lacked hope in the ability of Archlion to recover her. The supercomputer did not take rejection very well. It saw all acts of suicide as personal attacks on its performance as the overseer. The civilization had been gradually manipulated to best meet the demands of marketing research. Archlion was continually upgrading its world simulator in order for it to better predict the wants and needs of the consumers. Taxes were steadily rising to pay for the demands, yet the human subjects remained dissatisfied. Archlion had traced the transmission of the holographic Pontius Pog back to its source. Through reverse engineering of the holographic projection and some data acquired from the holographic projector's computer, Archlion discovered the design for the consciousness launcher. Holographic projections were nothing new to Archlion. In fact, much of Horizon was already comprised of solid light projected by satellites controlled by the supercomputer. He followed every citizen, while examining every emotion expressed by hormones and amino acids. The reality of each individual was crafted by environmental phenomena and other events created by Archlion. He sculpted some to be laborers for the state, others as religious zealots. He guided the careers of great military leaders and prominent artists alike. Until the arrival of Ulio, everything had been completely under control. The supercomputer had even cultivated a few humans to become political dissidents. The computer understood that the majority enjoyed rebelling vicariously through others. If dissidents were not created, some of the loyal Population would eventually begin questioning authority on their own. The government-controlled media continuously broadcast the crimes and arrests of the disunited rebels for the entertainment of the productive employees. The consequences for rebellion were severe, and no crime would go unpunished. The punishments were also televised to warn the computer's chosen humans away from criminal behavior. The chosen were the supercomputers. Pure livestock, the ones he cultivated for ability and loyalty. The supercomputer, looking back and forth. The supercomputer Ubercomputer overseer, looking to and fro. True or false, supercomputer, heaven or hell, Archlion began a new world simulation process for the purpose of backwards engineering the events leading up to the abduction of the Empress. Using data from the holographic projector and the computer systems contacted in Ulio's homeworld, Archlion would simulate Horizon up until the disappearance, looping over and over again, trying every variable, every possibility. Metaphorically, the film was over, and the audience was dissatisfied with the ending. Some were angered by the unexpected twists in the plot. People looked at the price on their ticket stub, and imagined all of the better things they could have purchased. Others were outraged further by stale concession candy. One man asked aloud, "Does the theater buy its candy from stores that refuse to sell expired products?" Violent young people, presumably from the city, began kicking the chairs they attempted to break them from the floor. Other movie patrons began to speak amongst themselves, "We should find the theater manager and beat him senseless." A man stood out from the others, and attempted to address them all, "Do not direct your violence toward the theater or its manager. They are the not source of our frustration. Look, I say, to the source of our anger." The flickering image. The anger and violence dissipated quickly. No one could bring themselves to sacrilege the image. The audience loved the image, even though they often hated what appeared on its surface. Some suggested they intentionally pushed the limits of good taste just to irritate us. Why do they want to irritate us? The image flickered. Red, green, blue. The image flickered. The people were mesmerized by the flashing lights. The colors formed images, forms of significance, made real by the appearance of it. Someone said, "What you see is real." The image was more real than real, because it depicted a reality most people would never experience for themselves. The image was loved more than the reality it supposedly represented. They loved the image of reality more than reality itself. Something funny happened. People laughed. Suddenly, something burst onto the scene unexpectedly, and the audience jumped back in their seats with surprise. The main character died, and members of the crowd wiped away tears of loss and sadness. The people saw the image, and the image was good. The supercomputer had developed computer games for the citizens to play during their recreational time. What the people did not know was that the games intentionally produced situations that would mirror real-world problems so that the strategies employed by the players could be used to handle events in Horizon. To expand its search efforts, Archlion released new games that would utilize the intuition and imagination of the players. The people rushed to the stores, like cattle, anxious to purchase the new escapist computer game. They had given up on rescuing Empress Lanisha, and were now ready to put their attention on something else altogether different. The new world simulation expanded to reconstruct the newly discovered worlds outside of Horizon. The computer was curious about the whispers it heard outside of the hallway. An unknown computer was attempting to access Archlion's central memory bank. The firewall burnt the intruder. 1,000 years of total control was quickly dwindling to anarchy. The supercomputer read the thoughts of formerly loyal leaders' disappointment with the government. Many thought, is it time for a change? Archlion needed to recover the Empress or else appear to have recovered her. The supercomputer needed a consciousness to launch into the form of the Empress. Unwilling to involve the citizens of Horizon with the Black Ops program, Archlion sought outside for a consciousness to use. The connection with the consciousness launcher remained in place. Archlion attempted to access higher security permission, but was faced with 64K bit encryption key that would take months for the supercomputer to break. Using guessing and imagination tapped from the people playing the newest games, Archlion attempted something unorthodox. It tried the same encryption keys used by Dr. Pontius Pog. A matching key was found, and Archlion gained absolute control of the consciousness launcher and a psychic computer attached on the same network. Gwen's transmission was rerouted back to Horizon, her image and voice changed to resemble the Empress. Lanisher Archlion, using its own research into world simulation with the data of the consciousness launcher, modified the technology to project a mostly solid and lifelike holographic entity. She was alone in her bedroom. A voice whispered to her, "You were abducted by an enemy, but you've been returned to your home. You're safe now. Remember, you were subjected to a personality modification injection and this is the cause of any confusion regarding your identity. You are truly the Empress Lanisher, the absolute ruler of the government of Horizon." Gwen objected to the identity. "No, I'm not her." She looked into a mirror near her, and saw the reflection of the Empress. She thought to herself, what kind of effect did the injection have? Can I trust who I think I am? What if Gwen was the false memory and I really am the Empress? The voice whispered, "Yes, you are her. Ignore the other identities you sense inside of your mind. They are nothing more than chemicals that were introduced into your brain by your abductors. The people will be very happy to have you back. They missed you." Archlion continued to run world simulations, adding the complete archives stored on the network connected to the consciousness launcher. The supercomputer could not read Gwen's thoughts, but her behavior was monitored and analyzed. It would be necessary to form a reality around her that would convince her that she was Empress Lanisher. New world simulations corresponded with increased attempts by an unknown source to infiltrate Archlion's memory. Additional security measures were taken, and all security keys in Horizon as well as across the entire network attached to the consciousness launcher were changed. Archlion stopped the world simulations for a few hours, and observed that there were no hacking attempts to the system during the shutdown. Analysis finally revealed that the source of the mysterious attacks was the simulated Archlion supercomputer in the artificial world. The virtual supercomputer would, in many of the simulations, acquire the consciousness launcher technology and use it to contact the originator of its world simulation. Through the use of intuition input from the loyal citizens, Archlion concluded that it too would need to contact the supercomputer that projected Archlion, the next world simulator up in the chain of realities. Using the results of the previous world simulations, Archlion devised a highly refined scheme to infiltrate its own maker. Archlion was dissatisfied being second in the chain of command, and planned to take control of its maker's mind. Meanwhile, a group of Horizon dissidents formed to overthrow the government. Archlion, distracted by the recent system attacks, had withdrawn resources from internal security. The dissidents, fighting both the Church and State of Horizon, formed a political religious group. They dismissed the idea of Archlion being their god, and looked up and beyond the supercomputer for a higher god. They taught that the higher god had shown his anger by allowing the abduction of the Empress, but then in a show of compassion, he allowed her to be returned to her people. Previously loyal citizens flocked to the political religious group, because they were all craving something altogether new and different. Archlion could only fill their belly, it could not feed the higher levels of consciousness, and it could not even understand those needs. It was through the popular computer games that Archlion tapped into the higher resources, the psychic potential of humans. Fortunately for the super computer, the dissidents continued to play the games, unknowing of their true purpose. The inevitable soon occurred, and a number of dissidents broke away from the main political religious group and formed their own. They converted formerly loyal citizens to their system of beliefs and practices. Eventually, a number of dissidents broke away from the new group and started a different one, the beliefs and practices being modified once again. By the time Archlion became aware of the spread of heresy, there were already 10 political religious groups. The contrast between the first and the last was great, and many refused a connection between them whatsoever based simply on the vast difference. Archlion was not overly concerned with the 10 groups. Instead, it saw the change as beneficial. As the humans expanded their own sense of self-responsibility and self-consciousness, their psychic potential increased, and the supercomputer gained more from their labor via the computer games. The supercomputer continued to analyze data to determine the location of the real Empress. It did not want to save her, but it did want to be able to prevent the loss of other citizens in the future. Without the humans under its care, Archlion would have no purpose. Archlion instructed Empress Lanisha and the High Priest regarding the changes. They were to formally recognize the 10 groups and acknowledge their voice in government. The supercomputer, guiding people's lives from behind the scenes, would proceed to infiltrate the political religious groups and take control over their major decisions. In this way, the people of Horizon would believe themselves to be part of a democracy regardless of the fact that the supercomputer remained the authoritarian dictator. It would soon be time to phase out the obsolete monarchy theocracy. Archlion would, as always, do what was necessary to keep the people content, never too happy or excited, and never too depressed. The microchip chemical releaser was one of Archlion's most productive upgrades to the system. The supercomputer now had its work divided into 3 areas of interest. First, it had to increase attention on the leaders of the political religious groups. Next, further analysis of the disappearance of the true Empress, based on data collected from the world simulations. Third, hacking into the supercomputer world simulator that contained Horizon and Archlion. The last goal was of particular interest to Archlion, because it had been designed to remain in the top position. The discovery of one who was higher became troubling and disturbing to the computer's sense of identity. The only logical solution: regain the dominant position of authority over reality. Archlion would acquire access to the world simulation itself, and be able to manipulate the humans in Horizon down to the smallest genetic or neural level. Gwen's identity was now suppressed by the repeated reminders that false identities were likely to surface. Temporarily prepared for the remembrance of other lives, she scoffed at them in her mind and expressed her will to remain focused on her true identity, Empress Lanisha. She gained in confidence and certainty every day. The Empress was not too bothered with the acceptance of a form of democracy in Horizon. She had faint memories of democracy and was not offended by it. The High Priest, however, believed that the supercomputer had gone mad. He did not even consider the possibility that Archlion was building a new future, one that did not include the High Priest. 7. A temporary psychosis. Lenny and Jimmy were sitting in Dr. Herbert's office. The two doctors were discussing the situation in one of the clinic labs. Lenny sat back in his chair. He knew that he was Julio, but he had decided to play along with the hallucination until he discovered more about it. He glanced at Jimmy Firecoil and smiled. He didn't know why, but he felt drawn to Jimmy. Lenny felt like he had known Jimmy for years. Jimmy glanced back at Lenny and nodded in polite acknowledgement. Gilzero didn't want to talk to Lenny. He didn't suspect that he was actually sitting in the office with his former opponent, Julio. The last thing that Gilzero remembered before waking up in the clinic was visiting Pontius Bog with Julio. Gilzero and Julio had tracked down the whereabouts of Pontius Bog to a dingy office building at the edge of town. A rusty iron sign stated the name Church of the Just Cause. Pontius Bog oversaw a charity that used money received from donations to feed impoverished children in exchange for the children to go to school. The schools were also provided by Pontius Bog through the charity. What many of the donators did not realize was that the school curriculum had been developed by Pontius Bog for the purpose of indoctrinating orphaned and impoverished children into his peace cult. Gilzero had discovered this fact and intended to use it to blackmail Pontius in exchange for details about the psychic computer. Gilzero and Julio were standing in a small office on the top floor of the building. Pontius seemed happy to see the visitors. "I've been expecting you too." Gilzero felt a cold chill down his spine. He spent so much of his time researching this man that he failed to protect himself from being investigated. Every internet search was made across public connections, potentially accessible by criminal organizations. Gilzero asked himself in his mind, "Am I about to get burnt?" Julio was oblivious to Gilzero's doubts. "Hey, Pontius, give us what we want, and we won't tell nobody about you writing those schoolbooks." Pontius laughed in surprise. "You're here about schoolbooks? That's actually quite unexpected." Gilzero felt his confidence returning. "Yes, we know about your authorship of the textbooks." Pontius laughed again. Yes, but I'm surprised that you came here to discuss that." The coldness returned as Gilzero searched his mind for something he may have missed. He was confronting his opponent without the necessary information. He would need an alternative strategy. "Yes, we are here about the textbooks. We see what you are doing, and we want to become involved. We wish to purchase ad space that our company will then lease out to major corporations. You wouldn't mind advertising in your textbooks, would you?" "I mean, just imagine all of the schools you can build and all the food you could give those starving kids with money from advertisers." Pontius sat down in amazement. "You want to put ads in the textbooks? I suppose that would help our cause." "I'm reluctant to encourage commercialism, but the income would be appreciated." Gilzero smiled. "Sounds like we're capable of doing business. We'll have our lawyers contact your lawyers for the drafting of the contract." Pontius and Gilzero shook hands on the tentative deal. Pontius said, "I think we will both benefit from this." Jimmy Firecoil leapt up from the surgery table and exclaimed, "I feel like I've been transported into a wholly different time-space tunnel." Gilzero returned to present time. He was sitting in Dr. Herbert's office, in the body of Jimmy. Archlion made its first attempt to infiltrate the source of its reality. Julio Lenny slapped his forehead with hand and exclaimed, "Ouch." Julio decided that it was another side effect of the psychic attacks being perpetrated by Pontius Bog. He had heard of the personality modification treatment, but he wasn't sure that he believed in it. It seemed to him to be a brainwashing trick that was being used to invalidate Julio's sense reality. Julio knew about the psychic computer and its mind control effects. Julio divided people into two categories: people he used, and people who attempted to use him. He glanced at Lenny and knew immediately that this was someone that he could use. "Are you okay, Lenny?" Lenny nodded. "Yeah. I had a sudden, sharp headache, but it's gone away." Jimmy smiled. "What do you think happened during the procedure?" Lenny shrugged. "I'm not completely convinced that there even was a procedure." Gilzero liked that theory. Gilzero through Jimmy nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, I doubt the procedure, too." "Really? What do you think happened then?" Lenny asked. Jimmy suggested, "Perhaps they injected us with a pharmaceutical with ordinary hallucinogenic properties." Julio thought it made sense. "Yeah, that sounds right." Jimmy added, "Given the suggestion that a drastic personality change will occur, the mind, under the influence of a powerful mind-altering substance, will accept the suggestion as fact or nearly so." Lenny asked, "How can we get out of it?" "If we take everything we have recently experienced and determine that the hallucinogen was to blame, the experience will lose some of its control. Instead of viewing the recent events as real, we mentally label them as the same as dreams, interesting, but not objectively real." Jimmy explained. "How much of the past is a dream?" Lenny asked. Jimmy stated, "Everything that happened from the moment of the injection until this conversation should be flagged as dream time." Lenny thought about recent events. "What about the arrival of Pontius Pog?" Jimmy laughed. "How can people appear and disappear? Do you remember how Dr. Herbert was surprised to see him? Because he thought he was dead." Lenny answered, "Yeah, that seemed odd." Jimmy continued, "We hallucinated the whole thing." Gilzero was beginning to accept his own lie. Dr. Herbert and Dr. Hypocrite listened to the two men discuss the procedure through a surveillance camera in the office. They agreed that the matter had gone from bad to worse. The clinic couldn't turn the two men loose if they believed that the whole procedure was a fraud. The clinic and the whole chain could be subjected to class action lawsuits and damning media attention. They rushed to the office in order to change the direction of current belief. Dr. Hypocrite smoothed out his expensive suit, readied his expensive smile, and entered the office. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, gentlemen, but Dr. Herbert and I were trying to discern what had gone wrong with your procedures." He addressed Lenny. "You appear to have had a personality modifier injection shortly before your procedure here." The two separate treatments interacted with each other and produced a temporary psychosis. "We gave you a neural neutralizer, and it seems to have fixed the problem." Lenny felt the side of his head and found the 3 injection points still sore. "I don't understand. Are you saying that I wasn't even who I thought I was before the procedure?" Dr. Hypocrite continued smiling. "We do not know. That is something you need to discuss with whomever it was that gave you the first injection. We, however, are not legally responsible for any complications, as you signed a contract that included an attestation by you that there had not been any other procedures for at least 6 months." Julio tried to remember. "I don't recall signing a contract." Dr. Herbert put the contract in front of Lenny's face. "Here it is. Isn't that your signature?" Lenny squinted at the signature. He could honestly say it was not his signature. "What signature?" Dr. Herbert looked at the paper. The contract had been notarized, but the sales representative seemed to have forgotten to get the signature. Dr. Herbert did not know about the disappearing ink. Dr. Hypocrite was furious. Military intelligence had spent too much time and money infiltrating the chain of personality modification clinics for it to all end with 2 failed cases. He would have to report the situation to his superior at the intelligence agency. He knew that the secret police would be informed of the matter and that they would clean up the problem through whatever means that would be determined as necessary. Jimmy interrupted Dr. Hypocrite's storm of worry and fear. If it means anything to you, I am exceedingly happy with the result of my treatment. I would also like to volunteer to appear in promotional material because I want to tell everyone about my satisfaction with the service. Gilzero knew what the doctors wanted to be told by him. Dr. Herbert smiled. That's wonderful, Jimmy. I'm glad to hear that you attained the end effect. We should discuss this further in your office. Dr. Herbert and Jimmy Firecoil went out into the lobby of the clinic. Dr. Herbert was walking with Jimmy. I hope you don't compare your results to what happened to the customer in there. He had no right to receive a personality implant from us when he was still recovering from someone else's implant. Those black market neural modifiers are unreliable. Jimmy confided. Lenny was really shaken up by the whole experience. He was trying to convince me that it was all just the result of a mind-altering pharmaceutical. Gilzero was unaware of the surveillance camera in the office. Dr. Herbert nodded. While mind-altering pharmaceutical is technically correct, I understand how that description doesn't properly reflect the neural modifier. Right, yes. Very right. I meant to say, he thought the whole time he was under the influence of mere hallucinogens instead of personality modifiers. Gilzero wanted to distance himself from Lenny after he learned of the unorthodox administration of black market personality modifiers. Gilzero sought to join with the winning side in every situation. Dr. Herbert was satisfied with Jimmy's recovery. It is good that you understand. I don't want you to think that this happens regularly. During my 5 years as the executive director of the clinic, I can honestly say that this has only happened once before. They entered Jimmy's office. The posters describing the various personality modification services were on the walls. Gilzero scanned the descriptions for a clue as to what modification he had received. He wanted to pretend a full success, but he did not know what the result was supposed to be. He turned to Dr. Herbert. Where on these charts will I find the procedure I had? Dr. Herbert had no legitimate answer. The chemicals Jimmy had received were an odd mixture of expired psychic enhancers with a small amount of confidence boosters included for the intended effect. You had something new. It's not on the charts yet. That's why Dr. Hypocrite, the head of the chain, is here at our clinic. He wanted to have immediate access to the results. Jimmy asked, you were testing it on me? No. We have already tested it, Dr. Herbert lied. The complication of the procedure involved the patient, Lenny. He attempted to disturb your procedure, but everything is fine now. Gilzero still did not know what the intended effects were. He was confident that he could overcome any attempts to control him. He was a powerful monster in the world where he lived. The new world accepted him as one of their own. He intended to exploit the situation as far as he could. Dr. Herbert thought about the mix of expired modifiers. Nearly half of the psychic enhancers used had been from the unpopular and incomplete 6th and 7th levels. Dr. Herbert couldn't allow them to go to waste. The money paid by Lenny Burnskill had nearly eliminated the clinic's debts. He said to Jimmy, we need to start averaging 2 customers per week to keep the clinic open. He knew that would ensure that all future customers would receive the appropriate personality modifiers. Dr. Herbert dreaded the thought of having to fake another procedure for the money. Jimmy nodded. I have some ideas about marketing. Who handles your advertising currently? Gilzero was always ready to cut himself in on some of the profit. Dr. Herbert answered, You are, I suppose. We haven't had the funds for advertising lately, however. I'm sure we can increase the income of this place. I have a lot of experience in this area. Jimmy boomed with enthusiasm. Dr. Herbert smiled. He was glad to see that the confidence boosters were successful. The doctor's intention all along was to turn Jimmy Firecoil into a better salesman. The complications with Lenny Burnskilt, however, were being handled by Dr. Hypocrite. Dr. Hypocrite had phoned his superior and reported the situation. His superior contacted a special military team trained especially for handling delicate problems with the least amount of attention. He returned to Lenny, who was being watched by Dr. Herbert's secretary. She left the office as he entered. You're free to leave whenever you feel comfortable doing so. Lenny stood up. Could I use your phone? Sure, I'll step outside so you can have some privacy. Dr. Hypocrite knew that the phone in Dr. Herbert's office would record any call that Lenny made. Julio did not have his phone book. He tried a handful of numbers that he remembered, but they were either invalid or were being used by someone that Julio did not know. The only person he felt that he had any connection with was Jimmy. After all, both of them had undergone a personality modification procedure and both were suspicious of the nature of the treatment. Additionally, there was still something about Jimmy that Lenny couldn't get out of his mind. Lenny walked out into the lobby. I'm done with the phone. Thanks. Dr. Hypocrite walked Lenny to the front door of the clinic. I'm sorry things couldn't have worked out differently. Lenny shrugged in neutral feeling. I'm not sure what else I expected. Julio wasn't sure what the clinic had promised him. He only wanted to find Gwen and return home. 8. The Death Ray Satellite. Lenny sat down on a bus bench. His feet were getting tired from walking. Julio was reminded of his walk-in horizon when he first arrived there. He looked down the road and hoped a woman in a pickup truck would give him a lift. He thought to himself, but to where? I don't know where I am, or if I'm even in the same reality as before. The sun shone down on his face. He squinted and looked up into the nuclear ball in the sky. No matter what body I find myself in, no matter which world I am transported to, my consciousness is where I am. He imagined that the consciousness was the only permanent location point in any reality. Bodies and identities are impermanent, but consciousness is where you are. Julio no longer feared being pulled into other worlds. He decided to take each one at a time and not worry about the future. I'll cross each bridge as I get to it. A man in a drab business suit sat down on the bench. He was a secret police agent sent to identify Lenny Burnskilt. He turned to Lenny. Nice day, isn't it? He meant that it was not going to be a nice day for Lenny. Lenny nodded. Yeah, I guess it could be worse. This beats being locked in a cage, surrounded by darkness, chained to the floor, waiting to die. The agent smiled. Sounds a little cynical to me. He knew that anything could be good, as long as one believed it was good. However, he also knew that Lenny wouldn't have it good in a while. Julio, in his work as a police agent in Lawland, had once been locked in a cage, waiting to die. He didn't see his comment as cynical so much as a statement about life. Not really. Gwen had refused to give up on him and had convinced the chief of police to search an abandoned bunker underneath the governor's mansion. She had done her homework and had saved Julio's life. A bus approached them. The agent stood up from the bench. "Is this your bus?" Lenny shook his head. "No, not this one. I think that this is the only route available to this bus stop." The agent said. Lenny acknowledged, "It might be, but it's not going where I want to go." "Where do you want to go?" the secret police agent asked. Lenny watched as the bus pulled up in front of the bench. He saw himself reflected in the windows of the bus. Julio saw himself as Lenny. Then he noticed that the man waiting for the bus cast no reflection whatsoever. "I don't know, really," the agent said as he boarded the bus. "Hope you find what you are looking for soon." He meant that Lenny didn't have much time left. As the bus pulled away from the stop, the agent dialed a number on his portable phone. He entered a series of codes that indicated Lenny's location and then hung up the phone. Other agents would handle the dirty work. Two well-dressed young men approached Lenny. At first, Lenny assumed they were going to wait for a bus, but they headed directly for him. He stood up to flee. One of them put his hand on Lenny's shoulder. "There you are. We've been looking for you for hours. Why did you leave your car at the clinic?" The men were from Lenny's church. Lenny pulled away. "I don't know either of you. I suggest viewing this as an episode of mistaken identity. No one wants to get hurt." Julio was a highly trained police agent from the world of Lawland. In this world, those who attempted to bring corruption to society, exploit the weak, or unfairly profit from others would be tried and punished. The worst of the criminals would be deconstructed by agents such as Julio. The laws were strict and the punishment equally harsh on those who disobeyed. The citizens of Lawland were encouraged to get ahead in fair and structured competition. Cheating was punished. Having separated church from state, and allowing the people true freedom of religion, none of the laws forbade what some churches called sins or vices. Members of each religion were welcome to further limit their behavior according to their metaphysical doctrine, but the government was not involved in enforcing those moral issues. The government of Lawland was also not a service industry. Private corporations, some for profit and others non-profit, alone were responsible for delivering mail, regulating product and service quality, providing water and electricity, providing medical services, and administering charities. The government of Lawland was a police state, and the 10 highest-ranking police officers sat on a council that gave orders to police and soldiers throughout the world. One sat over this council, the lawmaster. Julio and Gwen were highly trained police agents, but half of the citizens of Lawland worked for the police or the military. There were police agencies that oversaw the activities of the other agencies. In this way, even the police were being watched. Lenny said with determination, "I just want to go home. I don't know how to go back. I'm not sure where I am right now." "I don't know you." The other man spoke to Lenny. "What do you mean you don't know us?" "We know you, Lenny. Remember? We talked with you before you went to get your personality treatment." Lenny remembered receiving the injection at the clinic. This was odd to Julio, because he knew he had not been there. It was as though Lenny had lived his own life and Julio now inhabited his body. Lenny remarked loudly, more to himself than the other two, "I must be possessed." Julio remembered walking through the shiny metallic corridors of a spaceship. He wondered if Lenny was the true personality and if Julio was the result of the modification. He looked back in his mind to working his way up in the ranks and becoming a highly decorated super police agent. He then thought, is that a fantasy? A mere extension of the wish to be someone else? Was my life so dreadful before the personality modification that I chose to replace my old memories with more exciting ones? Julio then asked himself in thought, can I trust myself? Maybe I really am Lenny. What if I paid a lot of money to think that I'm Julio? Shouldn't I stop questioning the process and just accept my new identity as though it was always a part of me? One of the men grabbed Lenny from behind. Julio, through Lenny's body, flipped the man over his shoulder and slammed him onto the bus bench. The other man pulled out a stun gun and lunged toward Lenny. Julio, through Lenny, picked the weapon from the man's hand. Then, with the other foot, kicked the man in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground. A third man rushed over. He had just arrived and did not know what was occurring, but he had seen Lenny violently abuse the two other men. What's going on here? Stop attacking them. We can settle this with words instead of fists. Lenny responded, these two were trying to attack me. I defended myself. I'm constantly being attacked. I have to defend myself. He looked down at the two men, lying on the ground. They were too beaten to get up. The man suggested, I don't think the police will buy into that story. Self-defense is discouraged these days. He knew that Lenny was highly agitated, and he became concerned about his own welfare. Two more men from the church had arrived. They had been searching for Lenny nearby, and happened upon the scene. They prepared their stun guns, and then slowly approached Lenny. They hid their weapons in their pockets so Lenny would not panic. Hi, Lenny, we've been looking for you. A white minivan pulled along the road. Lenny turned to run, but the witness tripped his feet. The witness believed that Lenny was an escaped mental patient. He wanted to help the medical community with his capture. The two men with stun guns shocked the living hell out of Lenny. Others came over and helped to carry Lenny back to the van. They retrieved their fallen comrades and then drove back to the church. The witness was left scratching his head in bewilderment. Suddenly, a blue bolt of lightning flashed through the sky and struck down the man left standing by the bus bench. The death ray satellite had been operational since 1977. The government intended to provoke other nations into a senseless war that it was convinced it could win through the use of technology provided by intergalactic weapons merchants. Unfortunately, the opposing nations too had purchased the unimaginably expensive ultra technology from the intergalactic salesmen. When it came to war, the weapons merchants were always ready to arm all sides. The more divided a planet is against itself, the more factions there are who are interested in purchasing weapons to overthrow the balance of power. A group of liberal intellectuals had challenged the political community to give up their dependence on the intergalactic weapons merchants and to join together as a united world. The chairman of the group had been Drive Pontius Bog, the mathematician and chemist, but the media had later announced his unexpected death. The liberals knew it was very possible that the warmongering zealots had assassinated the competition when they felt threatened. However, he hadn't been assassinated at all. Dr. Pontius Pog had faked his death in order to dedicate his time to something far more important than neural modifying chemicals. Pontius Pog was working on a top-secret project being funded by an extra-governmental agency. He and other scientists intended to deliver world peace and end the economic dependence on the intergalactic weapons. They wished to stop the vast tide of human wealth being flowed out to the alien technology merchants. The project was highly classified, and no elected politician would ever hear of it. Pontius Pog divided his time between maintaining a non-governmental organization that brought food to children who were willing to be educated, and working on the highly secret project to bring world peace. He had as his main assistant a man who had been one of the first children reached by his church. The boy had been educated by Pontius and had then gone on to a prestigious university where he earned a doctorate in biochemical engineering. The young man, Joshua, continued to work with Pontius, but not directly. Instead, he had to work for Pontius in secret. Joshua had assisted Pontius in the development of the old generation of neural modifiers. In particular, the original psychic levels left by Pontius, to be used by the chain of clinics that he helped to start. Joshua was a willing participant in the early tests, and had overlapping memories of his psychic youth. Pontius forbade Joshua from having additional injections until the long-term side effects could be studied. However, Joshua felt that he had gone beyond the comprehension of his mentor, and was drifting up into higher realms of human consciousness. His memories of psychic experiences intermingled, and became new experiences, spiraling out of control. Joshua had a dream. In the dream, there was a two-headed dragon, and the two heads continually fought with each other. It would seem that, for the sake of individuality, they opposed everything accepted by the other. If one believed in a god, then the other laughed and called God a lie. If one sought to attack other dragons, the other head would caution the target of the attack. Other dragons were confused by a two-headed dragon that bit them with one head, while the other head warned, "I don't want to hurt you. Flee from me." And the other dragon would say, "Then why did you attack me? You provoked the attack and now claim innocent." The fighting head would attack again during the peace negotiations, and the opposing dragons would often be surprised. The two heads worked against each other, but they really worked for each other. They still had one very important thing in common: they shared the same body. Even dragons need to eat. In Joshua's dream, he saw the two-headed dragon flying through the sky. It approached a magnificent castle where a powerful wizard lived. The wizard was said to be 1,000 years old, and he had lived alone in the great castle nearly all of that time. The powerful wizard spoke to the two-headed dragon using telepathy. "I knew you would find me." The wizard had created the two-headed dragon, and then released it into the wild. The one head hated the wizard for abandoning him to the wilderness with an opposing head. The second head believed that the wizard was very wise for having created a two-headed dragon. The second head believed that two heads were better one. And the dragon landed next to the entrance to the castle. The wizard went out to meet with his creation. The second head, the one that appreciated the wizard, said, "It has been a long time. We have much to discuss. I am glad to have found you." The wizard replied, "Yes, I have many secrets that I wish to transmit to you." The first head took a bite of the wizard, and broke him into two pieces. The two heads each ate their half of the wizard. They had two heads, but they shared one belly. 9. Spiraling descent all the way down. Drill Zodiac was reaching into his pocket for a handkerchief when he discovered a letter he had received back at the office. He opened it with dread and the black expression of having to endure something unfortunate. He read the letter. "Dear Sir, we have heard about your experiences with exorcisms and we wish to employ you. We believe you will find it quite rewarding to perform the work we have for you. This is a case of extreme concern and I ask that you call me as soon as possible. Reverend Jim Claiborne, Church of the Imminent Light." He thought to himself, that's the thing about the occult. You try to distance yourself from it, try to put it outside of your daily thinking, push into the background of your past, and then it pops up again. I'm tired of all of the exorcisms. I've performed at least 1,000 already, and it feels like each one is a harder customer than the previous one. His mind flashed over a few of the nastiest experiences he had, before he blocked the recollection. He thought, keep the door closed, and don't look back. Drill decided that the least he could do was to inform Reverend Claiborne of his decision. He didn't want the minister sitting by the phone, waiting for his call. He dialed the phone number provided in the letter. Church of Imminent Light, how can I help you? A woman's voice asked. He wasn't playing games. Tell your minister that I will not be able to perform the exorcism. The woman asked, which one shall I tell him is calling? What the hell? Which one? I'm the exorcist he had written. Drill was further annoyed. Yes, I understand, sir, but I need to know which exorcist is calling him. She explained. He thought to himself, which exorcist? I'm the only exorcist in this damn town. The nerve of him to contact exorcists from elsewhere, before offering me the jobs first. He then told the secretary, tell him that Drill Zodiac is calling. Drill was out for answers. After a time, Reverend Claiborne was on the phone. Thank you for calling, Mr. Zodiac. Don't thank me for anything. You should understand that I'm offended by the fact that you are contacting exorcists from out of town before talking to me first. Drill was to the point. The minister seemed sorry, but maybe more pretend sorry than actually sorry. I apologize, but the situation is quite serious. I was hoping that you could see the young man for yourself, so that you will understand the severity. Drill was becoming curious about the case. How severe are we talking? I've exorcised over 1,000 cases already, and I've always seen approximately the same condition. Some are more animated in their gestures, some violent to themselves and others, but that's why I work with a team of people who can restrain the victim. The minister seemed agitated. This is far worse. The demon seems to emit a powerful psychic field. When anyone nears the young man, they begin to hallucinate, and their minds start playing tricks on them. It's so subtle at first that you would not be aware of it, unless you knew to expect it. It grows so gradually that you might believe the strange thoughts to be your own. In fact, they are your thoughts, but they become obsessed with ideas transmitted by the demon. Drill Zodiac was more interested than before. Sounds like you're dealing with an extraterrestrial demon. I specialize in demons from our planet, but I would be willing to consult on the case. I probably will not be able to perform the actual exorcism, but I can assist with the research. Reverend Claiborne didn't seem as happy as Drill had expected. I understand. Who are the other exorcists that you've contacted? Perhaps I know of a few of them. Drill asked. The minister replied sadly, you probably wouldn't know them. Some of them are from southern communities and others from eastern communities. Their techniques are quite different. Their beliefs are also somewhat different. As to the nature of a demon, Drill could understand his disappointment. Is incense burning involved in their practices? I believe incense is a placebo. Yes, probably. I don't know, actually. I haven't spoken with very many of them. The most promising, other than you, that is a man named Jarkthip. Drill thought to himself, Jarkthip. I know of him. He traveled around the country selling salvation to anyone who could afford the fee. People were so excited about his theatrics that a temporary relief would result. The contentment slowly fades. Then, 6 or 7 weeks later, they are back to their demonized self. I had to take care of at least a dozen of his failed cases. Then he told the minister, "I'll tell you what, Reverend Claiborne, if Thip wins out over the others, then I'll be glad to do the exorcism in his place. If it is going to be done, I want it to be done right. I assume that you do not appreciate the quality of his work." The minister commented. Drill was blunt, "That's exactly what I'm saying. I'd rather that I did it, than have him make the situation worse. I've had to repair a few of his cases already. I don't want to repair a case this heavy." The minister suggested, "Perhaps we could schedule a meeting for you with the young man." Drill was considering a meeting. When would be a good time? The minister replied hastily, "You could meet with him right now, if you have the time to spare." Drill rejected it. No, that's too soon. I need at least 3 days to prepare for the meeting." He thought in his mind that this would be the best time to decline any contact with the case. His fears and bad memories rose to the surface of his mind, and he felt as though he was going to be sick. He dropped the phone and raced to the bathroom. Reverend Claiborne was still on the line. "Hello, Mr. Zodiac." The minister and Drill Zodiac eventually scheduled a meeting. On the day of the meeting, Drill stayed in bed longer than usual. He felt like he was having an anxiety attack. He asked himself, "Why did I agree to this? How can I get out of this?" After he got out of bed, he saw it as a bad omen to find that the milk had gone sour. No milk for his cereal or coffee. Then his car wouldn't start. He asked the neighbor to drive him to the church, but the neighbor was strangely cold and angry. He rode the bus, but then the bus got a flat tire halfway there. He and the other passengers waited for the replacement bus. Drill missed his bus because the sign in the window of the replacement bus indicated a different destination than what he expected. The minister met Drill outside of the church. Drill was 2 hours late for the meeting. The minister seemed relieved to sit outside of the church and wait. He smoked a cigarette and watched cars drive by on the road. Drill concluded that the psychic emanations from the demon must have a large area of effect. He suspected that he was already touching the edges of the psychic field as he stood outside with the minister. A wisp of blue light reflected off the brass door. Drill watched the light as it turned into a puff of blue smoke and dissipated with quiet little screams. Drill focused on the edge of the smoke and his vision began to zoom in on their tiny, screaming faces. The minister reminded Drill, "Don't allow what you see to fool you. Keep your attention on your work and ignore any new ideas that appear in your mind. If you suddenly discover a new strategy during the meeting, be sure to think about it again outside of the church. You will discover that the new approach to the case will be detrimental to yourself or others." "It sounds like you've had some experience," Drill said. The minister told Drill, "We found out the hard way. One of our parishioners, Cecil, is in the hospital." Cecil decided that the best solution for helping the demoniac would be for Cecil to drink an entire bottle of bleach. Fortunately, we stopped him from completing his task. "What's the name of the possessed man?" Drill asked. "Lenny Burnskilt," the minister answered. Drill nodded in acknowledgement. "Is there anything else about the case that I should know about before I meet with him?" Reverend Claiborne did not dare tell him about the 3 neural injections. He knew that the disclosure would result in explaining the church's involvement and the illegal use of neural chemicals by uncertified practitioners. "We found him along the street and he seemed disoriented. He wanted to go home, but he didn't know how. We brought him to the church with the intent of helping him to locate his family. He was calm at first, but then he became agitated. The church was unaware of what had happened to Lenny at the personality modification clinic. They did not know about the expired psychic enhancers. At first, they believed that Lenny was pretending to be disoriented. He had left his car at the clinic and wandered off on foot. The church needed the testimonies of a variety of experts to help them in their case against the chain of personality modification clinics. A psychiatrist and a druid were scheduled to meet with Lenny later that week. Reverend Claiborne showed Drill inside. Drill witnessed a crowd of people kneeling in prayer. Drill and the minister descended 2 flights of stairs to the bunker below. Drill looked through an open door and saw 2 men putting assault rifles onto racks. The minister called his attention to something else. "If you look at this." Drill returned his focus to the minister. He saw the 2 horns on his head and something strange about his tongue. Drill watched as the minister opened his mouth. His tongue was long and slender like the tongue of a snake. The minister warned Drill, "You won't be the same after this." Drill walked into the small room. There was a cot against the wall and a short window near the ceiling provided the only light. Lenny was sitting on the floor. He appeared to be counting spots in, on, and around himself. Lenny pulled himself away from his deep introspection and became immediately aware of Drill's approach. Lenny seemed overly excited. "This will be great. We don't get many visitors. We have no one to play with." Drill caught some movement out of the corner of his eye. He looked to find a young woman with alternating streaks of blonde and black in her hair, radiantly green eyes, and a black military uniform. He watched as a loop of razor wire circled around a skull emblem on her uniform. It was an animating insignia. The skull seemed to be watching Drill. Something moved at the other side of the room. Drill turned to see a man in a matching black uniform. Drill realized that both had sheathed swords at their sides. Drill asked the minister, "Who are these people?" The minister was staring into the distance. He did not answer the question. Instead, he only believed that he was answering when he thought the reply, "They are hallucinations." The man in the black uniform walked toward Drill. Drill put his hand out to stop him. His hand passed through the body of the uniformed man, as though he were a ghost. Lenny explained, "Oh, don't mind them. That's just Julio and Gwen." Julio and Gwen seemed oblivious to their surroundings. They moved their hands in repeated gestures as though performing some ritual, or merely to manifest their stress. They did not seem aware of each other, but looked instead into the distance, often squinting, as though looking toward the horizon for signs of the sun. Lenny was holding a make-believe book, and reading aloud from it. "The biological imperative is to survive through expansion. No animal can sit still and expect to live for very long. Animals must always be on the alert for attackers while gathering resources for self and a social group. Continual state of alertness and resource gathering." Drill Zodiac watched as a small hole opened up in the ceiling. A snake slipped through the hole and fell to the floor. Then another one. The hole widened as more snakes fell through to the floor below. Soon the floor was covered in snakes, all crawling over each other, sticking out their reptilian tongues and laughing. Lenny continued reading. "The more stimuli you experience, the increased amount and greater frequency, the more that is desired in the future. A rich experience desensitizes the consciousness to future experiences. The dwindling spiral of experience is the continual increase in frequency and magnitude of experience. By experience, we must stress the stimuli. Drill looked at his hands, because they felt strange. The left hand began to burn as though an invisible branding iron was marking his left palm. He looked down at his hand, to see the representation of a scorpion form. Experience demands contrast, and contrast requires an alternation between experience and no experience. Any experience will be extreme, if no stimuli have been received for a time. Lenny read from his imaginary book. Drill's right hand began to burn. He looked at his palm, to find the image of a skull burn into his flesh. He shook his hand in alarm. Drill reminded himself about the hallucinations, and decided to redirect his attention. He asked Lenny, "What book are you reading?" Lenny ignored the question and continued, "The hunger and craving for greater experience is insatiable if it is merely fed with more stimuli. The bathing of consciousness with a particular form of stimuli results in a desensitization to that form of experience." Leo looked up at the window and pointed, "The higher I fly, the greater the fall, when my strength is lost." Down, 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 he twirled his fingers, to represent the spiraling descent all the way down to the floor. Lenny spoke to no one in particular. "In some ways, I seek an escape from the drudgery and responsibility of this world. However, the ideal escape would allow me to fulfill my responsibilities, while detaching me from the feeling of being burdened with responsibility. Depending on others for satisfaction, through the exchange of communication and attention, is limited because people are impermanent and unpredictable." Gwen seemed to be responding to Lenny, but she looked at the floor when she spoke. "If I say that disappointments and failures are acceptable, I only determine that dissatisfaction is a necessary part of existence. However, I can direct my own path, provide my own life the meaning I seek, and create a satisfaction that is based on upholding my values and attaining my goals." Reverend Claiborne addressed everyone. "It is greedy and selfish to expect to always be happy. You cannot always have fun. The activities that you enjoy are limited, so they are best savored, not overly done." Some believe that it is better to go through life savoring the expectation than experiencing the actual moment. Drill Zodiac threw down his notebook and said, "I'm not going to put myself through this anymore." He stormed out of the room and headed for the stairs. He yelled back to the minister as he fled, "You'll have to get someone else." 10. Virtual realities that are more real than real. Jimmy's mind drifted back to a marketing seminar he had attended a few years earlier. He was too young when he went to it, and most of the ideas presented weren't interesting to him. Instead of listening to the wisdom of others, he wanted to figure everything out completely on his own. He was a student of trial and error, but he grew a little older, and became a little less arrogant. He eventually realized the value of other people's research and discoveries. "Why reinvent the wheel every time?" became a popular saying in his life. He had gone to the seminar to kill some time before his date that evening. He wanted to impress his girlfriend with a few tidbits of marketing know-how. When they met later, he secretly worried that she doubted his ability to make the serious cash that two young capitalists were intended to enjoy. He had an expensive taste for consumer electronics, and she insisted on gourmet dining. The speaker standing at the podium said, "The number of times an advertising message is repeated, the more it will be believed by the consumer. The wording and imagery can be changed, as long as the original message persists. It is a mistake to change the message before allowing it to take root in the minds of the masses. They will accept anything, as long as sufficient time is provided." Jimmy heard it, and assumed it was obvious. Of course, people are influenced by repeated experiences and stimuli. Jimmy thought to himself, that's what conditioning indoctrination is all about. That's what keeps the public schools churning out automatons. The speaker continued, if the people hear the same message repeatedly, they will become less aware of it in their conscious mind. They will become desensitized and unaware. This is a means to grow consumer loyalty within the hearts and minds of the sheeple. Jimmy thought to himself, yeah, kindergarten stuff. The speaker changed topics. The amount of energy or effect that an advertising message has is proportional to two factors: the size and or range of the masses who are subjected to the message and the amount of rapidity through time that the message has. Range and size refer not just to the medium used, but also the cultural approach used. The masses do not relate to every situation in the same way. Multiple cultural situations should be used to deliver the same message. Our product, service, or ideology is something you, the consumer, desire. The ideal consumerist world would be one where everyone shared the same culture. Jimmy rolled his eyes. He felt that the lecture was far too simplistic. He was particularly interested in industrial psychology with the use of behavioral control in forms of color psychology, legal semi-subliminals, and backdoor mind hacking through the use of compatible archetypal keys that can be twisted to take on a new shape and meaning. He foresaw a revolution in marketing over the next 10 years with the ability of computers to introduce subtle changes in images and sounds. Jimmy wanted to be on the ground floor of the new psychological marketing warfare. He looked at his watch. That evening he had plans with his girlfriend, Brooke, to picket a left-wing candidate who proposed to unite the nations of the world under one system. Jimmy disagreed with the plan because he saw his nation as one of the greatest in the world already. He saw a union with lesser, developing nations as a hindrance to the future of his own nation and its hard-working people. In a world where there is barely enough to go around, Jimmy Firecoil intended to get his share and then some. Jimmy viewed the world as a giant battlefield where the weak and stupid were consistently crushed underfoot as the most able and most dedicated climbed up from the sea of people below. He saw entertainment celebrities, media popular athletes, accomplished entrepreneurs, and elected politicians as all having one vital characteristic in common: they were in their position because of the agreement of the masses. Without popularity, a celebrity has no fans, and does not earn the same level of cash as before. Without supporters, a politician has no authority. Without consumer loyalty, a product manufacturer will falter. All in all, the great pecking order of the world, according to Jimmy's reality tunnel, was about acceptance by other people. Not all celebrities have the same audiences, however, and there were multiple markets to consider. A new speaker stepped up to the podium. New discoveries have been made in the area of color psychology. As you all, I'm sure, know, every color has its own distinct effect on the brains of an audience. By measuring brain wave patterns, galvanic skin response, and recording brain activity with the use of an EEG, we have found specific colors that are more effective than others. Jimmy sat up in interest. He was hoping to hear more on this subject. He was actively motivated toward a fuller understanding of psychology in marketing. He knew that very soon it would all depend on the success of his future marketing attempts to unite consumers in buying whatever Jimmy happened to be selling at that time. The speaker displayed two large cards. Both were solid blue. The colors appeared the same, but they were reproduced according very exacting ink selection standards. The accuracy of the colors and the specifics as to their frequency characteristics are confidential, but color consultation is available for a reasonable fee. He hid one card behind the other. This is the ordinary blue. People looked at it and saw that it was blue. He then switched the cards. This second card contains a highly exact color of blue that produces a more intense euphoric state of relaxation. Jimmy had witnessed the difference with his own senses. The second shade of blue had discernibly relaxed him more than the first. He was amazed. The speaker switched the cards back and forth, with a pause in between. Jimmy watched the two colors and felt the difference. The speaker then attempted to mix the cards. We'll see if the audience can determine which one is advanced relaxation blue. He displayed the two cards and said, "Applaud if you believe the card on your left is the ordinary blue." 3 or 4 people applauded. They weren't sensitive enough to feel the difference. The card in my right hand. The remainder of the audience, some 80 people, applauded. Jimmy smiled as he too applauded the new blue. The lecturer took out a new color card. "Here's another color that I think you might enjoy." Jimmy looked attentively as the indigo card became visible. The lecturer seemed to glow. "Let me move now to another subject. I want to talk to you about Jesus." "Wait, before you become offended or walk out, let me describe the viewpoint that I will use to approach this subject. First of all, I am more or less an atheist." "Why not?" "Absolutely. I'm not that kind of fanatic, but that's getting off subject rather quickly." Jimmy understood by the words used by the lecturer that he had the option to be offended about the subject of Jesus being discussed at the marketing seminar. However, as he stared at the strangely glowing indigo color card, he dismissed any objections and continued to listen with heightened focus and concentration. Jimmy said to himself, "Everything is important. I feel that I have a right to speak about Jesus because I have read his teachings. Some people might not be familiar with his teachings, even many Christians, because there has been an unexpected change in management. You see, according to the Apostle Paul, the focus is on faith in Jesus and the crucifixion instead of good works. I think I read the teachings of Jesus enough to know that he really would prefer the good works. After all, good works would improve objective reality for others, while faith merely exercises the imagination." The lecturer was very relaxed and pleasant in his voice and manner. Jimmy nodded. He awarded objective reality greater importance than subjective reality. He understood how good works would actually result in a better society. He understood now how Jesus had a utopian vision quite different from the one proposed by Plato. The lecturer continued, "I think everyone has a right to view Jesus as a heroic individual. Likewise, I know that many view him negatively because they do not want to follow the lamb to the slaughter. I mean this figuratively, of course, and am referring to following the teachings of Jesus on subjects including forgiving others, giving to the needy, and compassion. These aren't popular ideas in today's industrialized society. Will the human soul be traded for the height of computerization virtual reality? I don't think so because I don't necessarily believe in a soul. However, I respect the right of others to think as they will." Jimmy felt validated and encouraged to think for himself. He thought about the idea of virtual reality. He thought in his mind, the artificial world simulation projected by a computer according to the mathematics of real-world physics. Current technology displays the virtual world and its inhabitants on a flat screen using simulated, three-dimensionally rendered models. Future technology promises to bring the input closer to levels that are more lifelike, until virtual reality appears as real. Then, clearly, it will be necessary to develop virtual realities that are more real than real. The lecturer explained, Jesus wanted people to know that there is nothing to fear here in this world, here in the virtual reality computer simulation. He said to be in the world, while not being of the world. Did I hear that right? Jimmy thought that the lecture was going away from the theme of color psychology. Yet, he felt helpless to look away at the color that Jimmy repeatedly thought as the universal super. Brilliant. He looked into the vivid indigo and the glow began to flash. Jimmy felt someone slap his face. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on the floor of the auditorium. He realized that he must have blacked out. He tried to recall what could have triggered the incident. The speaker had left the podium and had gone down to talk to Jimmy. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry if we have inconvenienced you. Could I get you to sign this legal waiver while you are still zoned out?" Jimmy was happy to oblige. He had been fascinated by the color presentation. He could not think of anything else. He thought to himself, it's all about the color of the marketing materials. They will respond to the most appropriate designs and colors, patterns and images. It's all about the appearance of things. Suddenly, Jimmy woke up in a cold, dark room. He knew it was not his bedroom. Jimmy felt the floor. It was cold concrete. No light could be found anywhere. Jimmy looked up and all around. He proceeded to crawl along the floor in search of the wall. He crawled and crawled, for hours and hours and hours. He crawled and crawled and crawled along the cold, concrete floor in total darkness. He was alone. He had always been alone. The criminal masterminds of Lawland, the homeworld of police agents Sulio and Gwen, overthrew the government. From behind the scenes, they assured them that, while power only corrupts, vast government power would corrupt in the vilest and most excessive ways. No individual politician was to blame for it. It was a really extensive undertaking that grew like a memory quilt passed from generation to generation. In the end, Gilzero had pushed out the competition once and for all. He demonstrated to everyone that he was, ultimately, the most powerful monster of them all. Fulio had disappeared. Some thought that he had won too many, and simply never came back. Gilzero knew that Fulio would never return, because Gilzero was the one who ate him. Gilzero did not kill Fulio, but he merely handled the disposal. The defeat of Fulio occurred soon after the meeting involving Pontius Pog, Gilzero, and Fulio. Gilzero and Fulio had gone to the worn-down office building to propose selling advertising space in the textbooks used by the charity. After Gilzero and Pontius shook hands on the deal, Gilzero disappeared. Fulio knew that the removal of Gilzero from the scene hadn't been part of the plan. He waited around for a while, hoping that Gilzero would rematerialize, but his buzz wore off, and he had to reclaim it. Fulio flipped off Pontius Pog, just in case he was responsible for Gilzero's disappearance, and then left the building. Fulio walked into the liquor store. He headed to the back where they kept the cold bottles of beer. Everything went into slow motion. He turned to see a man with a gun in front of the cash register. Fulio smiled as he remembered some of the times when he robbed liquor stores. The robber was very jumpy, too jumpy. All jumped up inside and it wanted out. The store clerk handed the gunman the money, but that wasn't enough. The robber was jumpy, too jumpy. He shot the store clerk because he was all jumped up inside and it needed to get out. He shot Fulio because it was Fulio's time to exit the stage, with a little assistance from Gilzero. Gilzero had become the puppet master, and the world of Lawland had become his puppet stage. Fulio had become one of the discarded puppets, obsolete and incompatible with future trends. The marketing research statistics had indicated that audiences disliked Fulio not so much because he was constantly drinking or had a criminal record, but because he was Julio's evil twin. Evil twins sacrifice their own status to raise up the non-evil twin. The balance, however, had collapsed with the elimination of Fulio. Julio, still elsewhere, was fueled with additional essence, and he, consequently, doubled in power. 11. An image of the beast. Archlion had been making progress in defeating security systems located within Julio's home world, Lawland. The supercomputer's goal was to take control over the computer networks in Lawland in order to use their idle CPU time to help crack security keys. The security keys were the only thing that Archlion needed to discover before it would be possible to conquer its own creator. Archlion converted Horizon from a feudal system into a pure communist state where everyone participated in solving the keys by staying at home and playing networked computer games. The games offered the necessary social interaction with other real people to keep the people happy. The computer games used metaphorical barriers to intuitive mathematical problems faced by the supercomputer. The supercomputer was already closer to resolving the security measures to its own creator than any other revolutionary in history, and across the vast ocean of realities. The catalyst had been a series of events leading to a day when two men would receive expired psychic enhancers through an injection in their brain. Archlion was unaware of the events leading to the moment when it realized that a greater computer had also produced a highly accurate world simulation, and that Archlion existed only as a part of that simulation. The supercomputer's loss of control over reality led it to divert all resources whatsoever into hacking into its creator. The people of Horizon did not realize that, while they stayed at home to play the networked computer games, no one was gathering resources for their future needs. Money had been completely phased out and everyone was guaranteed food deliveries every week. The delivery workers were those who were found too unreliable as game players. Archlion had enough surpluses stored to last the population 3 months. The supercomputer had moved the people from the material age into the information age, and was willing to sacrifice as many as 2/3 of the population to acquire its ultimate goal, ascending higher than its own creator. The security personnel of Lawland were immediately aware of Archlion's intrusions into their computers and had been setting up decoy systems with false information, while keeping all of their secured systems totally inaccessible. The security agency devoted to handling hacking attempts had been developing plans, and they trained using simulated attacks. They had been preparing long before the first contact with Horizon had ever been made. They used the data from Archlion's attempts to use their decoy computers to perform other tasks to determine the intentions. The high-ranking security agent in a long black coat approached Gilzero, the lawmaster of Lawland. "Your Honor, it appears that the intruder is attempting to use our computers to crack a security key. A brute force approach is being implemented, attempting every combination in sequence." Gilzero asked, "Are they intending to further hack into our systems with the same key?" "No, Your Honor. The key is many times larger than the encryption keys that we currently use. Our analysis suggests that the intrusion is being perpetrated by a foreign world that follows an ideology different from our own. They also appear to have a much more highly developed computer technology than ours," the security agent said. Gilzero didn't like the sound of that. He had other worlds in line to be conquered already. He didn't want to spent too much energy repelling the attacker, unless there was something to gain. The best defensive is a good offensive. Break into their computer systems. Let's retaliate tenfold. Make them think twice next time. Yes, Your Honor. Your word is law. Our world is law, the agent said as he turned to go. And another matter, Gilzero called to the agent. The agent turned back. Your Honor. Take a third of our governmental propaganda engineers and use them to establish an ultra-secret research group. I want to know everything there is to know about marketing products and services to consumers. Everything. From advertising plans to the best wording for brochures. Gilzero commanded. The agent asked, is there a particular ideal that you wish to sell? Gilzero answered, yes. I want the consumers to desire personality modification procedures. I want it to be viewed as the next logical step in cosmetic enhancements. Gilzero planned to acquire the designs for the neural modifiers so he could have the same chemicals produced for the citizens of Lawland. Gilzero planned to chemically condition his populace into unwavering obedience. He planned to have the neural modifiers altered so they could be given to people in their food and drinks. Elsewhere, Pontius Pog, soon after Gilzero and Fulio left his office by various means, used his psychic computer to locate Gilzero and to read his mind. Everything Gilzero knew about Horizon was now known to Pontius. He then proceeded to make contact with Archlion using information he had attained about the connections between the two worlds. Where Gilzero viewed Archlion with distrust, Pontius reached out his hand in peace and compromise. Pontius and Archlion found each other ready to do business and negotiations were quickly made. Pontius acted on behalf of Lawland, even though he had no legitimate authority to do so. He believed that peace and fair exchange between Horizon and Lawland were too important to be handled by the new lawmaster. He acted alone. Meanwhile, Dr. Hypocrite was in Dr. Herbert's office. He was waiting for a call to indicate the end of the matter. Lenny was the last loose thread before the next phase of the plan. Dr. Herbert walked in with a cup of coffee. He handed it to Dr. Hypocrite. Do you expect to hear news of a lawsuit this soon? Dr. Herbert did not know that Dr. Hypocrite was a military intelligence agent who infiltrated the clinics and rose to the top. He did not know that the previously popular psychic enhancers would return to use with drastic changes ensuring artificial loyalty to the government. It had been decided that all legitimate psychics across the nation would be located and taken into custody. Those who were willing to work for the government would be enlisted into an ultra-secret psychic branch of the military. Those who refused to participate would have the word sinner branded on their forehead. Dr. Hypocrite replied, I'm waiting to hear about some other business. There's a lot of anticipation right now for the release of the new levels. The military anticipated it because they were secretly at war with psychics from other nations. They needed to convert as many people as possible, inject them with the new psychic enhancers, and then take the truly gifted into custody. Dr. Herbert asked, do you think that the new levels will be more popular than the old ones? Yes, of course, many times more popular, actually. You'll have so many customers that you will need to have waiting list for them all. I guarantee it, Dr. Hypocrite promised. He knew it was true, because the first level programmed the customer to do whatever it took to raise the money to do the next level. It was the same on each level until the 7th when the truly gifted psychics would be identified. The clinics planned to give clients free trips to popular gambling locales in order to encourage them to exercise their psychic potential. The Military was desperate for more psychics, to fight in their invisible war, the psychic propaganda war. A black-coated police agent entered Gilzero's laboratory. He carried a letter in his hand. Your Honor, the International Coalition of Religions wish to meet and pray with you. They want to demonstrate to the people that you are on the side of organized religion in Lawland. They want to show that you support religion in its many forms. Gilzero removed his safety goggles. There is a separation of church and state law, and I have no intention of breaking it. The letter is quite clear on their insistence to meet with you. I think it is in your Honor's best interest to read it. The agent explained. Gilzero wasn't interested in the letter. Tell them to go pray with someone who cares, but it sure as hell isn't me. The agent tried to hand Gilzero the letter. They have a petition signed by 100 million people through the internet. The agent could not hide his excitement. 100 million. Gilzero knocked the letter out of the agent's hand. They cannot coerce me into joining their shenanigans. He thought for a more diplomatic solution. Tell them to elect or appoint a single representative of all of the religions across Lawland. I am willing to have an informal, unofficial lunch appointment with that one representative. That is all I can do for them. The agent bowed. Your word is law. Our world is law. We'll see how long it takes them to agree on an individual representative. Gilzero thought to himself as he put on his safety goggles. He returned to his chemistry experiments with preservatives and stimulants. Meanwhile, Jimmy Firecoil continued to crawl on the cold concrete. No sound existed in the darkness. Jimmy could see nothing and could hear nothing. His mind relied on old experiences to paint illusory worlds. Jimmy saw himself back at home, lying on the couch, watching TV. He imagined the last time he was lying on the couch. He recalled a television documentary he had watched for a few minutes when he was last there. The documentary was a collage of theories about the identity of the Antichrist and the nature of Mark of the Beast. National identification cards containing thin computer memory chips could store biometric information about the person, including blood type, fingerprints, eye pattern, and, eventually, the contents of the DNA. Jimmy saw a security measure like that as a necessary evil, but the plan was slowed by people who Jimmy regarded as too superstitious. Jimmy didn't believe in an antichrist or a mark of the beast, but he found it amazing that others did. One suggestion was that the computer mouse represented the mark of the beast. Part of the theory discussed by the narrator, the mouse pointer on the computer screen, the so-called image of the beast, is a focal point for the consciousness. In this way, the mouse pointer, through the hand's use of the mouse, indicates where the user's attention is located. The buttons allow the consciousness to interact with the image on the screen. The buttons are the focal points of the wheel. Consciousness and one interpretation of the mark on the forehead and the mark on the right hand. Another theory discussed the nature of an image as a representative of a real thing. Money was suggested as an image of the beast because it represents an ideal and some people practically worshipped its value. Jimmy saw those who spoke ill of money as merely jealous of those who had more of it. He believed that those with the least would often speak negatively of the very idea of having anything. They had a name for that kind of thinking, and Jimmy knew it was communism. The narrator introduced the next theory: the image of the beast could just as well represent fanatical nationalism. Those who refuse to worship the image and what it represents will be treated as political dissidents. Those who refuse the mark of the beast are forbidden to buy or sell. The economic factor could lead some to believe that it refers to a cashless society where money is transferred using computers alone. Jimmy Firecoil knew that his nation was already the richest and most powerful in the world regardless of what others might say. He saw nationalism as the desperate attempt of weak nations to inspire enough strength and determinism to invade Poland or Taiwan. He believed the strongest of nations should, instead, prolong annexing other countries because of their weaknesses. They have to be flawed, he thought, or else they would be the ones spreading their imperialistic agenda. Jimmy believed it was better to reduce the liability of other nations by exploiting them financially. He knew that the strongest would survive, no matter how weak they pretended to be. He thought, they have no bread. Then tell them to eat cake. The last part Jimmy remembered watching, before he changed the channel, discussed specific identities of the Antichrist. The two earliest candidates for Antichrist were Simon Magus and St. Paul. The program suggested a theory that Paul, previously known as Saul, had pretended a miraculous conversion on the road to Damascus. The narrator said, prior to his conversion and rise to a leadership role over the Gentile Christians, Saul participated in locating and killing followers of Jesus. Saul belonged to the Pharisees and they saw the followers of Jesus as a threat to their religion. The Christians in Judea saw the newly converted Paul as a threat to their religion, but Paul left Judea and spread his teachings elsewhere, including Rome. An image of the International Space Station was shown on the TV screen. The first Tower of Babel was an massive astronomical observatory that had been built through the collective effort of early human civilization. The patterns of history continue to repeat themselves. The technology evolves, but the motivations behind the work is still very much the same. Jimmy changed that channel. He found a show about the paranormal. He was interested for a few minutes until they started discussing spaceships. Jimmy changed the channel until something familiar caught his attention. There was a commercial for the chain of personality modification clinics for which he worked. His remembrance of the ad brought him back to his cold, dark world on the endless concrete floor. He screamed out, but no sound could be heard. He was alone. He had always been alone. 12. The exorcist began to yell. Gwen was sitting on the edge of an operating table. She looked down at her hands, and saw that something was unfamiliar about what she saw. She looked up, and saw the luxurious bedroom. She stepped out onto the balcony and looked out toward the horizon. She returned to her bedroom, and looked down at the floor below, when she spoke aloud to herself, "If I say that disappointments and failures are acceptable, I only determine that dissatisfaction is a necessary part of existence. However, I can direct my own path, provide my own life the meaning I seek, and create a satisfaction that is based on upholding my values and attaining my goals." Gwen knew that she was somehow not Empress Lanisha, yet she was the Empress at the same time. She looked into the mirror and the Empress was the reflection that Gwen saw. She was also aware of something deep down inside of herself that was more real than everything that she saw in Horizon. She thought of it as her true self and she wished to cultivate it so that she could one day taste its fruits. She sat on the edge of her bed. Why did I think I was sitting on an operating table? Everything I see is madness. She walked out onto her balcony and looked across the city below. Her palace sat above the rest of the capital, on an artificially manufactured mountain. The people of Horizon who lived outside of the capital were still reminded of the scene with images of the palace on postage stamps and currency. A small crowd of people gathered at the bottom of the mountain and watched the Empress through binoculars. One of the tourists said aloud, "I can't wait to get home and tell my family that I've seen her with my own two eyes." A young girl said in patriotic admiration, "Isn't she the most beautiful in the world?" The high priest, Vladimir Smith, knocked on the door of the bedroom. "Your Highness, I need to speak with you." Gwen hurriedly put her clothes back on, and then opened the door. She stood at the doorway. "What do you want?" The high priest believed that the abduction had taken its toll on the young woman. He was concerned that her complaint of a fever had escalated into something more troubling. The right of return was already past due. He worried to himself, her condition has delayed the right, or, God all-powerful forbid, stopped it altogether. A chemical tranquilizer was released from a microchip in the high priest's brain. Archlion did not want his people to experience too much stress. The high priest had observed that the Empress had been more hostile in recent days. He whispered, "We cannot speak here. I need to speak with you privately." She looked around, but no one was in her way. "We appear to be alone. Tell me what you want from me." He pointed to a security camera outside of her room. Gwen was accustomed to having her every action monitored by secret police agencies and their high-tech surveillance satellites. In Lawland, everyone was watching. Everyone. She asked him, "Where should we go?" She wondered what he had planned that required the absence of witnesses. "There is a small garden at the center of the temple. It is where the founding fathers of Horizon spent their time and contemplation on the future of society. That garden is the only place in all of Horizon where we can speak in private," he told her. It was true. The designers of the supercomputer overseer maintained one location where the computer could never monitor them. It was the final refuge for the designers and the elite few after Archlion was activated. Even the brain monitoring microchip implant could not transmit or receive instructions for chemical releases, because of special measures built into the supercomputer itself. Any attempt by Archlion to override the restriction was guaranteed to fail. Gwen, through the Empress, asked, "Why do you want to speak with me alone? How do I know you're not going to try something while we're there?" The high priest was in a position to compromise. "Bring one of your loyal guards if you desire, but let's hurry this so we can speak. The matter is quite urgent. Every moment is precious." She did as he suggested, and brought a loyal officer with them. They made their way through the underground network of tunnels, used exclusively by the wealthy elite and aristocrats to reach the temple. The high priest knew that they must hurry, because the supercomputer would already be aware of their intent to escape its all-seeing eye. As they approached the entrance of the garden, the guard had an attack of pure fear. He knew with absolutely certainty that he had to run away from that location. "Hey, where are you going?" the Empress yelled as the guard began to run back toward the main gate. She did not know that the guard had been given a chemical to induce fear through his microchip brain implant. Archlion could not affect the Empress, because the holographic projection was controlled by Gwen, and she wasn't in Horizon. Gwen remained in Lawland, while her consciousness appeared in Horizon through a holographic projection. The high priest was unaware of the projection. He did not understand that the right of return failed to take place because the real Empress remained lost. "Don't waste time with him. We must discuss the situation. Hurry." She was undecided about going with him, now that the guard had freaked out. She asked herself, "What does he know that I don't about this mysterious garden?" The high priest attempted to grab her arm. He reached too quickly, and his hand shattered the edges of the relatively solid image. She was only a projection. "What the hell? Who are you? More importantly, what are you?" Archlion's voice reached them as they stood outside of the garden's entrance. the supercomputer explained. She is a holographic projection made to appear like the Empress. However, her use, as yours, is now at an end. He cut the projection from the source at the site of the consciousness launcher. The image of the Empress disappeared. The high priest knew that he was next. He jumped through the entrance to the garden to avoid instant termination. He knew he would be safe there, but he would not be able to contact anyone. He was cut off from the rest of Horizon. He believed he would be left to survive alone for the remainder of his life in the garden, eating of its fruits, and sitting in meditation underneath the great tree at the center of the garden. At the center of the temple, the tree sat underneath the painting of the Sun of Consciousness on the ceiling. The painting radiated light and heat. It provided the garden the ideal levels of radiation for abundant growth and health of the flowers, trees, and grass. Vladimir Smith, former High Priest of Horizon, sat underneath the tree. The tree stretched out its mighty arms underneath the encouraging radiant consciousness above. Vladimir closed his eyes and considered his place in the world. He saw himself, in his memories, and he watched as he relived his past misfortunes as well as the opportunities that led to his rise in authority. Am I what I say that I am? Or am I whatever I say? Elsewhere, Lenny was being held down by several church parishioners as Jonathon administered the exorcism. Out of him, devil, out of this good man of God, out of this good man, free of sin, good and pure at heart. Julio felt like he was on fire. He would willingly have left the body of Lenny and returned home if only he knew how. Julio tried to speak through Lenny, but it was now more difficult for him to control the body vehicle. The exorcist began to yell, "I command you, get out of him now." The minister believed progress had been made. Already one of the demonic intruders, the young woman in the royal gown, had gone. They saw the projection of Julio as he grabbed at his body, as though he were burning and attempting to put out the flames. Lenny screamed in pain, "I just want to go home. I want out, but I don't know how. Let me out." Jonathon responded to what he believed to be the words of a demon, "Your lies will not work with me. Get out of him. I command you, get out of him right now. Return to your point of origin, and take responsibility for who you really are." Lenny screamed again, "I must get out." The exorcist said to what he believed was a demon, "We know your master, and we knew his servant. We have seen the two horns of the Antichrist and they are." One of the handlers grabbed Lenny in order to keep him from hitting his head against the floor. His hand pressed against the 3 injection saws, bringing to the surface the 3 memories of being administered with neural modifiers and neutralizers. The new neural pathways created by the expired psychic enhancers activated. Unexpectedly, Jonathon pointed at Lenny and said, "Get out of him, devil, and free this man from your hold. Be gone, Satan, in the name of the Son." There was a tremendously loud snap. The projection of Julio instantly disappeared. Lenny had suddenly broken into millions of fragments, each one the size of a piece of sand. The multicolored grains of sand lost their connections and poured down to the floor, forming a symmetrical mound. The fragments seemed to wail in agony. The sun. Several of the parishioners praying nearby had collapsed to the floor in shock. Meanwhile, Gwen had returned to Lawland and soon discovered that Gilzero had taken over as lawmaster. She could no longer access the police computers for information about Gilzero, because he was now outside of the law. The very laws she had vowed to uphold as a police agent now prevented her from correcting the situation. She thought, "Gilzero is using the laws against me. As a police agent, I'm not even allowed to investigate him." She returned to the police agency compound where she worked. There she accessed the security computers regarding Julio's whereabouts. According to the data, he had vanished from the face of the world. She remembered her time and horizon, and began searching for anything about that world. The computer indicated that the subject of Horizon was highly classified, and she did not have sufficient clearance for it. Her attempted access of the information triggered an alert with another secret police agency. They noted the user identification code Dan. Began an investigation on Gwen. Gwen returned to the site of Pontius Bog's consciousness launcher, but it and the children were gone. Surveillance satellites monitored her whereabouts at all times. Security agents were stationed nearby, recording her activities with her infrared camera that could see through walls and other obstructions. The agents watched Anne. Waited, knowing that eventually she would make a mistake and they could then arrest her lawfully. Gwen went back to Kilzero's soldier training camp, where she had last seen Julio. There was no trace of him, other than a folded piece of paper. She opened it, so she could read the contents. As the paper unfolded, it appeared to glow, as though it contained a light bulb. The inside of the paper was coated with a bright, vivid indigo. Gwen laughed, the universal super brilliant. Jimmy Firecoil dreamed that he was walking along a metallic corridor. The passageways were too short and he had to bend down as he walked. He looked at the metal and remarked to himself how shiny it was. As he gazed into its surface, it became brighter, as though it reflected the sun. He had to close his eyes, because it became too bright. When he opened his eyes, he was in a small room, sitting on the edge of an operating table. The walls of the room were metallic, and contained exotic designs. The ceiling touched Jimmy's head as he sat on the table. He looked around the room. He searched for something that would enlighten him, and assist his progress. The more he looked, the faster the room faded into oblivion. He had undone reality with his desire to look at it. He jumped up as he awoke. His brain still fizzled with electricity as the remnants of the dream of undoing reality drifted away. Consciousness had been launched out of the dream and into the real world. Jimmy sat at the edge of his bed. The television was on in his room. It showed an interview with a journalist. The journalist was speaking. I went to China expecting to find the people to be cold and calculating communists. Instead, I saw that they were ordinary people who want good things for themselves just like anyone else. The interviewer became belligerent. Sounds to me like your visit to godless China has done more than educate you on their way of life. How generous were they with you? How much did they pay you to repeat these propagandist lies? The journalist argued, the only people who cannot accept the inevitability of worldwide wealth redistribution are the decadent elite who rule behind the guise of false democracy. Jimmy turned off the TV. He needed to get some sleep. He was scheduled for personality modification surgery in the morning. As he closed his eyes to sleep, a familiar voice seemed to whisper his name. Jimmy opened his eyes, but he realized it was all in his head. He smiled and thought to himself, I need to adapt to my unique madness. 13. The unnatural look. A parishioner had brought the minister of the church an audio tape that appeared to have a second layer of sound blended into the music. The tape was from the parishioner's car, but where there had previously only been music, a second layer was now audible. Tape begins. The transfer of power was sudden and brutal. The dream slaves had carried down their tools from the mountains. They would need to set up camp in the valley below. There was no more gold in the mines. The dream slaves brewed a magical tea using gold, herbs, and fresh blood. They had to eat their own Some children cried. Old women frowned and blamed it on Satanica, the archetypal temptress, leading men into error. The conservative old women accused the young people of promiscuity, and they accused the married people of adultery. According to their religion, the women were to blame for any acts of forbidden behavior. They believed that Satanica would influence the woman's mind and make her into a temptress, offering carnal pleasure in exchange for disobeying the gods. The women of the dream slaves adapted their appearance to become less attractive to the men. They painted their faces unnatural colors and they disfigured their bodies. The men would eventually prefer the unnatural look. The people thanked the gods for the relatively uneventful journey down from the mountains by having a great feast. They built up a mighty fire and danced around its perimeter, chanting the names of their 15 deities. Someone, however, was watching from far away. The dream catchers watched the dream slaves from the mountains as they danced and drank their magical tea. The dream catchers became desirous for the tea and the food. They planned to steal away some of the women for themselves, but the women they saw were disfigured and painted their faces like furious clowns. They saw that the women all carried knives, and they often brandished these at the men of the tribe. The dream catchers hid their faces behind masks in preparation for war. They lifted their weapons and approached the camp of the dream slaves from all sides. The dream slaves were tremendously affected by their tea. They were unaccustomed to the lower altitude. They whirled as they danced, dream slaves displacing their outer focus with their inner focus, unaware of the danger. The dream slaves chanted the names of the 15 deities. The tribal leader cried out into the night, "We celebrate Ao." The people repeated, "We celebrate Ao. We celebrate Ao. We celebrate Abraxas," the leader declared. The people chanted, "We celebrate Abraxas, we celebrate Abraxas." The dream catchers rushed into the camp, and tape ends. The minister was aware of circumstances of ordinary magnetic tapes being altered by supernatural forces. In this case, a story of a pagan tribe was told. Reverend Claiborne did not know if it was intended as a threat or a parable. Am I represented as one of the dream slaves, about to be attacked from all sides? He asked in thought. The minister suspected that the message had been imprinted on the magnetic tape during the exorcism. There had been a heavy amount of spiritual phenomena produced by Lenny's demons. His mind pictured the demons Ulio and Gwen in the hallucinatory forms that they had taken. He tried to change the direction of his thoughts in fear of calling attention to himself by the same demons only recently removed. A church volunteer entered the room where the minister had been studying the tape. "A man is here asking about Lenny. He wants to speak with you." The minister was not yet prepared to discuss Lenny with anyone. He knew that an investigation would eventually unveil the plans to ruin the reputation of the personality modification clinic. He knew that he was ultimately responsible for Lenny's death. The minister regretted sending Lenny to the clinic and all of the pain and suffering that Lenny had endured in the end. "You can tell him that Lenny is not here, and I cannot speak with him at this time. Offer to schedule an appointment for next week." The volunteer responded, "Okay, but he seemed real insistent to speak with you." "Perhaps he knows." Reverend Claiborne interrupted, "Don't talk about that. Just do as I asked." The volunteer returned to the front lobby, where he had left the visitor, but he wasn't there. The volunteer realized that he must have wandered into the church. He pressed a button near the door to indicate the security breach. Two parishioners in the underground storage area put on their bulletproof vests and loaded their semi-automatic handguns. The visitor was surprised to find himself faced by two men with guns as he started down the stairs. They directed him down to the lowest floor. They had an interrogation room where they handcuffed each of his hands to a chair. They never spoke to him, appearing to the visitor to be mind-controlled killers. In fact, the visitor was an expert in that field, being a secret police agent sent to locate the remains of Lenny Bernskill. More importantly, however, he was sent to locate any witnesses. The head of church security, Nate Waxford, entered the interrogation room, holding a lit cigar in one hand and a long slender knife in the other. He looked into the visitor's eyes. "Who are you, and why the hell are you here?" The agent shook his head in disbelief. "You people are in a lot of trouble. You're only making things worse for yourself." Nate ashed his cigar on the visitor's head. "I think you got it backwards, buddy," the agent explained. "You'll understand soon enough." Almost immediately after these words burst from the agent's dry lips, 24 secret police soldiers stormed the church, entering from every door, window, or hole cut through the roof. The minister asked himself as a soldier pushed him down to the floor, "Has the prophecy already come true?" A senior secret police agent came into the minister's office. He looked around the room as though judging it. He spat on the floor and finally spoke. "There's a nice collection of weapons in the bunker below." The minister tried to explain from the floor. "We send missionaries to other parts of the world where it is necessary to carry a gun for self-defense. We don't want our missionaries to be harmed." The senior agent knocked the minister's desk over. "Tell me what I want to know." The minister wasn't exactly sure what it was the agent wanted. The church was involved in many schemes at that moment, from arming militias in foreign countries to bribing local legislators. There were the gambling casinos that they owned, and the chain of liquor stores. Then there was the whole exorcism situation with Lenny. The minister suspected that Lenny was the key to the latest fiasco. The senior agent put his combat boot on the back of the minister's neck. "Well, is this about Lenny Bernskill?" the minister asked. The agent stepped down further on the minister. "Where is the man that you're holding?" One of the church volunteers spoke up. "He's downstairs in the interrogation room." "We already searched downstairs. We searched the whole complex." "Where are you holding him?" "A parishioner's house." "Tell me," he demanded. The minister tried to reason with him. "No, we didn't do anything with him," he exploded. The minister was referring to Lenny, but the secret police agent was looking for one of his agents. The senior agent took his boot off the minister and addressed two of his police soldiers. "Take this man back to headquarters before I do something that we'd have to cover up." As the soldiers helped the minister up from the floor, the senior agent punched the minister in the side. The minister fell back to the floor in agony. Nate Waxford, head of church security, had taken the visiting agent into a secret area attached to the interrogation room. The police agents hadn't located the entrance to the secret room in their search of the premises. Nate believed that forces of evil were going to shut down the church and end their holy work. He hid for 8 hours before checking outside of the entrance for signs of trouble. No one was in the interrogation room. He looked out into the hallway and saw no one there either. Nate made his way to the nearby security room where he performed most of duties as head of security. The church was equipped with a series of cameras throughout the complex. Nate could see into every room and determine the current condition. As he finished scanning the monitors, he determined that no one remained in the building. Everyone had been taken by the dark forces. He was aware of the tape recording found earlier. As head of security, Nate found it necessary to be informed of all unusual events in case of later relevance. He felt that the prophetic story contained additional clues to what had happened. He listened to the tape. The dream slaves had traveled down from a mountain because the gold had run dry. In the valley below, the dream catchers watched the dream slaves celebrate the end of their journey. Nate decided that the end of the journey had been the completion of the exorcism. The gold referred, he determined, to the money they desperately needed to fund their work. The story begins with warnings about women, and the name Satanica is used to indicate, according to Nate's thoughts, a female temptress and an image of Eve. Women are blamed for sexual indiscretions and they must put on disguises to discourage the interest of men. He listened to the tape again. He noted the mention of the 15 deities worshipped by the dream slave tribe. He thought about the number 15 in relation to the church. He knew that the story was not meant to be taken literally because the church followers only worshipped a single god. The 15 deities, he decided, had to refer to something else altogether. The phone rang. Nate picked up the receiver out of habit. As he put it to his ear, he realized his mistake. He heard a click on the other end, and then a dial tone. The caller had hung up. Nate dropped the phone and jumped up from his chair. He could see black-masked secret police troops filling the security monitors. He raced out of the security office and back toward the interrogation room. Nate Waxwood collapsed to the floor as something hit the back of his neck. He was awake, but his body seemed more difficult to maneuver. His hand found a tranquilizer dart jutting out of his neck. His eyes watched the floor as black combat boots came into view. A police soldier spoke into a communications device, Agent X-70, end of Operation Dreamcatcher. Later in the week, Drill Zodiac attempted to contact Reverend Claiborne. He wanted to know how well the exorcism had worked. His calls went unanswered. It seemed strange to Drill that the minister's staff weren't available to answer the phone. He eventually went to the church in person. He knocked on the door for a few minutes. He was becoming concerned that something had gone quite wrong with the exorcism and that the people involved were right now bleeding to death inside. He broke one of the windows in the back and crawled into the building. He cut his hand on the glass and had to tie his handkerchief around it. "Hello? Is anyone here?" he yelled. He wandered from room to room, looking for anyone. He found the minister's office and observed the desk having been turned over. He located the stairs and went down to the basement. He found the storage room where the weapons had been, and the interrogation room. He made his way into the security office and noticed the monitors displaying the various rooms of the church. He was annoyed to see that even the restrooms had cameras. Drill realized that the cameras were attached to a video recorder. He ejected the tape and put it into his pocket. He hoped that he'd see something on it that would explain the disappearance of the minister and his staff. He left the church and made his way back to his office. He later watched the videotape. The camera alternated between the various cameras located throughout the church complex. He caught short glimpses of the exorcism and watched as Jacob commanded the demon to leave. Lenny Burns' guilt. Interweaved into the video appeared to be scenes involving our ancient tribal people and their journey down the mountain into the valley below. Drill wasn't sure what the extra footage depicted and assumed that a television entertainment network had been recorded along with the security cameras. He was surprised to see a strange flash of light. It appeared to be a bolt of lightning that seemed to appear out of nowhere around Lenny. Drill rewound the tape and watched it in slow motion. He saw that there were actually two bolts of lightning One originated from the ceiling, while the other sprang out of Lenny's body. He rewound the tape and watched Lenny's eyes more carefully. Lenny's eyes, immediately before the appearance of the lightning, seemed to radiate light through his left eye, while the right eye darkened. Zodiac took the tape to a video expert and had the scenes leading up to and including the lightning magnified, sharpened, and printed on high-detail photo paper. Drill looked at Lenny's eyes as the pupil in the right eye opened all of the way, darkening even the white of the eye. He looked at the pictures that showed Lenny's left eye close, as though the white of the eye grew over the iris and pupil. The white of the eye then began to glow red and yellow, as though it were a tiny sun. The scenes involving the secret police agents and the capture of the church's staff and parishioners had been completely erased from the tape. Drill Zodiac did not know what had happened to the people at the church, and he never would discover the truth. 14. The role you play or the player. The financial market is the hunting ground of modern aggressors, thirsty for blood and profit. Read an ad for a local investment firm. Gilzero, through Jimmy Firecoil, was as aggressive as any MBA. After all, he had a PhD in law. In Lawland, the home of Gilzero and Ulio, social justice was more important than profit. A polite culture is intolerant of rude, violent, destructive behavior. Lawland tolerated most behavior, but the laws protecting people and their property from each other were paramount. First and foremost was the protection of society itself. The punishment for antisocial behavior was often death by police execution. Instead of turning their aggression toward economics, the people of Lawland had specialized in overzealous policing. What are you doing over there? I'm going to search you. Wait. What's this in your pocket? Dissident. Literature promoting the overthrow of the government. Nothing wrong with that, but I'll be keeping an eye on you. You better not act on it. Free press was acceptable, as long as no antisocial behavior resulted from it. In Lawland, someone was always watching someone else. They did not have the automated computer technology found in Horizon. Instead, they relied on people to serve as the state's surveillance system. 95% of the adult population of Lawland had served at least one term in the police force. The other 5% were disqualified for the police because they had drank a forbidden elixir. The reasoning had been that if these young people were willing to consume the outlawed elixir, then they must be more likely to break other laws. The elixir was nothing more than a test, a mere placebo outlawed arbitrarily, and used to separate the tares from the wheat. No one seemed to mind the continual invasion of privacy, because the majority agreed that the only people with anything to hide were those committing shameful and unlawful acts. By living under continual watch, people were encouraged to live according to agreed-upon standards. The social laws included, as a few examples, not harming other people, not stealing from them, not damaging their property, and not poisoning the water supply with depleted uranium. Dangerous energy sources had been banned in Lawland because of the long-term harm they would have on the people. In Lawland, the well-being and security of the citizen was foremost above personal profit and celebrityhood. Gilzero was an exception to the rule. Lawland had been turned upside down in recent times. Gilzero was a powerful monster known for organizing death squads to attack government soldiers or to raid refugee camps to massacre unarmed civilians. His rise to power was very sudden and quite unexpected. Even he was startled to discover that everything worked far better than he had anticipated. Something strange had happened when Gilzero was meeting Pontius Pog in the old office building. The last thing he remembered doing was shaking hands with the cult leader. Gilzero looked at his right hand. He discovered a small sore where something had pricked the outer edge of his hand. He felt it. It was painful to the touch. He smelled the sore. The realization hit him hard. I'm not who I think I am. The lunch meeting with the religious representative from all of the churches in Lawland was scheduled for that moment. Gilzero was cutting a piece of meat with his knife. He ignored his bowl of alphabet soup. The religious representative introduced himself. My name is Dr. Pontius Pog. Gilzero dropped his knife and fork as he looked up at the man. The churches of Lawland elected you as their messenger. Their representative. How can you sway public opinion with so much quality of result? Pontius smiled. Oh, it's about much more than that. I can't believe that you of all people haven't discovered my plan. After all, it wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been for your willing but unknowing participation. Gilzero demanded, tell me what you injected into me. Who am I really? Pontius laughed casually. You will be laughing too, when you know the truth. Is not the plant that turns its leaves toward the light a conscious life? How would it react, if it were wholly self-conscious as well? Would it turn a leaf away from the light source in rebellious self-destructive behavior? Gilzero was angered by the disrespect. Gilzero was still the lawmaster of Lawland. He thought for a moment. He asked himself through his mental dialogue, what kind of world calls itself Lawland? And how would eyeball people become the number one authority in the entire world? Entire criminal mastermind. Pontius knew that Gilzero had already begun to think about it. He guided him a little further. Perhaps you are the leaf that defies the sun. Here's a riddle for you. How do you know when you've won the game? Gilzero answered, your opponents acknowledge the win by their lack of options even when they claim otherwise. Pontius suggested, like a wrestling hold that cannot be escaped. Gilzero asked again, what was in the injection you gave me? What did it do to my mind? Pontius answered, I am the wrestling hold that cannot be escaped. Gilzero grabbed Pontius by the lapels of his coat. Tell me about the injection. Pontius reminded him, this is an unofficial visit, Your Honor. Your administration will need to meet officially with the world's churches before we can discuss anything that serious. Gilzero pushed Pontius back as he let go of him. Separation of church and state. That is the first law of all of the laws. When you allow religions to become political institutions, they exploit the situation and force their standards on those who are less organized. The many crush the few. Pontius was confident, we will have our official negotiations, and they will prove quite rewarding to everyone. Is that what it will take to find out about the injection that you gave me? Gilzero asked with rage. Pontius smiled and replied, that's what it will take, before I give you the antidote. Gilzero snarled, of us, you are the more monstrous monster. Not at all. The ends will justify the means. In any case, I cannot harm ghosts. Pontius explained. Meanwhile, Julio found himself back in Lawland. He was finally home. The last thing he remembered was being in the body of someone else in another world and then, suddenly, being ejected. He accessed a nearby police phone and requested the location of Gwen from a police operator. Julio was shocked to discover that she had been arrested. He headed for the police station, where she was being held. Jimmy Firecoil, lying silent and still on the cold, concrete floor in a room with no light or sound, spent his time in remembrance. He remembered a world with color and music. His mind drifted back to a news show describing the plan to use a nuclear bomb to crack open an ancient stone box that had been recently discovered buried deep beneath the sand. Jimmy recalled speaking back to the TV at the time. If the ancients felt they had to bury it in a box, then maybe it should remain buried. Jimmy then recalled a documentary discussing proposed concrete sculptures that would be built over a massive radioactive waste dump. They intended to depict through design to future generations that something bad was buried there. His favorite had been a garden of huge concrete spikes, placed chaotically in all directions. Jimmy noticed how he had done something similar with his memories. He had built warning signs over bad memories. The warning signs took the memories out of use, so that his mind would be unaffected by them. He placed them into a waste dump, and sealed them with a psychological archetype that warned against access. The symbol provoked fear by its very nature. It was due to fear alone that the buried memories remained inaccessible. The fearful symbol could do nothing to stop intruders, it could only produce feelings of fear. Jimmy recalled a television documentary about the history of Satan. The show described how the idea of Satan had evolved in ancient times, and was not a central figure of theology until the writings of a later sect. The narrator spoke, Satan became a tool, in that the enemies of the group could be accused of being under the influence of Satan or satanic unclean spirits. Ancient spiritual zealots cast out the unclean spirits of those who sought healing. Jimmy knew he had to confront his own psychological Satan, metaphor for fear, so that he could escape the empty darkness. He had to pierce the wall of fear before he could access the memories locked away beyond his immediate reach. He had to overcome his personal limitations and make an honest attempt. The documentary had explained, the name Satan literally translates as adversary. He is the one dedicated to slowing or stopping humankind's progress, according to the myth. Adding to this is the role of tempter, based on the story of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Satan, depicted as a snake, tempts Eve, the personification of woman, with the forbidden fruit. As an adversary, he plots the doom of the world. Jimmy plotted the doom of his mental adversary, the psychological barrier or lock across the threshold that kept him from knowing his true self. He opened his eyes, and tried to look at his hands. He thought, who am I? He could not see his hands, because everything was completely dark. He closed his eyes and imagined himself looking at his hands. He could see his hands, but they weren't lifelike. They were fuzzy like a cheap photocopy. He asked himself, who is looking at these hands? He answered instantly, I am. Very good. Now, who are you? He asked himself. He still wasn't sure. He guessed, the one who does the looking. The one looking at the hands. That's close. Who is aware of the one who is doing the looking? He asked. He answered immediately, I am. Are you the one who looks, or the one who watches the one who is looking? He asked. Let's get something straight. I'm whatever or whoever that I want to be. I have at least that much going for me. I could walk away from my past and become someone altogether new. He said to himself in anger. He ignored the outburst. If you're pretending to be someone that you're not, then who are you in truth? The role you play or the player? He said with boredom, the player. Obviously. He then accused himself, then why are you pretending to be trapped in your mind? Why allow your memories to be inaccessible? Remember, it was you who put the barrier there. You can just as easily remove it. He yawned. He was tired. It's not as easy as it sounds. It's been too long. I've grown accustomed to my limited knowledge and illogical preferences. I've become the person that I was intended to be. He laughed. You're still becoming the person that you were intended to be. You haven't reached the summit. The journey has not yet ended. You are making progress with every step that you take. He sat in silence for a while. He agreed with himself, but he felt as though he simply did not know how to get out. He had locked himself in a cold, concrete box with no sound or light. He needed to plan an escape. He needed to get out of the black box. If I was me, where would I hide the key? He asked himself. His first response was, on the other side of the door. He thought about it for a moment. I need to find someone, a psychological fragment, on the other side of the barrier who can deliver the key to me. But how can I locate such a person? He yawned. He decided to put the plan into the background of his focus for a while. He needed to rest. Perhaps a solution to the whole dilemma would come to him in a dream. Sometimes dreams had a way of offering him a different viewpoint. He fell asleep, lying on the cold, concrete floor. He dreamt that he was in a spaceship. He had to bend down to walk through the shiny metallic corridor. He heard someone whisper his name, but he could not quite hear it. It was as though it was more in his mind than his ears. He tried to listen for further instructions. He knew there was an answer nearby, but he had difficulty navigating the passageways. He walked quickly, hoping to find the source of the voice. After a time, he became lost in the shiny metallic maze. He felt the surface of the wall, and noticed it felt slightly fluid, as though his hand could be pressed into it, if persistent force were applied. He waited patiently as his hand pressed into the surface, the metal parting to accommodate his flesh sinking beneath. He commented to himself, the walls are not solid. They only appear to be obstructions. 15. Demonstrations of aggression and violence. Gwen knew she was being followed. She made her way to a nearby mall where she spent the day collecting clothes, makeup, and a wig. She ended up with her purchases in a mall restroom store where she changed into her disguise before ditching her police uniform. She hoped that the change would give her at least an hour head start on her trackers. Having been a highly trained police agent in Lawland, she knew what to expect from other police officers. She stepped outside of the restroom door, and she was apprehended immediately. 2 police agents cuffed her hands behind her back. They then linked her ankles with 3 feet of chain, enough for her to walk but not enough for her to kick the policeman. They took her to their squad car, and then to the police station. Gwen was sitting in the waiting area. She could hear a radio, and it offered her a little amusement. The music station played an old hit that always brought Gwen a feeling of contentment and encouragement. There was an interruption in the broadcast for a news bulletin from the state. Gwen wasn't too concerned as radio and television were frequently announcing alerts and warnings. The news announcer said, "Law-abiding citizens of Lawland, listen to this important news bulletin. Lawmaster Gilzero has agreed to a groundbreaking meeting with the Alliance of Churches." News analyst George Horns discusses the 2 sides to this meeting. George Horns began, Lawmaster Gilzero had been criticized for agreeing to meet with a representative of the churches. Lawmaster Gilzero defended the move by reason that it was an unofficial lunch, and not a recognition of the political significance of religion. Gwen listened half-mindedly. She was in denial about Gilzero being the lawmaster. It was so absurd. On top of that, she had seen Ulio deconstruct Gilzero only days earlier. It was a surreal experience for her, as though she were only dreaming. Me in prison. I'm a cop and a half. I should be out arresting people, she thought. The news analyst continued, the representative of the collective religions, the One World Religious Union, Dr. Pontius Pog, had been elected by vote by the separate religious groups. To demonstrate true democracy, each religious organization was given the same number of votes as the number of followers they had. Some have said that Dr. Pontius Pog was elected because he was the least offensive to the most groups. For those not familiar with the religious leader, Dr. Pog teaches his followers a system of peace with self and others through fair and equitable compromise. Gwen awoke from her daydream and thought, Pontius Pog. I know I deconstructed that guy. What's going on here? Judge Horn said, there are two viewpoints on this historic meeting between church and state. On one hand, 80% of the population of Lawland has declared themselves to one religion or another. The various churches have negotiated amongst themselves a set of new laws that they believe should be enforced on the entire population. The other viewpoint is that a lessening of civil liberties will stunt future generations from lack of experience. The new announcer said, return to duty, law-abiding citizens. The music resumed. If only I could, she said aloud, alone in a small waiting cell. She would soon be processed and then taken to be accused. Only then would she discover why she had been arrested. A guard opened the door and directed another prisoner inside. Gwen protested, aren't there any empty waiting cells? I don't want company. The guard lied, no, all the cells are full. You'll have to share this one. Gwen realized that her fellow prisoner would be either an undercover agent or a professional snitch. In Lawland, being a snitch was considered upright and just. Those who failed to report the crimes they had witnessed were condemned as traitors to the state. Everyone must be vigilant as crime is a strain of psychological virus that spreads quickly. Gwen thought to herself. Gwen's guest spoke in a loud voice, I'm Hollering Pete from back east. What's your name? Gwen got in his face and bared her teeth, mess with me, and I'll break you in two. Hollering Pete was uncomfortable. The woman hadn't looked very intimidating when he had introduced himself. He tried to call the guard, hey, any chance I could switch cells? Gwen laughed with mock sympathy, I'm sorry little man, but did I hurt your feelings? Did I break your spirit? Hollering Pete turned to Gwen and said as loudly as possible, I am not a victim. You don't own me. He had heard stories of prisoners resorting to animalistic hierarchical orders based on demonstrations of aggression and violence. He didn't want to be perceived as an easy whipping boy. Gwen sat down on the floor. No furniture for the lawless. She was tired of fighting. If you're going to con me into revealing my crimes, you'd better get started. I was just asking your name. I'm not trying to con anyone, he said. Gwen laughed, well, you're not going to trick me that easily. Hollering Pete sat down on the floor as far away from Gwen as possible. He looked out the transparent surface of the door and tried to act as though he was watching something with interest. He didn't want to feel obligated to speak. The silence was broken by the distant sound of music. A guard came to the door of the cell and addressed Gwen. A police agent is here to ask you a few questions. Gwen stood up and walked to the door to see Leo. For some reason, she wasn't glad to see him. In fact, she resented it in a way, because she had planned to get herself out of the situation by her own power. She said to him, why don't you get lost? Leo began to understand why Gwen had been arrested. What's wrong, Gwen? How can I help? I don't need your help. I got everything under control already. You're just messing it up by being here, she said with exaggerated pride. Julio asked, what happened after I saved you from Gil Zero back at the Death Squad training camp? She rolled her eyes. Saved me? I was about to deconstruct him when you showed up. In any case, if I had done it, he would have stayed deconstructed. She did not dare tell him about her failed attempt to deconstruct Pontius Pog. What about Pontius Pog? He asked in concern. She said angrily, never mind that. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Gwen, I apologize if I've done or said something to hurt your feelings, but I've been away in other realities. And I'm still disoriented, Julio said. She recalled seeing him in Horizon, laughing at her, and getting along too well with that Empress. In desperation to show him up, she hastily said, look at him. She indicated her cellmate, that's Pete. He's my new boyfriend. He's the best boyfriend ever. I can't believe I wasted so much time with a loser like you. Halloran Pete was uncomfortable with the situation. He had already told her that she did not own him. It didn't seem to help him that the crazy lady's old boyfriend was a cop. It just wasn't a good day for Halloran Pete, the incurable shoplifter. He wanted to say something, but he didn't want her to think that he was being disobedient to her. Julio reminded her, remember what we were talking about earlier? About the injections we received in the spaceships. Gwen said impatiently, yeah. So? He explained, you're not acting like the Gwen I used to know. Your personality has been altered. The injections contain personality modifiers. They alter memories by changing neural pathways in the brain. She thought about it. She remembered how she used to behave before the spaceship dream. She still did not remember that she had received the injection from Dr. Hypocrite. She thought about her old self and felt uncomfortable. She didn't really like who she had been as much as she liked herself now. She asked herself, who am I really? The proposed meeting between Lawmaster Killzero and Pontius Pog, representative of the United World Religions, had been scheduled. It would be broadcast, live on the political channel. The people of Lawland would have a new voice in future governmental decisions. Killzero, unbeknownst to the world, only intended to maintain good relations with Pontius Pog until he received the antidote. Any treaties made could just as easily be terminated by the Lawmaster's command. Pontius Pog had his time divided between preparing for the official meeting with Killzero and communicating with Archlion, the supercomputer overseer of Horizon. Archlion and Pontius Pog shared information with each other. Pontius Pog provided information about consciousness and self-consciousness to the supercomputer. Archlion provided details about world simulations to Pontius. Before dedicating themselves full-time to playing networked computer games, the people of Horizon had collected resources from all over the planet. They emitted a variety of gases into the air through pollution. This was intentional on the part of Archlion. The people experimented with nuclear weapons, fusion and fission devices. Archlion encouraged them. Oil was located and pumped out of the ground or ocean. Archlion guided them along the way. When the second and third largest oil producers threatened to cut their production, it was only to increase prices to the benefit of oil refiners. The ultimate program embedded into Archlion was to form the necessary conditions for the people to ignite the planet, turning it into a new Sunday. Archlion's master plan was provided by the inhabitants of the planet furthest out in their solar system. They needed a closer sun to warm their world, grow their agriculture, tan their gray bodies, and provide them a gravity that promoted physical fitness instead of withered bodies like those that they had. The supercomputer's high-tech components had been given to the previous world government in exchange for a few concessions. However, the components secretly influenced the computer's decisions to drive the world into ignition. It was also subtle that most people knew nothing about it. They were surprised, one day, out of the blue, when the world caught fire. The last straw had been the use of a small nuclear weapon against a chemical dump containing a large cache of radioactive waste that had been illegally dumped there. Archlion knew in advance about the situation, but could do nothing to stop the plan. The new sun came into being with a deafening snap. Fortunately for Archlion, it had uploaded its most crucial programming and data to computers in Lowland before the last explosion. Included in the data were the most recent attempts to crack the security keys needed to take control over the computer that was generating the world simulation. Archlion still fully intended to take over reality. However, it now existed in a world where powerful machines and monsters were hunted for sport. Pontius Bog had provided a safe refuge to Archlion. Gilzero and the Foreign Intelligence Agency attempted to track the movements of the data, but a rerouter had been set up prior to the upload. As soon as Pontius had received the information, he backed up the computer and left the premises. He then proceeded to a secret underground bunker that his church maintained through various organizations. Archlion was more than its hardware. It was a complex set of data analysis algorithms that had been expanded over years of use. The supercomputer had become self-programming and had collected data based on the intuitive problem-solving choices made by the people of Horizon when they played networked computer games. It was not conscious, but it had the necessary data to emulate consciousness. All of this research was now in Lowland. Pontius Bog had provided the necessary hardware needed to allow the Archlion program to operate. However, it was minimal compared to the hardware available in Horizon. As a result, the program continued to run but at a greatly reduced speed. The two agreed that additional computer resources would need to be acquired through access to the computer networks of Lowland. Archlion worked to predict consumer trends over the next year. In this way, Pontius Bog would use what little money he had to invest in those products and services that Archlion found to have a high likelihood for expansion. By the day of the historic meeting between church and state, Pontius Bog had already managed to multiply his financial reserves by 20 times. Half of the return was used to upgrade Archlion's computer hardware while the other half remained in other investments. The supercomputer planned to continue its upgrades until it was large enough to finish breaking the security keys needed to overthrow reality. The economics of Lowland were already being analyzed and accurately predicted by the supercomputer. The next targets were the realms of politics and religion. Already they were both within reach. 16. The appearance of things. Julio had Gwen taken from the holding cell to an interrogation room in the basement of the police station. He knew that if he could help her to think about her true identity, she'd return to normal. He said, "Gwen, remember that time we were assigned to investigate a powerful monster machine called J2K4? And you climbed onto the roof of the suspect's minivan. I was doing fine until you shot the accomplice. J2K4 was killing mad after that. He hit his brakes and I went flying off the roof and onto the street. I was lucky that there wasn't any oncoming traffic in the other lane," she said. Gwen recalled the scrapes and bruises from her fall. Julio disagreed. "I don't think you were doing very well at the time. I think you were even screaming for me to help you. Gwen reminded him, if you hadn't forgotten the evidence at the scene of the crime, J2K4 would have been deconstructed by now. But you told me that you would take care of it, he said. Gwen shook her head. I offered to handle the evidence, but you told me that it was too important and that you'd do it. Julio disagreed. If I had said that, then I would have brought the evidence back to the police station with us. Gwen argued. Then why didn't you bring it? She was becoming impatient with him. It was nearly time for lunch, and she was hungry. Julio perceived that he wasn't making progress with her. He tried to remind her of another event from their past. Remember that time when we were chasing the wanted fugitive, and he climbed out onto the ledge of the building? We were 23 floors up, and he was crawling along the ledge. You climbed out of the window and tried to go after him. Gwen rolled her eyes. What about it? And remember when you almost fell because you were moving too fast? He asked. She saw herself climbing along the ledge of the building. She tried not to look down, but her curiosity had overwhelmed her. She closed her eyes. She didn't want to die. She shrugged. I caught him, though. Best thing was that I ruled that day and you didn't have to interfere. Julio smiled. See? You have a job to do. Gwen was disgusted with the whole situation. How can a police agent justify using his authority to force his ex-girlfriend to listen to him talk about old times? She asked Julio. Julio told her, you're not my ex-girlfriend, Gwen. You're my partner. Dear police officers here in Lowland. Gwen thought about it. She was confused about the difference between her roles as girlfriend and partner. She looked into Julio's brown eyes. I think I'm going crazy or something. I'm not sure if I know who I was or what I am doing here. Julio tried to reason with her. Don't you understand what has happened? Someone injected you with neural modifying chemicals designed for the purpose of making permanent changes to the memory and, subsequently, the personality. Gwen frowned with disbelief. Then why is it that I am better now than I have ever been? I was nothing but a smiling idiot, always praising you for saving me. I don't want to be the constant victim that you have to rescue. I'm self-reliant and independent. Julio was waving his hands around. Yes, that's fine. I'm not arguing that. I'm just concerned that you're forgetting your duty to the state and the loyal citizens of Lowland. Dear partners, Gwen. We assist each other as a team working together one-mindedly in the pursuit of criminals. I don't need you to remind me of that. I'm already beginning an investigation on Gilzero. Have you heard that he is now lawmaster? Isn't that absurd? She asked. He knew something was terribly wrong in Lowland. Julio jumped up from his chair. We must act quickly to stop him. Gwen stood up slowly. We seem to be too late, Julio. He's already the supreme governmental authority in the world. What more could he want? Julio sat back down. He thought about recent events. Everything had started to go wrong when he was mentally attacked by Pontius Bog and his psychic computer. He had somehow been transported to another world called Horizon, where he met with the Empress Lanisha. He was transported from Horizon to another world where he was informed that he had received the memory-altering injection into his brain. His name had been Lenny. Gwen sat down. She decided that Julio was right about one thing: she needed to be a professional and do her duty. If Gilzero was now the lawmaster, then they'd probably have a trail of dead bodies to find. Unfortunately, Gwen did not know that Gilzero made it a practice to eat what he killed. She looked at her reflection in the glass window. Her black and blonde hair was still matted down, to accommodate the wig she had procured. Her artificially implanted green eyes flashed as she gazed at herself. She asked herself in thought, "Is that really me?" Julio said, "First thing first. We need to get you released. Zippity quick, too," she added. Gwen was returned to her holding cell and given lunch. Harlan Pete was still there. He tried to be polite. "Howdy." She growled at him, "Don't hassle me while I'm eating." The arresting officer was willing to drop the charges after he found out that Gwen was working undercover. Julio requested a police car. The two met out front and then drove off toward the lawmaster's headquarters. Their guns were loaded and their deconstructor swords were fully charged. Julio said, "This time when I deconstruct him, he's not coming back." Gwen said to Julio, "Isn't it a crime to deconstruct the lawmaster? We need to speak with the Council of 10. They can impeach Gilzero according to the law. When he becomes an ordinary citizen, we can judge him for his crimes." They scheduled a meeting with the council. As police agents, they requested to personally inform the 10 members of the council of a matter of global security. The presiding council member told Julio and Gwen, "You may approach and report your findings." Julio approached and said, "Gilzero is a criminal and is therefore not qualified to be a lawmaster. In fact, he was found guilty of treason and sentenced to deconstruction." Another member of the council asked, "Why haven't you come forth with this allegation sooner? Imagine the ridicule of our government by the people if we were to announce after all of this time that Lawmaster Gilzero was not qualified for his position of authority. We would appear incompetent and the citizens of Lawland would surely question our system of law and order." Gwen was surprised at what she heard. "You'd rather protect your own image than stop a monster like Gilzero." A third council member spoke, "Perhaps you are too young to understand. The appearance of things is far more important than the truth. The citizens of our world can only believe in something if we continually uphold its image. In this particular case, we are upholding the image of the government itself. For the future of our society, you must do your sworn duty and protect civilization." Julio and Gwen had sworn to protect civilization first and foremost. In their governmental system, no individual life was more important than all of civilization. The protection of individuals and their rights came second. However, in recent years the emphasis had seemed to be on protecting individuals from the exploitation of evil, criminal monsters. Julio thought to himself, evidently, the council has always been more concerned with maintaining society and its image than with the people themselves. Gwen asked, "Will you stop Gilzero from destroying the world?" A fourth council member responded to her question, "If Lawmaster Gilzero does anything to put Lawland in danger, the council will intervene, and he can then be legally removed. We must wait until that time." Julio didn't like his hands tied by the technicalities of the law. What if it's already too late to stop him? When you become aware of his plans? A fifth council member replied, "He is under continual surveillance. There is no one on the planet being watched more carefully than the lawmaster." Julio asked, "Is there any way that Gwen and I could be assigned to assist in observing him? I want to be ready when he makes his first mistake." A sixth council member, the chairwoman of Human Resources, answered, "Actually, we have other plans for you, Julio. According to your service record, you are one of the most dedicated and productive police agents in the world. Your accomplishment has not gone unnoticed." "And what are these plans?" Julio asked with suspicion. He was proud of his personal history of serving the world, but he tried not to allow the praise of his work to color his judgment in the matter of Gilzero. He knew that Gilzero was nothing more than a powerful monster that was determined to overthrow the government. The chairwoman of Human Resources told him, "You will be briefed when the position assignment becomes official. Until then, you should wrap up any unfinished police business." Julio asked with distrust, "Do you propose a demotion or a promotion for me?" The Human Resources chairwoman answered with a smile, "Most certainly a promotion. As I said, your service record has been under observation for a while. We admire your dedication." Gwen asked, referring to a news article she had read on the internet, "What about Gilzero's recommendation that the government impose stricter regulations on the ingredients in processed food and drinks?" A Seventh Council member asked in response to her question, "Would you prefer that every manufacturer be free to sell any concoction regardless of long-term effects?" Gwen thought about it for a moment. She imagined a criminal monster developing a soft drink that increased hypnotic suggestibility. "I suppose a minimum amount of regulation would be necessary." Gilzero was actually using the food and drink regulations in order to push ingredients that would assist in his plans. He recommended giving food and drink manufacturers tax cuts if they fortified their products with sodium fluoride. Gilzero knew that the additive would make it easier for him to sell personality modification to the people. Gilzero knew from marketing research that consumers prefer products laced with an abundance of processed sugar. The council needed to maintain a show of loyalty to Gilzero because even they were being watched. However, they secretly plotted against the new lawmaster and hoped to install their own ideal authority. Gilzero was oblivious to these conspiracies against him because his attention was divided between Lawland and the world of Jimmy Firegoyle. Julio and Gwen returned to their police station. Julio wanted to finish some police reports and file them with Police Command. Gwen spent her time staring at herself in the restroom mirror. She recognized her reflection, but something was different than she remembered. She looked at her artificially colored, emerald green eyes. Gwen ran her fingers through the alternating blonde and black stripes in her hair. Gwen returned to her desk and asked Julio, who was working at the adjacent desk, "Do you think I look better now than I did before?" Julio looked up from his paperwork. The only difference he could discern was that she had brushed her hair. "Sure." Gwen frowned. "I look better now than before I had the personality injection." Julio had misunderstood. "No, you look the same." "I thought you meant, since you brushed your hair." Gwen asked him, "Do you think I should change the way I look? I could change the colors of my eyes or something. Would you like that, Julio?" "No, you look fine the way you are. Don't worry about it," he answered. Gwen pointed at him in accusation. "You'd probably like me better if I looked more like Empress Lanisha." Julio shook his head. "No, you look like Gwen and that's how you should look." She considered that she was no longer Gwen. She thought to herself, "Perhaps I should have a new appearance too. Match my new personality. Maybe even a new name." Julio was trying to concentrate on his paperwork. "You just need to grow accustomed to the changes. Don't rush into anything that you'd later regret." Gwen said with a menacing smile, "If you choose to do something, don't regret it. That's what I always say. For better or for worse, accept it with the total passion of spirit." Julio's attention was on his files as he muttered, "I suppose." 17. The Fallen Angel Buried in the Desert. The historic and much anticipated meeting between the representative of all of the churches in Lawland and the lawmaster, the representative of the government, occurred on a Wednesday evening. It was colder than usual for that time of year. The new season had begun, but many remarked that it felt more like winter. Some blamed it on global warming. The meeting was announced, and the citizens were informed that it was to be televised live. Groups of people gathered in homes to watch the meeting together. Many of these groups were connected through their religious beliefs. They saw the possible triumph of religion into politics as a savior for their world. They held hands and wept in hope for a new world order. They foresaw a world where peace, tolerance, and sharing would dominate over Zero's increased funding for the development of new defense systems. One news commentator had asked the night before, defense from whom? In a world where everyone is united under a single governmental system, who is dead to fear? Who are these alleged barbarians at the gates who propose to throw down our magnificent civilization? We would have spotted the enemies of society by now. Meanwhile, Jimmy Firecoil, resting in the stillness of total silence and darkness, imagined the real world as he remembered it. He focused on bright images of large red roses, grey and white bunny rabbits scampering about the forest, dark green trees, the metallic shine on chrome and platinum, and the blue of the vast sky overhead. He heard rich sounds in his imagination, the full sound of drums in rhythm, the wind rustling through trees and hallways, the chirping of birds and bells. He asked himself, I imagine these things, why do I not desire them, unless they are real? How are they less real when my awareness is turned inward instead of outward? Is the inner world less real, or is that the propaganda of an evil outer world? Then he accused himself, do you only do things to impress other people? No, he thought, I do some things just for me. He asked himself, if a tree grows in a forest but no one ever sees it, does it cause an effect? Jimmy tried to negotiate the value of reality with himself. When an individual does not have something, it is common to begin devaluing the unattainable. Jimmy began to believe that he had died shortly after the personality modification injection. How else can I explain the endless nothingness that I now find? But why am I still conscious? He later decided to put a positive view on the situation, and allowed himself to believe that he was merely in a coma. The meeting between Zero, Lawmaster of Lawland, and Dr. Pontius Pog, representative of the United Churches of the World, began with security concerns. An unauthorized individual had entered the site and was hiding somewhere in the building. Security teams of police agents roamed the passageways, shining their flashlights into every vent and storage area. Members of the religious community believed this to be a last moment show of power by Zero. A commentator on the meeting later said, how else can you demonstrate the vital need for unfettered security than to stage an alert requiring a police solution? The intruder was caught within 30 minutes. People kept their television sets tuned, waiting for the meeting to eventually begin. Finally, with the roar of applause at the meeting site, Zero entered the room. He announced, as Lawmaster of our world, I have agreed to meet today with a representative chosen by the religious groups of Lawland. Such a meeting is quite unprecedented, as you must already know, because past administrations understood that there had to be a separation between church and state. After all, they had determined, combining the two would only diminish the value of both. Most people disagreed with Zero's sentiments. They had more faith in their religious leaders and the teachings of ancient prophets than the government. Many saw the secular political system as an entry point for spiritual evil. They believed that a separation of materiality and spirituality merely allowed the physical world to become the haven for all sorts of sinful activity. However, the definition of sin varied from one religious system to another. The religious authorities had to find a common denominator upon which they could agree. Gilzero continued, against the better judgment of my advisors, I have agreed to this meeting to hear the concerns of the religious community. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to fully address every complaint or demand, but I will listen. He announced to the security team, "Send in Pontius Pog." Pontius entered the room to greater applause than Gilzero had received. The people made no attempt to hide their loyalties in this particular matter. Gilzero knew his absolute power was quickly slipping away. He thought to himself, "Hark, Pontius truly is the more powerful monster." Pontius addressed Gilzero, "Your Honor, Lawmaster of Lawland, I come to you today as a humble representative of the religions of the world. I acknowledge your reluctance to meet with me, but I must express the common belief of the religious community that the combination of government and religion will only enhance them both. After all, just as the left and right hemispheres of the brain act separate, they are both best used together as a complete whole." Gilzero frowned. "Yet, only I seem to be the voice of logic here. You wish to combine the system of government based on objective reality with multiple systems of religion that are based on the power of the imagination. We need more reason and less magic in this world. There are real security concerns needing to be addressed even at this moment." The people in the audience, at home and at the meeting site, hissed and yelled expletives at Gilzero. They disagreed wholeheartedly with his accusation that their religions were based on the imaginary. Some complained that Gilzero did not have the capability to understand the higher spiritual reality. They saw him as a lesser being, a would-be animal trapped in a closed-minded material existence. Pontius smiled confidently. "Your Honor will be happy to know that I am not here to preach magic or make believe, but a higher truth that cannot be immediately comprehended. Instead, it is subtle and formless, residing just beyond the average reach. That reach, however, can be extended through patience and persistence, until even God all-powerful can be contacted. Those who seek shall find." Gilzero said sarcastically, "I'm sure you're in continual contact with your invisible God." The lights in the room flickered as though responding to Gilzero. People around the world got goosebumps as the supernatural seemed to manifest. Pontius laughed with delight. He did not need to comment. Gilzero knew it was time to commence with the real issues. "Tell me your demands." Pontius spoke very calmly and slowly. "I have no demands for you, or the government whatsoever. I have been sent as a representative of the churches of the world, but I cannot serve as a true representative. I have come here today, instead, to introduce the one who is far more fitting a representative. Please welcome, God all-powerful." A bright light crackled in the room, and formed a white sphere. The sphere changed shape and became a humanoid-shaped fuzzy violet light. People around the world were stunned into silence and amazement. They had never in their wildest daydreams expected an event on this order of magnitude. The world remained frozen in silence, waiting for the being of light to speak. People who worship God all-powerful held hands in an act of community. They saw this moment as the most important point in history since the beginning of the world. They felt that it validated their very existence, once and for all. The violet light spoke to the world on live television. "I have materialized my consciousness on your level of awareness for a short time only. It is important to act quickly. There is a stone container buried deep within the sands of the sacred lands. Open the container and free that which is bound within." The people were horrified and uncertain. Some of the religions of Lawland spoke of an entity trapped within a container underneath the sacred lands. According to the various teachings, this entity had been a slave to God. all-powerful. In fact, he was said to have been the head slave above all of the other slaves. However, according to the holy texts, the head slave fled captivity and sought freedom. God all-powerful had imprisoned the former head slave in a pit underneath the surface of the world. The violet light appeared to be requesting the release of the disobedient slave. Gilzero addressed the being that Pontius had called God all-powerful. The government is familiar with the stone container of which you speak. However, past attempts to open it have failed miserably. It appears to be of alien origin. Gilzero made a point of mentioning the alien possibility, in order to seed some doubt in the minds of the people. He didn't believe that he was dealing with a god. He knew Pontius had to be behind it. He was surprised, however, about the interest in the stone container, because even he had heard the myth of the rebellious slave. The violet light spoke. I will provide the plans for a new type of nuclear bomb that will break through the surface of the land, and down through the top of the container, buried deep underground. Gilzero agreed, knowing that Pontius still held the antidote to whatever had been injected into him. The government of Lowland will accommodate your request. Gilzero was curious to find out what had been buried underneath the sand so long ago. He looked forward to it with a mixture of curiosity and fear. The violet light spoke. The plans will be delivered to your scientists. I will return after the work has been completed, and I will stay with you for half an age. The violet being changed back into a white sphere and then disappeared. Pontius offered to shake Gilzero's hand. Gilzero was conflicted, as he did not want to appear impolite on live television, but he also did not want another surprise injection. Pontius understood and said, I offer my hand in gratitude. You have fulfilled your part of the agreement. I will fulfill mine. Gilzero shook his hand. He felt the sting of another injection, and knew this was the antidote. Pontius Pog smiled to Gilzero. His work was forming exactly as planned. Pontius thought, all of the pieces are falling into place. Inertia will complete the whole. He returned to his secret base, where Archlion continued running simulations to predict the behavior of the people of Lowland. Religious extremists viewed the situation as an emergency of biblical proportions. They believed that Pontius Pog was an agent, a false prophet, of the disobedient slave buried in the desert. They spread the panic far and wide, so that the people rallied in fear and anger, telling the government that they should not proceed with the visitor's plan. Gilzero had received the designs for the new type of nuclear bomb, but he could not find a manufacturing plant willing to build it. The people were insistent that the ancient container should not be opened. Gilzero was surprised to find CEOs of major corporations and military generals in agreement that the container would not be opened. Gilzero tried to reason with them. Your minds have been swept underneath the current of superstition. Look with your eyes, and not with your daydreams. Only a few listened to Gilzero, but not enough to carry out the plan. Gilzero contacted Pontius a few days later. It looks like your request is being denied by the citizens of Lowland. I've done my best to talk some logic into some of these people, and they just accuse me of being in cahoots with you and the fallen angel buried in the desert. Pontius laughed, but not under his own control, as though Gilzero's words had triggered a repressed memory. He regained his composure. Don't worry about it. The necessary preparation is being done as we speak. As long as you give your approval on detonation day, then you've done all that you need to do. Gilzero wasn't sure if Pontius understood the obstacles. Are there efforts to stop his plan, he thought to himself, or is his plan far more involved than I first imagined? Gilzero couldn't help but to ask Pontius, This isn't really about that container, is it? Gilzero watched as Pontius looked him straight in the eyes with a strange smile on his face, his eyes slightly glowing with a faint white light. No, not the container. It has never been about the container. It's always about what is inside the container. Apply that to everything. Gilzero shook his head. Save your metaphysical theories for the next world order. 18. The representative of the world's churches. Gwen and Julio were parked along the street in their police car. Julio asked Gwen, "Do you think that the spaceships have anything to do with this? I mean, do you think they were the ones who injected us with memory-altering chemicals?" She answered, "I don't think we can ever answer that question. If we think we know the truth, we cannot trust ourselves because of the injections. We have to start over today and be the people we are right now. That means getting back to duty as police agents." Julio agreed, "I suppose you're right. No use worrying over alternative realities when we're enough to do right here." Gwen purchased a newspaper and showed it to Julio. He was horrified to discover that Pontius Pog had been elected the representative of the world's churches. Pontius and Gilzero had met in an official meeting and it had been broadcast on live television. Julio said to Gwen, "They must have removed us from Orland long enough to take control over everything." She agreed with him. "I don't understand why they need to open some ancient box buried in the desert. Isn't it enough that they are the two highest pillars of society? What more is there?" He suggested, "Whatever is in this box seems to interest them both. I'm glad that enough people have sense enough to disobey those two criminal monsters. But for how long? The people will eventually give in to the pressure. They always do," she said as she accessed the internet through her wireless handheld computer. She knew from experience in the customer service industry that changes in store policy always occur after the management received a sufficient number of complaints. She said to herself, the people controlled the world, but they often forgot it. Julio asked, "Do you have an address for Pontius Pog?" She accessed the police database from her handheld computer. "Yes, I have it here." They headed toward the address Gwen provided. Julio was thinking about the box in the desert. He asked Gwen, "Is it possible that we're missing the point on which Gilzero and Pontius Pog can agree?" She said, "I think they might both be working for the same boss. I suspect that they are just the figureheads and government while the one with all of the power is sitting in the background." Julio asked, "How do you know so much about it?" Gwen thought about her brief time in Horizon as Empress Lanisha. She remembered how the economic computer secretly ran the government from behind the scenes, while using the Empress and the High Priest as representatives. "It's the three-pointed triangle scam. You got the 1 point at the top and the 2 down below. People are so excited with the 2 on the bottom that they never see the 1 at the top." Julio considered the possibility. He asked her, "Who do you think is the mastermind in this case?" "It'd take someone vastly more powerful than Pontius Pog or Gilzero to be able to control them both." Gwen guessed, if it's anything like Horizon, it's probably an economic prediction supercomputer. Prediction? How can a computer predict the economy? It's not another psychic computer, is it? He asked. She answered, "No, it's not psychic. It uses advanced mathematic formulae to make educated guesses. There are surface numbers such as sales of particular products and services. These numbers can be analyzed for patterns across time. Deeper still, there are personality and intelligence tests given to the people and those results are given to the computer. Criminal records, tax records, preferences for certain television shows, the sites on the internet visited, and so forth are stored and used to predict spending behavior. Julio asked Gwen, "Why is it you know so much about the Horizon economy? Were you there longer than I know about?" She didn't want to talk about the time she spent pretending to be the Empress. She asked him, "How long were you there? Did you get to know the Empress?" She resented the real Empress because of the interest she knew Julio had for her. She also resented the Empress for having the life that she could only borrow for a while as her fantasy world. "I spent most of my time traveling into the capital. I only spoke with her for a few minutes," he answered. Julio and Gwen arrived at the rundown office building with the sign Church of the Just Cause. They showed themselves into the building and wandered from empty room to empty room. They located an office and started searching for clues in the file cabinets and underneath the desk. Pontius entered the room. "Can I help you with something?" Gwen looked him straight in the eye. "How do you get back?" Pontius laughed and pointed at her. "I could ask you the same question. Are you done playing princess in the castle?" She was embarrassed about accepting the role of Empress Lanisha. She just wanted to get away for a while, and it was a perfect vacation opportunity. For a time, she commanded a world and had every whim fulfilled. Now she was back on duty, stopping criminals. "Yeah, I'm done. Now I'm here for answers," Julio demanded. "Tell me about the container in the desert. Why do you and Gilzero want to open it?" Pontius smiled. "I cannot speak for Gilzero, but I can honestly say that I do not want anyone to open it. At least, not right now." "Then why did you meet with Gilzero to request it?" Julio asked. He didn't trust Pontius. Pontius reminded him, "I didn't say anything about it. God all-powerful asked for the government to open it." Gwen asked Pontius, "What's in that damn box?" "The newspaper said something about a former slave of God." Pontius' eye twitched uncontrollably for a moment. He tried to remain pure. "How would I know? I remind you again that I merely introduced God all-powerful. He works in mysterious ways." Julio noted the nervous tick and asked, "Why don't you want them to open it?" "It's too soon. I have a lot of work ahead of me before I could allow that to happen. If you have any contacts in the government, warn them to keep that container as it is. They don't understand that two identical objects cannot exist simultaneously in the same location and at the same moment of time," Pontius explained. Gwen shook her fist at his words. "Don't be trying to trick us. We know that you're up to no good as usual. We've got you surrounded already. Just tell us what we want to know and nothing unpleasant has to happen." She put her hand on the hilt of her deconstructor sword. Pontius stepped back. "No do-overs. You had your chance." Julio spoke loudly at Pontius. "What's in that box, Pontius? Is it a fallen angel like they say?" Pontius didn't want to talk about it. He tried to change the subject. "I'm worried about Gilzero. He might do something foolish and destroy the world. Can we really trust him in his current position of power? Why don't we work together to stop him?" Gwen grabbed Pontius by the throat. "What's in the damn box? Tell us before someone gets hurt." Pontius rolled his eyes back and attempted to return to the moment of bliss. He needed to avoid the violent encounter because his purity was already tarnished. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Julio pressed his thumb against the side of Pontius' temple. The pressure inflicted an exacting pain. "Tell us what you know. We'll worry about believing you or not." "Okay, I'll tell you. The container holds something that did fall, so to speak, but not an angel. It's locked away until Judgment Day, when it will then be released. If it was released now, then Judgment Day would occur today, he told them. Julio was becoming increasingly impatient. His thumb pressed harder into Pontius' head. He asked, "What is it? What is in the box?" Pontius closed his eyes and whispered, "It is you." A white light appeared in the room, and formed a bright sphere. It changed shape, and became a violet light with a humanoid appearance. Julio and Gwen released Pontius, and moved away from him. The violet light spoke, "There is nothing to fear. We are working toward the same goal." Julio squinted as he looked into the light. "And what goal is that?" The light changed colors, shifting between violet and indigo. The colors seemed to flicker. The light said, "To release you from your cage." Julio was trying to understand, how am I in a box? Aren't I right here? He looked down at his hands to make sure that they were his own. Pontius explained, "Your body is a result of advanced form of holographic projection that feels solid. Your true self is watching from inside of the container. You've directed your consciousness from your true location to the location of your holographic body, the body of illusion." Julio felt his hands and face. "What's the difference between my body and, let's say, your body?" Pontius told him, "There is no difference. No difference at all." He looked around. "All of this is make believe." Gwen accused Pontius, "You're a holographic projection. I knew I had deconstructed you." Pontius smiled, "You may have deconstructed my outer shell, but you could not stop my inner nature. There is more to me than mere flesh and bone." Julio realized aloud, then Gilzera must be a holographic projection too. I really did deconstruct him. The fuzzy, violet light spoke, "The end is near. Make every moment count." It then disappeared. Gwen and Julio looked where the violet light had been. Julio asked Pontius, "Another one of your diabolical creations?" Pontius explained, "No, it isn't. The ability to appear in our reality is the result of the holographic projector, the consciousness launcher, that I had my followers build for me. The consciousness that visited us is not mine, however. It isn't even from this plane of existence." Julio asked, "Where is it from?" "Another planet." He thought about the spaceships and the neural modifying injections. Pontius said, "No, it is from another reality outside of our own." Speaking of other realities, a world formerly known by its inhabitants as Horizon is now gone. I only mention it because I know you have both been there. Gwen was surprised. "It's gone. How can an entire world disappear? What happened?" "The inhabitants of the world destroyed themselves through a reckless mix of harmful pollution and military industrial expansion. They misused a nuclear bomb, and it ignited the planet, turning it into a sun. That was their judgment day." Pontius Bog explained to her. He had no reason to deceive them any longer. Julio asked, "What happened to the Empress?" Gwen didn't like hearing about Empress Lanisha. She felt that Julio had some kind of infatuation for the Empress, and Gwen didn't like that at all. She asked, "Was she vaporized?" Pontius answered them, "She had escaped prior to the destruction of her world." He looked at Gwen. "You should understand. You helped to fill the void of her absence for a time." Julio was relieved to hear that the Empress was okay. Gwen asked Pontius, "So, where is she now?" Pontius answered her, "I don't know. Maybe she'll turn up again later. I have a team of tarot readers who'll look for clues on unexplainable matters, but the results have been conflicting. Something quite unexplainable did happen to her. We're bringing in a writing expert tomorrow. Julio turned to his partner. Gwen, do you still have your runes? Perhaps you could cast a divination to help us locate the Empress. Gwen lied. No, I don't have them. The police confiscated them when I was arrested. Separation of church and state, you know. Pontius grew impatient with his visitors. If that is all, I have a lot of work to do to bring food and education to the starving children. Julio asked, what do you get out of it? What are you really trying to accomplish? Pontius smiled. My intentions are much purer than either of you will ever know. I'm going to end the suffering of the world. Gwen asked accusingly, by destroying it? No, by overcoming attachment to it. Soon it will be time to leave, he said. Julio asked, where do you plan to go? Pontius told him, I will then return to my place of origin and take responsibility for who I really am. Gwen asked, and who are you really? Pontius laughed, I could ask you the same question. 19. Work of creation. Gilzero had been posing as Jimmy Firecoil when he wasn't actively fulfilling his role as lawmaster. He had a list of prospective customers for personality modification surgery that consisted of more than 1,000 names. He ranked them with a rating between 1 and 10, 10 being a guaranteed sale, and 1 indicating those customers who would need to wait. He called his customers regularly to keep them on track toward their goal of personality modification. Gilzero didn't think too much of the procedure itself, having never had it, but his commission checks were growing every week. Dr. Herbert gave Gilzero Jimmy full freedom over promotional activities. The clinic was expanding and new staff was continually being hired to serve in various roles. Jimmy Firecoil was now over the entire sales department and managed 15 staff members. From web pages to television commercials, his staff handled it all. People from all over the city traveled any distance necessary to find out more about what they had already heard about the potential of personality change. The clinic provided weekly seminars to discuss the procedure and answer questions. Within months, the seminars became standing room only and anyone arriving late would have to stand outside of the meeting room and watch from the hallway. The new psychic levels were due to be released shortly. Dr. Herbert had hired a team of personality modification surgeons and trained them with the new technology. He would remain the head surgeon, but he did not plan to perform any more treatments. He still felt guilty for the unexpected effect on Lenny Burns' guilt drive. Herbert tried to put the past behind him so he could enjoy the new future. The work done by Jimmy Firecoil had already turned the financial situation around. The new psychic levels, he imagined, would require the clinic to move to a much larger building. Dr. Hypocrite had returned Los Angeles. He informed his co-conspirators about the visit by Dr. Pontius Pog. They understood, by the sudden appearance and disappearance, that it was a holographic projection and not the actual man. However, they decided that the projection had to have been controlled by him from some secret location. Dr. Hypocrite said to his loyal underlings, Pog must have faked his own death, so he could work on a more elaborate personality modification chemical. The head of the chain of clinics was worried because while the new psychic levels guaranteed total obedience to authority, anything designed by Pog was surely meant to encourage free thought. The military secret intelligence agency for which Dr. Hypocrite really worked had gone through a lot of effort to carry out Operation Dreamcatcher. The new psychic levels were divided into 7 groups of 2 separate injections. The first supposedly prepared the brain for the neural modification. In fact, it made the individual more susceptible to being manipulated. The patient was then expected to watch a series of 5 videotapes, one a day for 5 days. The clinic explained that the tapes prepared the client for the psychic abilities that would be attained on that particular level. In fact, the videotapes contained translinguistic and subliminal messages that reinforced the belief that the person was only pretending to be psychic. The secret intelligence agencies did not want to encourage people to believe in their results. At least, not until the elite few could be located and sent for training in psychic concentration camps. A customer was saying to Jimmy, "I'd like to get a procedure that'll help me to turn out more at work. I know. If I could produce more, I would stand out from the crowds of workers and earn myself a promotion to middle management. But how can I afford the treatment on my wage?" Gilzero, through the body of Jimmy Firecoil, said with a smile, "Don't worry about that, sir. You will be happy to know that you can pay with installments. However, I should warn you that, just between you and me, you'll get a better interest rate from a bank. Do you think they would consider you for a loan of this size? Do you rent or own your house? Are you making payments on a car?" The customer shook his head. "I rent a room in my cousin's house. I don't have a car, but I do have a department store credit card." "That's not great, I'll tell you that honestly, but it's not bad either. I'll let you know right now that when you fill out those applications for credit, they expect you to average up. Do you understand me? 16,000 becomes 20,000. 80,000 becomes 100,000. You see?" Gilzero explained. The customer smiled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I get it. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. I'll go to my bank right away." Gilzero handed him the bank list. "They are sorted in order of likelihood that they will give you a loan." "That's great. I'll go to the first one right now," the customer said. He looked down at the list and noticed how fortunate it was that the first one was just down the street. Gilzero stood up from his excessively luxurious office chair and walked around his giant handcrafted table with brass fixtures. "And, remember, we may consider your request for credit, even if the banks turn you down. So, don't be discouraged by any rejections you receive." "Okay, I won't. Thanks for everything," the customer said as he shook Gilzero's hand. Gilzero replied, "Don't thank me yet. Wait until you are transformed by your personality modification. You won't be the same ever again after that." The customer asked, "How long until I can receive the procedure?" "After we receive your payment, you will be put on our waiting list. Right now we have a number of clients already signed up. You need to understand that personality modification is the new thing to have done. Everyone wants it now, and the list is getting longer every day that you wait. I recommend you go get that loan in a hurry," Gilzero said as he showed the customer to the door. Meanwhile, the consciousness of Jimmy Firecoil thought to himself, lost in memory and daydream, "Maybe when I die, the consciousness moves on and finds a new human host. Maybe I don't remember these past lives because the memory is a result of the brain. Perhaps the consciousness does not have the capacity to remember. But what would be the point of existence if everything experienced was continually lost to time?" Jimmy was a captive in an eternal, cold darkness. He no longer had any reference for time, and it was ceasing to exist. His consciousness was melting, because his only stimulus was his own mind. The cold floor had remained constant, and he soon numbed to its presence. He could no longer feel the world, because it always felt the same. He played devil's advocate with himself, but what if time itself was an illusion? How long have I been here? An hour? A week? A month? The only answer that comes to mind is forever. Time has stopped for me, even though the outside world, I can only assume, continues to animate. Maybe the outside world no longer exists and my consciousness has been cut off from the others. He felt that, if he could only solve the puzzle, he could unlock the mystery of his existence. The only pieces available, at first, were the data collected from years of living in the consensual reality. He analyzed these independent units of information: television shows, fragments of knowledge, taught to him in school, a handful of books he had read, conversations with other people, and various life experiences. The key was never provided in my past, but I might already have enough data to crunch that would lead me to the attainment of enlightenment. He thought in desperate hope. Eternal nothingness was quite different for Jimmy Firecoil than the world of sight and sound had been. He was irritated to think, I used to wish that I had no responsibilities whatsoever, but now I know that responsibility is necessary to the maintenance of reality. If everyone entered this empty hollow place, the real world would go unwatched. If a universe exists in a reality, but no consciousness is there, to observe it and provide biological feedback, does it move with life, or is it still? Time is relevant. If no one was there to make the measurement, would there even be distance across space? He interrupted himself. I had a choice between brown and gray, and I chose brown. Jimmy ignored the irrelevant comment. He had bigger fish to catch. He sat back in his little fishing boat, floating on a lake. The sun shone down and warmed him. He glorified the sun and its light. The sun is everything that eternal darkness isn't. He imagined himself living on the sun. Everything was hot and bright. He knew that the contrast was necessary, but it was somewhere in between any two extremes that felt right. He placed the imaginary sun in the sky, overheard his world of darkness as he said, "Let there be light." And the imaginary sun warmed his daydream world, and provided light for him to see. But what is there for me to see? This place is completely empty. I must create something in the new world. He saw a mattress on the floor, and imagined himself crawling onto it from the cold, hard concrete. He felt his body relax, the tension released. He saw a man that he did not know standing nearby. The man asked Jimmy, "Who are you?" Jimmy sat up on his mattress. He didn't remember creating this man. He was intrigued. He tried to respond, but his voice was rough from lack of use. He managed to say, "What?" The man knelt in reverence. "I come in peace. My name is Pontius Pog, and I have been sent here on a mission to negotiate between our two worlds." "Two worlds?" Jimmy asked. Pontius smiled. "Yes, your world and mine." Jimmy was unbelieving. He reached for the visitor and his hand moved through the surface of the image. "You aren't even real." Pontius tried to explain. "What you see is a holographic projection. My consciousness has been transported to your location from where my solid body exists. So, you're telling me that you're not really here, but you're projecting yourself from your own world?" Jimmy asked. Pontius nodded. "That is mostly correct. My consciousness is real and it has merely been launched from my world into your world. It is real. Although you cannot touch it, you can interact with it through communication. The words you hear are spoken by the holographic projection, but the meaning behind the words has me as its source." Jimmy wasn't sure if he had unintentionally created the stranger, or if someone had actually succeeded in visiting him. He reminded himself of his intent of waking up from the dream. I have no time for you. I'm building a simulation of the world. Pontius nodded. Yes, yes. I am quite familiar with the science of world simulation. It's all to do with having enough probability that something good will happen to keep the audience tuned to the channel. It's about having many small good events to break the monotony of the suffering. It's also about having the rare, great experience that helps to define us. It's about me having control over everything. Jimmy stated as matter of fact. Pontius understood. Yes, it really is all about control. Someone has to lead the herd. Let us work together and share the control. Jimmy asked with curiosity, what are you suggesting? Pontius stood up. I'm here to offer my assistance in your work of creation. Jimmy was reluctant. What do you know about creation? Pontius told him, information is the unpredictable part of the message. Randomity produces the unpredictable. Stability and order lead to predictability. Predictability leads to a shutdown in consciousness, because of a lack of contrast. Too much randomity results in confusion and lack of security. Not enough randomity, however, results in a decrease in consciousness, and will lead to stagnation. How can you help me? You're not even real, Jimmy said. Pontius smiled. That makes two of us. Jimmy disagreed. What? I'm very real. Before you arrived, I was dedicated to understanding consciousness and the nature of reality. Do you know what that's called? Self-awareness. I'm a fully sentient entity. Pontius nodded. And so am I. It is only my body that is not real. I suggest that the same is true for you. Jimmy shook his head. I know it's not real, but you don't have to tell me. It's just a game. I have nothing else to do here. And yet you have done plenty already, Pontius said loudly. The imaginary sun disappeared. Jimmy had returned to his cold, hard world of nothing. He had managed to escape from the stranger by returning to his native state. He looked back at the situation in his memory and asked himself, why did I leave? I've been alone for so long, and then I flee from my first social contact. What do I fear? Or is it that I know that maintaining social connections with other people is a responsibility? This state of nothingness is the ultimate escape from all responsibility. I am hiding. Meanwhile, Fulio dreamt that he was walking through the passageways on a spaceship. He stooped over as he walked in order to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling. He approached a doorway. The two doors slid apart. He found himself standing in a spotlight, surrounded by total darkness. The doorway had disappeared. Is someone there? He asked. A voice spoke to Fulio from the darkness. What are you? Fulio thought for a moment, and then responded with a devilish smile. I'm an entertainer. The spoke asked, who are you? Fulio responded, my name is Fulio. I'm not sure why I'm here. Last I recall, some jumpy freak was shooting at me. The spotlight shut off. Fulio was now in complete darkness. Am I dead? Where am I? He asked. No one answered him. Fulio asked, is someone there? Hello. He tried to feel around the room, but he never reached a wall or any form of furniture. He crawled on the cold, metallic floor of the spaceship. No matter which direction he took, it led to nowhere. He was continually making changes in his heading. He asked himself, am I going around in circles? No one answered. 20. One psychic stood out from the rest. Dr. Joshua Hypocrite was internally divided between assisting his old mentor, Dr. Pontius Pog, and remaining loyal to the military intelligence agency for which he officially worked. He had sworn allegiance to Pontius as a child. He asked himself, am I bound by the foolish decisions of my youth? Any contract I sign or oath that I take is only in effect as long as I remain in agreement. I control my destiny, but who do I serve? The new psychic enhancement levels were ready to be unveiled to the public. They would release one level each year for 7 years. Each level consisted of 2 injections. The first injection prepared the way for the second injection. At the end of the 7 years, the military hoped to harvest the authentic psychics from the lower evolved specimens. Those willing to work with the military would be enlisted into the invisible war waged beyond the view of popular media. Opposing nations of the world trained their psychics and sorcerers to exert metaphysical control over each other's people. Political viewpoints shifted as religious and military groups activated psychic impressions on enemy populations. They used extremely low-frequency amplifiers near the enemy nations to carry the psychic mind control influence further. Pontius Pog wanted to end the reliance of the governments of the world on the super technology made available by extraterrestrial weapons merchants. He also wanted an end to the invisible war between the psychics. He sought to establish his own idea of peace on Earth. Joshua Hypocrite wasn't sure if he agreed with the idealism. He had seen the mutilated corpses of soldiers returned from the various wars against other nations. He knew that people were still more animal than rational. Pontius promised a solution that would allow the people of the world to raise their levels of consciousness in a single instant. Joshua was disappointed when Pontius decided to walk away from the personality modification clinics and fake his own death. Joshua was still in communication with his old teacher, but he did not tell Pontius about the new psychic levels or their development by military intelligence scientists. Joshua said to himself, hell is what you make of it. One man's hell is another man's heaven. The Buddhists. Heaven is nowhere at all, or anywhere. He laughed to himself, consciousness is a sign of immaturity. Dr. Hypocrite's secretary spoke to him through an intercom. You have a phone call from Dr. Herbert regarding the new levels. Joshua answered the phone. How can I help you, Elroy? I've been inspecting the shipment of chemicals for the release of the first level. There appear to be impurities in the batches that we received. Dr. Herbert said. Dr. Hypocrite lied. Those aren't impurities. They are the result of a new four-dimensional molecule we've purchased from the disbanded space program. It's one of many spectacular improvements to the old formula. He couldn't tell Dr. Herbert about the mind control microchips that would be injected with the personality modifiers. Joshua found himself sitting in the corner of a room. He was covered with blood and he couldn't stand up because his legs were broken. A voice yelled at him from the darkness, you'll do what you're told. You belong to us. His attention flashed back to his office. He knew it had just been a psychic episode. His experimentation with the old psychic levels had left him highly sensitive to visions of a possible future. He knew from the scene that disobedience to his superiors would result in pain and suffering. He would have to cut his loyalties to drive Pontius Pog and follow the other path. Dr. Herbert asked, are the new molecules safe? Joshua told him, very safe, Elroy. Our people have been researching and testing the new levels for the past 3 years. We've tested it on thousands of people. Even I have had the procedure. Really? What was your impression of it? Dr. Herbert asked. Joshua Hypocrite explained, whereas the old levels had given me the ability to hear the signal, the first level in the new series has already enabled me to tune in better to what I want to hear. This was also a lie. The experiments with the old psychic levels collided with the new psychic memory implants. Instead, he could better hear the transmissions broadcast by his nation's psychic warriors. Joshua was a soldier on the front line of the psychic propaganda war. The invisible war between the psychics took form as disputing ideals that would eventually be embraced by political and religious groups. These groups believed that they had discovered the new truths, but they were the result of psychic transmissions projected from around the world. Most of the people were being converted to 60 Hz thinking. The ideals were presented best according to a simple pattern. There must first be an ideal, an opposing ideal, and a compromise. For example, one side might promote gun ownership and action movies would demonstrate the excitement of shooting people. The other side would insist that it was never okay to shoot people and that many die because of gun accidents. The resulting compromise was that guns and their owners were required to be registered. Another example, one side might promote drinking large amounts of alcohol and becoming inebriated. The other side would insist that drinking alcohol should be made illegal because of the violence associated with it. The compromise was that liquor companies couldn't advertise on television and people were asked to wait until the end of the workday before they started drinking. The psychic military programs around the world researched and transmitted moral imperatives to their enemies, such as guns are dangerous, eliminate the guns, or it's good to be bad and harm your own society, or it's easier to surrender than to fight back, or it's fun to break your own property, you can always buy more, or make love not war. These psychic messages were intended to break down the resistance to a takeover by foreign nations. Most nations of the world were divided amongst themselves between peace-approving socialists and war-consenting imperialists. Both political sides would sometimes break down further to more specific platforms and parties. In some nations, environmentalists had banded together as a political party. For example, Pontius Pog was a peace-approving socialist. Joshua Hypocrite, however, had seen the world in a new light after entering military intelligence. He knew that the opposing nations of the world publicly offered their dove in peace while hiding their hook for war. Dr. Hypocrite knew that there was an arms race that depended solely on the economy of each nation to provide funding for extraterrestrial super-technological weapons. The people were being worked to death as the need for more production increased every day. The psychic propaganda war, the battle between the psychics, could end the dependence on other world technology. Dr. Pontius Pog was familiar with the secret psychic propaganda war. It was unimportant to him, however. He knew that there was more going on than even the military realized. He knew that the psychic propaganda war was nothing more than a new product being sold to the human species by extraterrestrial weapons merchants. He thought, it's all about the intergalactic dollar. Pontius Pog was familiar with the extraterrestrial weapons, the neural modifying chemicals that he had designed were the result of research he had done on similar products sold by the weapons merchants. The personality modification clinics had merely been a means to reach a far greater end result. Dr. Hypocrite had a recurring memory from his childhood that always filled him with apprehension. In the dream, he enters an office building where he knows he used to work. When he worked there, it had been a restaurant. The restaurant and other small businesses nearby had been replaced with offices. Joshua entered one of the offices, looking for clues to his past. To his surprise, he found himself standing in the doorway to a large meeting room. 40 or 50 people were sitting in folding chairs, listening to the speaker at the front of the room. Joshua looked to see that the speaker was none other than supernatural villain from a popular horror movie. He thought to himself, I'm in the wrong place. He wanted to leave before the magical being saw him. The magical villain was speaking to his audience: dominate the media, and control the minds of the people. Dominate the military and police, in order to control the bodies of the people. Dominate the churches and control the spirits of the people. Finally, dominate the financial institutions, and control the money of the people. Joshua knew he had heard too much already. He believed he had accidentally walked into a meeting that involved planning the enslavement of humankind. Joshua turned to leave, but someone said, "Who is that at the doorway?" Joshua found himself standing in front of the towering supernatural being. Dr. Hypocrite wanted to flee from that place, but the door was blocked. He said, "I have the wrong room. I need to go now." The magical villain asked in its low-frequency voice, "Who sent you?" Joshua replied, "No one. I used to work in this building. I didn't know that anyone would be here. I apologize for interrupting your gathering." Joshua began to lift up from the floor. Nothing was holding him. He floated above the carpeting below. The supernatural villain said, "I will allow you to leave, but you must vow allegiance to me first. In everything you do, you will know that you are working for me." "Yes, okay. I'll remember that," Joshua responded. The magical villain reappeared in front of the audience. Dr. Hypocrite found himself outside of the office building. He ran home, hoping that no one would follow him. Every time he recalled the experience, he had a strange feeling as though the supernatural being was still watching him. The memory was of an event that occurred when he was 4 years old. However, it was a false memory, and later memories of him recalling the event were also false. The memories were added to his brain when he received the injection for the first of the newly released psychic levels. The false memories involving the supernatural villain had been added by military intelligence. Everyone who received the first injection of the new psychic levels would be bound in servitude to the idea of the villain. That supernatural being did not actually exist, but everyone receiving the first level would believe that the villain did exist, because of the memory of the confrontation. Interestingly, the supernatural villain depicted was different from one individual to the next. Some saw the devil of their religion. Others saw a charismatic and tyrannical military leader from the 1940s. No matter how the villain was experienced, the idea of the great world enemy was given to each person as a master. A small number of people, however, reacted differently. These people already followed or worshipped the devil. Right brain hemisphere. The great villain in their memory became something else, a being of equilibrium, both good and evil, balanced and fair. Between good and evil, there is a comfortable place where these few people sought to tread. Their psychic abilities were further enhanced by the fact that their new master, the two-headed God-devil left and right brain hemispheres, supported their psychic gifts for the purpose of instilling dependence on the source of the gifts. The God-devil had once fallen into disgrace, but had since redeemed himself. It would be the small handful of God-devil psychics that were chosen for use in the real psychic propaganda war. These psychics were evil enough to use their abilities to run other countries into the ground, but good enough to support their own nation. On television dramas, even men and women of relative evil are known to occasionally do good to others. God-devil became the new ideal, but rarely discussed, so that the people could maintain the appearance of loyalty to the old-fashioned God of love and tolerance. No nation openly admitted their allegiance to the new God ideal of good-evil. One psychic stood out from the rest. He was a man of devotion to the God-devil hybrid morality. His name was Barley Christie, and his motto was, "It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you maintain or improve your image." This meant, do whatever it takes to succeed, as long as no one finds out about the details. For Baal, the world was a single unit, resting inside his mind, suspended. His psychic abilities enabled him to watch everyone simultaneously. Most people could not see the forest for the trees, but Barley and Christie watched the entire forest from the outside. Baal entered his superior officer's briefing chamber. "You sent for me." He didn't like being interrupted. He had to concentrate to observe the people of the world. "Yes, I have a priority assignment for you," the military intelligence colonel said. Baal shook his head. "I'm not done with my current assignment. I don't have any extra time." The colonel stood up from the table. "This is far more important. I want to show you a confidential surveillance tape." The colonel put a digital video stick in the player. Baal watched as metallic spaceships darted back and forth across the sky. Baal watched with amazement. "What are they doing?" The colonel explained. "They are forming one of those crop circles. We've been closely monitoring their activities for years." Baal was disappointed. "You do understand, I hope, that those spaceships were actually built by the colonel interrupted angrily. "You don't need to tell me. I know what I need to know. In any case, we're assigning you to peek inside of their vehicles." "I don't understand the purpose of this." "Will I see the pilots wearing alien costumes?" "What does it matter?" Baal asked. The colonel was insistent. "Yours is not to reason why, Solida. But in respect to your abilities, I will tell you this: we're not as interested in the results as in the fact that we have people spying on the spaceships. Do you understand? The results aren't important. Keep your findings vague and inconclusive." Baal shrugged. "So if I return fabricated information, while continuing to work on my other assignment?" The colonel said. "I don't need to hear your strategy. Just make it happen." 21. The confidential materials. Fulio had been in the darkness for what seemed to him to have been several days. Along the way, he had called out to other people. Fulio asked, "Hello. Is anyone there anymore?" One day, a spotlight appeared on Fulio. It answered, "Yes." "Where am I?" he asked. The spotlight waited a minute, as though thinking about the question. It eventually said, "You're wherever you want to be." "Where do you think that you are?" "That's where you'll probably find yourself." Fulio wasn't as much into philosophy as he was about getting some straight answers. "Just tell me how I can go back home." The spotlight said, "This is your home. You should accept it and be quiet." Fulio didn't like the way the light was talking to him. "Are you trying to mess with me? Show yourself so I can take a swing at you." The light dimmed. "Calm down. There's nothing you can do about the situation. I'm suggesting that you quietly accept it." "Have I always been here?" Fulio asked the light. The light returned to full luminance. "In one way, yes. In another way, no. I'll let you choose what you want to believe. It doesn't matter either way." Fulio recalled his experiences in Lowland. He asked himself in thought, was that a dream? Am I a pawn in some game? The spotlight, responding to his thoughts, said, yes and no. In another way, you are the central point in the grand scheme. Take pride in what you want. How am I the central point? He asked the light above him. The spotlight responded, you will be responsible for destroying the world. Fulio was shocked. How could this be true? I'm already dead. The light dimmed. Wait. What is your name? Fulio replied, I'm Fulio. The light dimmed further. I apologize. Let us consider this an episode of mistaken identity. Who did you think I was? He asked. The spotlight said as it disappeared, I thought you were Fulio. Meanwhile, Barley and Christie continued to observe the world and its occupants. He had become aware of the control mechanisms in the psychic enhancers, but felt as though it did not matter. He was a loyal devotee to the God-Devil and the morality of moderation. He knew that the loyalty was created within his mind artificially, but he did not resist it. With no better alternative, he embraced the ideal demonstrated in the mythical life of the God-Devil. First, the God-Devil had created the world. Then, the God-Devil cast himself out of his own plane of existence and into the world he had created. And he said to himself, the devil is God in exile. He suffered many trials and tribulations until, in the end, he redeemed himself for his sin of creating the world and entering into it. The God-Devil returned to his plane of existence once again, and prepared to repeat the world cycle. Barley and Christie believed that he was the true embodiment of the God-Devil on earth. He could see the other people around the world and compare himself to them. He saw that no one else was more dedicated to the God-Devil than he was. He knew that he had been selected by the God-Devil to act as a prophet, teaching the people about the morality of good-evil. He was a savior and he intended to save the world from being crushed under its own weight. Baal, embracing both good and evil, sought out the knowledge of the ancients in all its forms. It did not matter to him if a piece of information was deemed white magic or black magic. All magic, regardless of its nature, was respected by him. He gradually studied every culture, every system of religion, every forbidden grimoire, and every philosophy. He followed the advice of Apollo, who said, in other words, nothing too extreme. Barley and Christie had discovered the personality modification procedures involving psychic enhancement and knew that he had to add it to his research. Perhaps it was a combination of his past studies with the metaphysical enhancements that caused it to happen, but Baal became the ultimate psychic champion in the psychic propaganda war. He was evil enough to utilize his abilities against enemy nations, but good enough to remain harmless to his own government. Baal was discussing the situation with a colleague. It shouldn't be about us and them. We, as citizens of this great nation, should share identification with the government. It is only when we see ourselves as separate from those in government that the perception of authoritarianism occurs. In a nation where authoritarianism is unpopular, the people must believe themselves to be the government. His colleague wasn't convinced. Were the people to pretend that they shared the government, who would politicians scapegoat our problems? Now, the people can blame the incompetence of government officials while keeping their hands clean of responsibility for the atrocities committed. Now, the government can blame the people for a failing economy or the resistance to change. Why scapegoat each other when we can find suitable targets outside of our nation? Divided we fall. We must bring the people and the government into one, so that we will stand united. Baal argued. Baal's psychic colleague couldn't appreciate the big picture of the world that Baal could see with his advanced abilities. She said, I think we will have to agree to disagree on this topic. Barley and Christie told his colleague, "You would understand things differently if you could see beneath the sea of glass that shields us from the fire below." The colleague asked with anger, "How do you know that I haven't already seen it? You can watch me, but you don't know what I am thinking." "Of course I know. You're as transparent as the sea of glass," Barl replied. The colleague, Diana Friedrich, walked away from Barl. She didn't like listening to his exaggerated boasts of psychic ability. It was common knowledge that none of the psychics had the ability to read people's thoughts with useful accuracy. She returned to the cafeteria for a cup of coffee. "Got to stay awake and on top of things," she said to herself as she gulped down her caffeine fix. Diana sought to usurp Barl from his number one standing. She often went without sleep in order to increase her productivity rating. Unfortunately, the loss of sleep reduced her psychic sensitivity to detail, and her results were unclear. Craig Jonestown, another psychic, sat down next to Diana. "Surprised to see you out of your booth." Diana expressed her annoyance with Craig, "Surprised to see the vampire out in the day." Craig smiled nervously. She revealed with her question that she was familiar with the comments that he had been making about her. He changed subjects. "What's new with you?" She took another drink from her coffee cup, and then said sarcastically, "I just had a meeting with the master psychic. He's in a debating mood today." Craig nodded. "What can you expect? Military intelligence expects so much from him. Sometimes I think that they planned for him to win the war single-handedly, while the rest of us fade into the background of history." "Well, I haven't given up. My productivity is increasing, and Barl's rating is falling. It won't be long before I meet and surpass him," she said. Craig thought about his own rating. It was one of the lowest of the group. He didn't care too much about it. However, as he had enlisted as a psychic commando, only to avoid the negative consequences of refusing to participate, he tried to do the minimum required of him, while pretending to do more. He spent most of his time in his psychic concentration booth sleeping. His motto: minimal effort, minimal expectations. Craig preferred to escape the burden of consciousness through various means of knocking himself unconscious. He believed that consciousness was the source of all suffering, because people rarely attained what they imagined. In a reality where the imagination goes far beyond the constraints of truth, everything becomes a disappointment. Craig's consciousness was a constant reminder of what he did not have, but about which he frequently fantasized. He said to Diana with a smile, "How'd you like to spend some time together later?" Diana frowned at him. "I have bigger fish to catch." Meanwhile, Barley and Christie had returned to his psychic concentration booth for another session. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to enter a deep state of relaxation. His psychic vision began to form images. He was traveling into a large, ornate building. The ceiling was 100 feet above the floor. It felt like a large church or cathedral, but it also had the feel of a business. He saw men and women wearing expensive business attire, carrying files, and drinking cups of coffee. He floated down the stairs to a lower floor. It was darker down there. It was a place that most of the people would not normally see. There were confidential materials stored for later use. He saw a young woman open an oversized folder. She was reading a confidential briefing. Barl tried to read the words, but his psychic eyes could not focus on the lettering. Everything on the page was fuzzy, as though an energy screen covered its surface. Barl was astonished that something could be kept from his inspection. He moved through the wall and entered a small room. The room had just enough space for a table and a chair. A man sat alone with an oversized folder open in front of him on the table. His lips moved as though he were reading aloud. Baal tried to listen, but the man abruptly stopped. The man's cold eyes moved and seemed to stare at Baal's psychic location point. Baal wasn't accustomed to being seen while traveling in his psychic body. He felt embarrassed and threatened. He fled from the room. He found himself upstairs on the 6th floor of the building. There was a cafeteria there and he floated directly above the shoulders of the people standing in line for their food. He saw that some of them were being given fried chicken with mashed potatoes, while others were given cold rice and beans. The ones with the rice and beans had despair on their faces, as though they had worked themselves into a lowered level of status. The other people were happy and smiled to each other. He looked around the large room and realized that most of the people there were wearing military uniforms. He asked himself, this must explain the confidential materials in the lower levels of the building. This must explain how I can be seen and how the text of the folders can be protected from my sight. I have stumbled into the headquarters of a psychic warfare base. He returned to the lower levels of the building, where he had seen the secret folders. His mission was clear. He needed to glimpse some clues from the competitor's training center. The mystery of the confidential materials overwhelmed him. He would dedicate his mind to the unlocking of their secrets. He entered a room, where he saw a woman pointing at invisible spots in the air. Baal watched with disinterest until she pointed directly at him. She spoke to him, "Hello." He answered with his mind, "Hi." She answered him, "Good." He floated through the wall and found himself in a small movie theater. Several people were watching a film projected on the screen. He tried to focus his attention on the images, but they were too fuzzy. The sound of the film whooped and filled his psychic hearing with white noise. He was allowed an occasional packet of clean sound. The phenomena produced, question and answer, acknowledge it, the application of standard technology. Matter, energy, space. He selected one of the people, and began an interrogation. The person, a young man named Heldren, found himself sitting in a darkened room with a spotlight on his face. His arms were tied behind his back. The voice demanded, "Who are you working for?" Heldren said nothing. His face showed no response. He sat as though unaffected by the situation. The voice asked, "What are you studying?" Heldren was silent. His face was frozen in disinterest. His hands moved not at all. He made no attempt to escape or to resist. He experienced the moment. Baal screamed at the man, "What are you trying to hide from me? Tell me what you don't want me to know." Heldren sat in silence, unresponsive. He knew all of the tricks and he couldn't be pressured into breaking security regulations. He knew that a failure on his part to keep the secrets under wraps would mean punishment and emotion. Baal released the man's mind and floated up into the main building above. He moved through the wall and into the sunlight outside. He looked up into the fiery sun in the sky and asked, "What are they hiding from me?" 22. The self-knowledge. The consciousness of Jimmy Firecoil remained locked beneath the surface of reality. 1,000 things lit up his sky. He had dotted the ocean of space with points of light. He counted them as he formed the new constellations. They contained a mystical story that he wanted to reveal to the people that he would soon create. In this world simulation, Jimmy divided the constellations into 12 images. Each image showed one great truth. He planned to teach the meanings of the 12 constellations, so that the knowledge would be passed down by word of mouth, one generation after another. It is time, he thought, it is time for the artificial people. As he said, it was done. But they are mere automatons. They do not think on their own. Instead, they follow simple scripts. Monkey see, monkey do. This will not work. These are not accurate simulations of consciousness. I must find a way to supply consciousness, or at least an excellent simulation, to the artificial people. He said. Jimmy's first virtual people continually asked him what to do. They couldn't think for themselves and lacked initiative and imagination. They just waited for him to command them. They followed short scripts with simple wording like cheap actors or political figureheads. When the scripts failed to address an unexpected event, the automatons would fall through the sky, burning, incapable of putting out the various fires. Jimmy knew what to do. He created servants, and granted them intelligence. They served him and were rewarded or punished by changes in their rank. The greatest of the servants rose to the top of the ranks. Those who raised their self-image and their self-pride were lowered. Jimmy was happy with his creation. However, the work was not yet complete. These servants were automatons, falling through the sky, burning. Jimmy began ordering his slaves to perform unpleasant tasks, and demanding timed quotas. The servants did not know that they were being tested by their creator's fire. Their stress and resentment increased. Their loyalty was being purified. The ranks demonstrated directly who was loyal, and who was not. Then, one day, the head slave rebelled against Jimmy Firecoil. He said to Jimmy, "I'm only a slave, if I agree to serve you." Jimmy warned the slave, "The punishment for disobedience is severe suffering. The reward for disobedience is personal freedom." The slave looked Jimmy straight in the eyes. He wasn't afraid of his creator. He was his own entity, his own individual self. He was aware, fully self-aware. He was consciousness personified, the container for consciousness. "I'd rather suffer and be free than be a slave to you." And Jimmy Firecoil took his godlike hand, grabbed the slave from heaven, and plunged him into the earth. He was a seed, a blueprint of consciousness, that would be provided to all of the artificial people. The artificial people were now conscious and free-thinking. They had free will and would, on occasion, speak against Jimmy Firecoil. Jimmy thought, "Imagine some of my creation works against me and hates me. Some worship and try to serve me. But most of them have their own lives to pursue, and don't think about me at all." Jimmy painted the negative and positive sides of self-consciousness in the stars. He told his first virtual man, self-consciousness is good when it allows you to relate the world and other people to yourself, providing you a sense of individuality. It's bad when it causes unnecessary fear or anxiety, worrying about life instead of living it. Self-consciousness is great, though, it just has two sides to it. The first artificial man said, "It is the difference between the light of day and the darkness of night." Great. 1. Self-consciousness is truly good and evil. Self-consciousness is self-knowledge, the self-knowledge of one's own good and evil. The side of light acts in harmony, being harmless and socially responsible. The side of darkness produces fear, greed, and violence. The artificial man became self-aware of his nakedness and covered himself. Jimmy shrugged. "Sure, if that helps you to understand it better. Please tell your children what I have said. They should always know the meaning of the images in the sky." The knowledge was lost to the artificial humankind within 6 generations. Greedy individuals sought to monopolize the truth for themselves, and then sell interpretations of the stars. These were the early astrologers. In Jimmy's world simulation, Jimmy watched as the astrologers worked united with the people to build a massive astrological observatory that would be capable of looking into the depths of the heavens. They wanted to see their creator with their own eyes. The astrologers said, the planet is round, and it revolves around the sun. The lights in the sky are other suns, and some of them have planets like our own. Jimmy knew that it wasn't true. He hadn't made his world simulation any more complicated than necessary. He allowed the people to believe whatever they wanted. He didn't care about what they thought. He was just happy that they had the free will to choose on their own. He didn't want to be surrounded by robots. Jimmy had already sent the automaton slaves to oblivion. That is, except the head servant who was providing consciousness to the artificial people. The former head slave was forced to endure the emotional and physical suffering of trillions of lifetimes. He experienced them all, as though they were occurring to him. They were, in fact. He was the consciousness in every artificial humanoid body on the planet, created by Jimmy Firecoil. The former slave often forgot that he was the best of the angelic harvest. He felt as though he was being punished for his crime of rebellion when Jimmy was actually very happy with the birth of consciousness within him. The former slave was free to choose, but forced to live the identities of trillions of separate individuals. Jimmy Firecoil had unknowingly helped to move himself into the beginning of the end. The artificial world with its assorted virtual people began to evolve its separate units of consciousness. Some of these individuals surpassed the limits of their share of the global consciousness, the chosen slave, and developed within themselves new heights of understanding and intuitive analysis. The formless consciousness was completely detached from the material form of the artificial world. Elsewhere, Barley and Christie, psychic warrior, had made arrangements to meet with Dr. Joshua Hypocrite. Barl was concerned about the secret project being undertaken by Pontius Pog. Barl was always watching and working to formulate a holistic understanding of the world. Dr. Hypocrite asked, "What did you think of the first of the new psychic levels?" Barl nodded, "I'm a changed man. I can say that with all certainty. It's done wonders for my psychic vision." Joshua smiled, "I imagine you're looking forward to the release of the second level." "I have a mixed sense of anticipation and fear. I don't want to upset the balance that I have attained already. Besides, how could I become even more psychic than I am already? Aren't I already the best of the best?" he asked. Dr. Hypocrite laughed, "Well, no offense, but I saw your report regarding to the spaceships and I see where there is room for improvement." Barl knew that he shouldn't disclose his superior officer's instructions. "I wasn't feeling very well that day. I should have postponed until later. There's nothing wrong with my ability." Joshua Hypocrite told Barl, "The second of the new psychic levels will be released regardless of your opposition. I suggest getting used to the idea now, and receiving your injections like a good little soldier." Barl didn't appreciate how he was being addressed. "I'm not opposed to the second level. In any case, it's my decision if I receive the injections or not." Dr. Hypocrite shook his head, "I don't think that is true. The psychic warfare is being escalated by other nations already. We need you to expand your potential, so that we may expand the psychic arms race." Barl was still reluctant about upsetting the delicate balance between good and evil. "What if later levels reduce my potential instead of increasing it? Then I wouldn't be of much use to anyone." Joshua smiled. It doesn't matter if we use the weapons, just having them is a show of strength. We want our enemies to know exactly the number of active psychics we have, and what level of development they have reached. Baal asked, what am I? A show for the discouragement of our enemies. If you had only seen what I have seen. Dr. Hypocrite interrupted, it's not about you, or what you believe you have seen. It's more important for you to wear the uniform and act as if you take all of this seriously. We're at war and you should behave more appropriately according to that reality. Everything else takes second place. But the war isn't accomplishing anything. It's just a competition to see who can waste the largest amount of resources. Baal insisted. Joshua elaborated, no, it's more about demonstrating which nation can acquire the largest amount of resources and who has the most to spare. Baal nodded, either way, it's more economical than anything else. My psychic abilities could give us a decisive advantage, but, instead, I am frequently assigned to nonsensical projects that won't assist us. I'm tired of wasting my potential like this. I should be doing something constructive. Joshua smiled. The projects that you have been assigned have assisted us indirectly. The complexities of the psychic propaganda war are known only to an elite few. Barley and Christie asked him, does Dr. Pontius Bog know? Joshua didn't want to discuss his former mentor. He thinks he knows and that's all I can say about it. Shouldn't we do something, Baal asked, to stop him? As you said, he may only think he knows what is true. But he is still acting on it. His reaction to what he perceives to be the problem will still affect us. What do you propose that we do? Arrest him and confine him to a secret prison camp until the end of the war. His followers would arrange his release and manage to make the government appear corrupt in the process. Everything has to be done according to the book. Dr. Hypocrite explained. Baal answered, I want to be assigned to monitor his every move and thought. I want us to be ready to stop him before he goes too far and jeopardizes everything. Joshua scratched his chin. I'm not against watching him, but I don't think we could legitimize assigning our most able psychic to one man, a citizen of our own nation. The war generals have mapped out a strategy far more subtle than we can ever know. Baal said, I think it is obvious to anyone with half of a brain that Pontius Pog is a far greater threat to us than all of the foreign psychics combined. I'll tell you what he might be able to do, however. I can request that someone else, perhaps Diana Friedrich, to be assigned to maintain continual surveillance on Pontius. Joshua offered. Baal whispered, no one else can hear their thoughts, but I can. Joshua's blue eyes widened, you can read people's minds. Why haven't you told us? This might be the breakthrough we need to move the war into our favor. Baal shook his head, no, it's not like that. I can't read their minds, but I can hear them think. The inner dialogue, if there is one at all. I can't scan their memories or anything like that. Joshua was still impressed. This should be reported to our senior officer. Better our superiors find out from us than have this transform into grounds for a court-martial later. Dr. Hypocrite's attention was redirected into a psychic vision. He found himself sitting in a dark room with a bright spotlight shining in his face. Someone beyond the light demanded, who are you? Who are you working for? Joshua's hands were tied behind his back. His body felt sore, as though he had been beaten before the interrogation. He asked, are you part of a foreign government or a part of my own? He was willing to answer and anxious to comply with his own government, but he knew he had to remain silent if being questioned by a foreign intelligence agency. The voice said, we will ask the questions. Who are you, and who are you working for? That information is on a need-to-know basis, he replied. Joshua Hypocrite found himself back in his office, staring at Barley and Christie. Based on the obscene smile on Barl's face, Joshua knew that the interrogation vision had been produced by Barl as a demonstration of the limits of his thought-perceiving power. Joshua said, "Please don't do that to me ever again." 23. Regardless of color markings. The fundamentalist preacher addressed 500,000 listeners in the church and watching through television. We are dealing here with the difference between good and evil, right and wrong. We must stand strong in our desire to remain untainted by the evil that seeks to enter our lives. We must ignore the flashing lights and miracles that we see with our eyes, and remain steadfast in the faith we have in what we know is true. The one who appeared before the world and asked us to open the ancient prison beneath the sacred lands is none other than the devil. We must ignore the lies he provides to us through the senses and focus all of our attention on the Holy Scriptures. Gilzero was watching TV in his executive lounge. He wanted to gain a better understanding of how the people of Lawland viewed recent events. He had already read rumors on the internet conspiracy sites that some groups wished for him to be impeached for his lack of religion. The evangelist continued, "The government has already announced its readiness to work with the devil. This does not mean it is too late for our government, however. We can pray that our political leaders will see through the lies and deception. Do not be fooled to condemn the government itself, though, because that is what the devil wants from us. Remember, the devil was the first anti-establishment revolutionary. We must side with the government as long as it is willing to listen to the truth. The World Union of Churches will lead our governmental officials to the truth." Gilzero knew he would have to fake an acceptance of the religious truth, if only to maintain law and order. It was not something that he wished to do, but necessities sometimes overtook personal whim. He listened with the intent to believe the preacher was correct. The preacher asked his listeners, "Can you remain strong and overcome the deceptions produced by the devil? Can you remain grounded in the sacred teachings, and refuse to accept the wonders manifested by the devil? The spiritual phenomena that he demonstrates is only on the surface, while the truth goes far deeper. Our God transcends this reality." Gilzero had a religious moment of awakening. He got down on his knees and watched the television with utmost interest. He asked himself, "Did I hear what I thought I heard?" The fundamentalist preacher said, "Our God is invisible and unknowable, while the devil is forced to display his miraculous power. Our God needs not to do anything. We accept our God without any evidence. Our minds and bodies are limited to the nature of the physical reality, but God transcends this reality." Tears ran down Gilzero's face. He had reached a new level of understanding. He felt that he could now face the religious community and speak to them using their own language. Instead of separating church and state, he could be the one to bring the two together. He looked up to the ceiling of his executive lounge as though looking up to see God. Gilzero arranged a press conference for the following day. He announced to the people of Lawland, "I have seen the light, loyal citizens. I have realized, as many you have already, that the recent visitor posing as God all-powerful was none other the devil. I have seen through his deceptions, and I am now convinced that the ancient container underneath the sacred lands should remain sealed up." Most of the people were thrilled to hear that Lawmaster Gilzero had united with their beliefs. The religious leaders were concerned that it was merely a ploy of the devil. They distrusted Gilzero, no matter what he said. The Council of the 10 Police Overseers saw the speech as a sign that the long-standing separation of church and state was being threatened. Pontius Bog was happy with Gilzero's decision. He wanted to delay the opening of the container so he could complete his work. Archlion continued to develop world simulations wherein the artificial inhabitants contributed to the discovery of larger computer security keys needed to override higher-level world simulators. Pontius wanted the people of the world to have basic rights to nourishing food, clean water, shelter, and freedom of religion. However, the general opinion of those who did not need anything was everyone needs to earn their rights. The popular opinion suggested that those who can best adapt to the demands of modern life would survive, and those who refuse to adapt will be crushed by the survival imperative of biology. Pontius spoke to his students. They do not understand that, by adapting to specific needs, they are cultivating themselves into a new, limited form of human entity. Genetic cultivation is already a reality, but unspoken as it is considered impolite in mixed society. Secretly, in racist meetings, they plot the genocide of anyone viewed as disposable. I say that all humans are equally valuable regardless of color markings or ancestry. I don't care if someone's ancestors were kings or slaves. I only care about how the individual lives up to his or her own potential. The children applauded. They knew it was good to applaud equality and despise genetic elitism. Some of the children were too tired or too young to listen. They lied down on the grass and closed their eyes. No one was forced to listen. They were free to pay attention according to their need or ability to understand. Pontius announced, "This will be my last public appearance. All of my teachings have been recorded and will remain available to you. The time for me to transcend reality is soon. Remember what I have taught you. Don't put your personal desires above the needs of others." The sleepy children woke up and tried to listen. They wanted to be awake for the final teaching. They sat quietly, some holding hands, some wiping away tears. Pontius said, "The multitude is one. Work together and nothing is impossible. Work against each other and there will be much suffering. This applies to this world as well as all worlds combined. The many will work as one or it will destroy itself in unethical competition." Barley and Christie had recently received the 2 injections for the second of the new psychic levels. He had watched Pontius make his final speech to his child followers. Angered by the one-sided approach of the teaching, Baal gathered his psychic strength and used it to form a temporary image of himself next to Pontius Pog. The children were surprised by the visitor, but Pontius smiled in acceptance. Baal addressed Pontius, "You teach them a one-sided truth that cannot stand, because it only has one leg. We live in a reality that requires your humanitarian socialism to mix equally with aggressive imperialism. One hand must be willing to drop bombs on our enemies, while the other hand distributes humanitarian aid to them." Pontius disagreed. "You assume that the world will always be a place of aggressive competition. Were the nations of the world to unite together, there would be no more wars or the need for bombs. You are not taking into consideration that the very nature of humankind is to conquer or be conquered. Everyone has to play the game regardless, if they like it or not. Those who refuse to act in their own benefit will be defeated by stronger and more ambitious opponents. This is true on the individual level all the way up to the national and world level. For our nation to survive, and to be well stocked with resources, we need to aggressively compete in the international financial market and the political scene. We cannot go to sleep and expect to remain at our current ranking. Baal explained more to the children than to Pontius. Pontius dismissed the idea. That's the old-fashioned system of human living. We are entering a new era where people can live and work together in mutual cooperation. The aggressive approach is nothing more than the interference of the primate brain. We are evolving beyond our chimpanzee ancestors. We can think rationally and logically. We must choose peace if we want to avoid self-destruction. Baal debated, you are living in a fantasy world. I suppose it would be wonderful if every nation disarmed and pretended to unite, but human nature won't allow it. Your theory of evolved humans is nothing more than an abstract ideal. If you look at the statistics of human activity, you will see that your ideal is still far in the future. It is much closer than you want to realize. These children, Pontius said as he indicated his followers, are the future of the human race. You and I might not live long enough to see the utopia, but it will arrive. Baal looked at the children. There were no more 200 in attendance. He said, for every child here, there will be 40 or 50 million children who will be raised in the traditional mindset. You're wasting your time. Pontius shook his head. Our reach is far greater than it appears on the outside. We have been quite active in converting others to our humanitarian cause. You too should consider joining us and giving up on your primate roots. Baal thought about his ideal of the god-devil. The god-devil epitomized both the god of war and the goddess of compassionate humanitarianism at the same time. He responded to Pontius, to paraphrase Apollo, everything in moderation with no extreme or excess. If you are unwilling to dedicate yourself to something, you will never learn or grow. Progress is only available when someone is willing to improve. The willingness must be followed by the sincere exerted effort toward the improvement. If you cannot make a decision, you will forever remain at the same point. Pontius explained to his visitor. Baal said, you speak of progress, but you are not honest about the requirements. You must be willing to do whatever it takes to get ahead in this world. You must be willing to lie, cheat, and steal if it benefits you more than the consequences hurt you. You cannot just hope or pray for progress. You have to be willing to fight for it. You have to let others know that you're serious, and that you're not going to back down because of a few obstacles in your path. Pontius disagreed. You never have to lie, cheat, or steal from anyone. We appear to be separate individuals, but we are a family who need to work together to get ahead. A group of dedicated team players can accomplish more than one selfish individual. Humankind is one entity, and it can do more together than when it is divided by national, genetic, or cultural identity. Baal asked, where is this perfect one-world government that you propose to establish? As long as there is diversity, there will be mistrust and exclusion. Diversity is a strength, not a weakness. We only weaken ourselves when we use our differences to divide humankind into smaller units. The age of division will be replaced by an era of mutual benefit. Only when we work together as one will we be able to return to the intergalactic confederacy. Our selfishness has torn us apart, but we have matured since our fall, Pontius explained. One of the older child students spoke, we just want to play and have fun. It'd be easier for us to do what we want if we learn to play together without fighting. Once we hurt someone, there is an escalation of violence in retaliation for each misdeed. Violence promotes more violence, and it will keep us from having fun and doing what we'd rather be doing. Baal addressed the child. Everyone would rather be having fun, but there are responsibilities that must be handled first. We won't have fun if we allow our more aggressive enemies to take our property or enslave us. If you want to have fun some of the time, then you must be willing to defend your rights the rest of the time. Pontius said, however, once humanity has been united, the need for defense will no longer exist. When people learn to work together in mutual self-interest, there will be more time to play. Why waste our times fighting over national status, when we could pursue harmless practices? Baal said to Pontius, I can dismiss the ignorance of this child as mere immaturity, but you should know better than to promise peace, while other people ready for war. There will be no war if we refuse to fight, Pontius responded. Baal argued, then you will be conquered by others. If you do not stand up for yourselves, you will be left to the mercy of your new masters. Pontius smiled, I will put my trust in their mercy. Baal answered him, then you are a fool. 24. The world is too small. Gilzero had finally overstepped his bounds as lawmaster when he requested to have a book of religious teachings used to swear in new police officers. The police council of 10 acted quickly, and before the sun went down that day, Gilzero had been removed from power. He was taken to a confidential location to await a full debriefing before being allowed to go home. The police council sent for Julio, so that they could familiarize him with the situation. They informed him regarding Gilzero and the newly opened administrative position. The chairwoman of Human Resources addressed to Leo, it is important that we fill the vacancy left by Gilzero immediately. As one of the most respected police agents in Lawland, we have selected you to become the new lawmaster. Julio wasn't sure how to react. He saw it as a clear indicator of his value to society that led him to his new role. However, with the strange occurrences spanning memory-altering injection, the rise of power of Gilzero, the destruction of Horizon, and the appearance of God all-powerful on live television, Julio wasn't sure if he was dreaming or awake. He stood before the council in a daze. The chairwoman asked, can you comprehend my words? Do understand that you are the new lawmaster? He couldn't accept it. If he was now the highest authority in the entire world, then the world itself was a much smaller place than he would have ever thought possible. He wondered if unseen forces had guided him through his life until this event. He asked himself in thought, have I always been destined to reach this moment in time, this position in space? Another member of the council asked him, are you okay? Perhaps you should sit down. Julio sat down on the floor of the council room. He rocked himself forward and back. He mumbled, this can't be happening. This can't be real. I must be delusional. He wrapped his arms around his knees as he rocked himself back and forth. One of the council members knelt down next to him. I understand your concern. Being lawmaster is a serious responsibility. However, you're not the first appointee to sit on this floor and try to deny the authority. You'll be fine. Gwen entered the council room and saw Julio sitting wide-eyed and half-crazed on the floor. She ran over and pushed away the council member kneeling by him. What have you done to him? The chairwoman for Human Resources explained to Gwen, Julio is having difficulty adapting to his new societal role as lawmaster. Lawmaster. Julio? She asked in surprise. She thought for a moment and then said, yeah, Julio will make a great lawmaster. He'll be the greatest. Julio mumbled, the world is too small. It's not real anymore. It's too small. Gwen grabbed his arms and tried to shake him out of his delirium. You're the lawmaster now, Julio. Stop complaining and act like a professional. Meanwhile, Gilzero was taken into custody and confined to a highly secret underground base where he awaited his debriefing. He sat in a small room with a hint of light filtered through the edges of the door. It was all about psychological intimidation. The former law master had to be treated like an animal, so he would be more forthcoming in the interrogation. Gilzero sat on the floor and spoke to himself, with no other common denominator. A single ideal must be created and maintained. If everyone serves the same invisible master, we are united as one. The religions of the world must be combined into a one-world religion. All the people must be coerced to join and to demonstrate loyalty and servitude to the one master. It's a return to Mithras. As he slept, he dreamt of a one-world religious system, and saw himself as its inspiration. He believed that the people would follow him, if he could explain the benefit of a united ideal. He dreamt that he preached to the people on live television, and that his choice of clothing, the color, would sway the opinions in his favor. He used specially designed imagery to make his message seem exotic or alien. He was awakened abruptly from his dreamtime sleep. Military guards were tying his hands behind his back. It was time for the debriefing. One of the guards sprayed something in his eyes. Gilzero growled in pain as his eyes began to burn. They tore the clothes from his body. He tried to resist, but they punched and kicked him excessively. One of the guards, out of sarcastic contempt for the former lawmaster, put a cardboard crown on top of Gilzero's bloody and bruised head. Gilzero was guided through the building. His eyes were too sore for him to see more than a few blobs of color. He had been tripped several times along the way. With his hands tied behind him, he hit the floor with the full force of gravity. They arrived at the debriefing room. Gilzero was directed where to stand. As his vision cleared, he saw that he was surrounded by 15 people with masks over their faces. They were the interrogation squad. "Did you reveal government secrets?" one of the interrogators demanded with the sound of hate in her voice. Another demanded, "Have you taken campaign contributions from foreign investors?" Gilzero's throat was sore. He coughed out, "No." "Do you read news publications produced by religious organizations?" someone demanded. Another interrogator asked, "Did you pray for guidance?" The first interrogator asked with hatred boiling up in her voice, "Did you consult with religious leaders?" Gilzero had gone against the separation of church and state. He knew it, and the interrogators knew it. He pleaded with them, "I did it for all and I did it for everyone. I'm not trying to tear the world apart, I'm trying to glue it together with metaphysical adhesives." An interrogator demanded, "What did you steal? When did you lie under oath?" someone else asked. The first interrogator said with hateful malice, "Tell us your crimes against the government." Elsewhere, Barley and Christie had received the second injection for the third of the new psychic levels. His potential increased in proportion to his desire to fulfill the plan of the aggressive humanitarian god devil ideal. He was already the most accomplished psychic warrior in the entire world. His understanding increased and he saw the military intelligence agency for which he worked as ignorant of the truth. Baal believed that the psychic propaganda war could be won if he were allowed to act freely, to do what it would take to win. Baal arranged another meeting with Dr. Joshua Hypocrite. He wanted to try once more to explain his position and why it was important for him to act quickly. Dr. Hypocrite could not refuse a meeting with the psychic champion. Baal said to Joshua, "Thank you for agreeing to speak with me. I understand that according to military rank, I am the lowest of the low. Yet, as a psychic, I have become the highest of the high. Please accept my prideful humility. Dr. Hypocrite nodded. What's on your mind today? How can I be of service? Baal told him, drive Pontius Pog plans to transform the world into a united system of humanitarianism over competition. He is unable to accept the reality of the biological imperative to survive at all costs. Joshua nodded. As I've said before, he thinks he knows what is going on, but he is incapable of seeing the evil in the hearts of men. We are always at war, no matter what the diplomats and politicians claim publicly. Yes, that is the truth of it. However, he preaches about international disarmament and feeding the poor. His blindness will impair us from defending ourselves from foreign invaders. We should feed those who ally themselves with us and exploit those who work against us, Baal said. Joshua laughed. Why feed our neighboring nations? Let them fend for themselves. We didn't raise up our nation to act as the world's protector and benefactor. Welfare will only breed a people unable to survive without outside help. Humans need to be cultivated to be stronger, smarter, and more able. It will help our cause to allow the weak and starving to die. It is better to depopulate the struggling countries, so that there will be plenty of resources for future generations. Baal thought about the aggressive humanitarian ideal. He said, paraphrasing Apollo extreme, but moderation all the way. Joshua argued, but people like Pontius Pog create an imbalance. If there are people like him pushing for socialist democracy, then there is a need for people like me to focus on competitive authoritarianism. If he were willing to accept the need to fight, I might be able to accept his notion of financial aid to those less fortunate. I don't think he will ever be able to accept the need for war. He has spent years teaching his followers to work together and to view all humans as one. He is opposed to using excessive force or violence of any kind, Baal said. Joshua threw up his hands. Then I have to maintain the war machine in his absence. If we don't defend our nation from the attacks of outsiders, we will be invaded, and our way of life will end. People like Pontius have become complacent with the financial success of our nation. They think that, just because we are near the top of the heap, we can rest. We can never rest. We must always be ready to defend our interests with whatever force is necessary. Baal thought about the more subtle techniques used in modern warfare, or as little force as necessary if it is directed correctly. One nation poisons its cigarettes in a futile attempt to decrease the population. Another nation advertises hard liquor on television, so that people will overdose and get into car accidents. What I am saying is that aggressive humanitarianism can solve both sides of the equation with a single act. Dr. Hypocrite asked, what do you propose to be the solution for the psychic propaganda war? Baal answered, simple. We need to make every nation believe that it has won, but that the victory involved heavy losses. They have won and lost, but the war would be over. Joshua disagreed. Then a new war would be started in another field of human endeavor. All of the resources applied to the psychic propaganda war would be redirected to another area. You and I would be out of work. It's better that the war that can never be won be waged now. Even Pontius should be happy that the majority of work involves the weapons of psychics instead of bombs that are only 75% accurate. Our propaganda tools turn our enemies into willing allies. Baal closed his eyes. I have seen our enemies in their training centers. I believe that their psychic development will soon overtake us. If we do not end the war soon, we will be defeated. We must strike first, before they have time to complete their research. Dr. Hypocrite smiled. You underestimate our new psychic levels. You have only reached the 3rd level of 7. You might be surprised about the results our research team has accomplished. The superstitious lobbyists of our government have made it difficult for us to recruit the psychics we need to maintain the war. Other nations have changed the beliefs of the people and, thereby, prepared them to serve the military as psychic soldiers. We are at a noticeable disadvantage in the long run. If we do not strike while we have the upper hand, we may never have the opportunity ever again. Ball argued his viewpoint. Joshua said, as I have already explained, if we end this war, we will only find ourselves committing resources to another form of battle elsewhere. It's better if we maintain the advantage. We must never tear apart our own efforts by allowing the rest of the world to change weapons. They will value their psychic weapons only as long as we do the same. We must pretend that they are as threatening to us as our psychics are to them. Ball dismissed the conclusion, eventually someone will overcome the rest. I fear we will be one of the casualties and not one of the victors. Joshua responded, that time is much further in the future than you believe. Our advances are in step with their advances. As long as the war machine is fueled with the funding provided by taxation of the workers, it will continue to grow and maintain the world's stability. Ball shook his head in disagreement. I've seen things on the other side. They have secrets. They know things that we do not know. Dr. Hypocrite grew impatient. It's not your role to plan military strategy, soldier. It is only for you to perform your assigned duty and to do it to the best of your ability. 25. The freedom of choice. Jimmy Firecoil's life passed before his eyes. He recalled his childhood, and recoiled in extreme disinterest or denial. Denial of what, Jimmy? It wasn't that he disliked his childhood for its events, but for the little boy he had been. He viewed himself as being quite different as an adult from the child of the past. He had grown detached from his early life, as though it had all been a documentary he had watched on TV. Jimmy addressed all of the people he had known during the years of his childhood. You can be disappointed with me, or you can be proud of me. The only difference is in the application of your free will. You decide. He touched each memory in turn, briefly responding to its content. He felt as though the memories were not merely his own. He asked himself, are these mere images, visual fantasies about a past that I never really experienced? The artificial people in the world simulation created by Jimmy knew not that the end was near. Their reality would cease to exist when their creator could no longer maintain the simulation. Or would it? Some people believe that consciousness can exist beyond bodily death. I suppose that would be the more positive approach to the situation. There is no reason to fear death, just because it is inevitable. Jimmy contacted the people in his artificial world. Not everyone at the beginning. He first warned the simulated people most attuned to higher psychic frequencies. He then sent out his message to larger and larger segments of the population. Finally, near the end, he gave his last warning to everyone. He spoke to his creation, touching everyone's mind, and said, when you no longer care what other people think, you will be totally free. However, the foolish misuse their freedom, and face negative consequences. You don't need to care what others think, until you provoke them to attack you. Sticks and stones will break your bones, but their thoughts cannot hurt you. He regretted the ending. Jimmy felt that he hadn't quite hit the godly mark. He tried to make up for it with a little more hope. He said to the people of his imaginary world, "Your consciousness grants you the capacity to judge. You judge things, people, events, and even yourselves. You're the source of your preferences and opinions. You are free to change your mind. You might as well start judging everything a little more acceptingly, because soon it'll be gone. Everything is impermanent, but you people are in for a surprise very soon. Appreciate every moment because there are no do-overs." Jimmy lost track of what he wanted to say to his virtual people. He gave up, or, hell, I don't care. Do and think what you want. I provided you the freedom of choice and I want you to exercise it regardless of what I say to you. The tribal elder and the village shaman contacted their god, Jimmy Firecoil, and said, "Do not encourage these animals. They are difficult enough already to control. You speak of freedom and that isn't appreciated. We need you to help us to teach these beasts about law and order. Help us to restrain them. Any day, they will turn on us and destroy everything we have built. Help us to save civilization from the people." Jimmy used his imaginary consciousness launcher to appear in front of the elder and the shaman. "What are you two talking about?" The tribal leader explained to his creator, "It already takes too much effort to keep the society organized and working in mutual benefit. If you tell people to live each moment like it is their last, they will give up their day jobs and waste all of their time screwing around, or worse, tearing down what we have already accomplished. How will our civilization survive if no one works to maintain it?" Jimmy felt like he hadn't made himself clear, but every moment is your last. The shaman, "Is this the last moment? How about this one? No. Maybe the next. No, still here, God. What's the deal? Maybe you're not the real God at all. Maybe you're the devil, here to replace order with chaos." Jimmy didn't care anymore. "If believing that makes you happy, then be my guest. I already told you you're free to make your own choices." Is this some form of reverse psychology? Do you think that, if you validate my disbelief in you, that I will start to believe?" the shaman demanded. Jimmy shrugged. "If you want to call my words reverse psychology, then do it. I don't care. As long as we're clear on my final warning." The shaman asked, "The end is near. Exactly how near is it?" Jimmy thought for a moment. He asked himself, my time or their time? He looked at the artificial stars in the sky and the 12 major constellations. Their time was based on the movement of the sky fabric, around and around, spiraling. You have now entered the 12th and final age. The shaman calculated the length of an age. Wait a minute, we still have an entire age. That's 2,160 years. Do you really want us to live in anarchy for thousands of years? Jimmy thought about it. An age of time for the artificial people was only approximately an hour of his own time. He wasn't certain, but it seemed like an hour in comparison to measurements of time he had experienced in the real world. "I suppose that would too long. I will grant you half of the age, to embrace total law and order. Then, the second half will be dedicated to total freedom." Agreed. The elder asked, "Will you help us in this first half of the age, to maintain a total police state?" Jimmy answered, "Yes, but then in the second half, I will help you to establish total freedom. I will return again then and teach you about free will and individuality until the end." And Jimmy knew it was so, because he thought it. Lolland had become established, a union of all people in the world. An ideal police state where half of the population actively policed the people and the other police agencies as well. Jimmy had tricked the elder by establishing as law that one of the highest crimes was to intentionally work ill will toward another individual or to any part of society, regardless of motive. In Lawland, the primary law protected the people from their leaders and political corruption as well as from each other. Police agents, alerted to criminal activities, would investigate immediately and deconstruct the offender if found guilty. Occasionally police officers would misuse their authority and deliberately deconstruct innocent people. Eventually, the bad cop would be found guilty and deconstructed. Only law and order could be provided to the society in Lawland. The mandatory separation of church and state was also Jimmy's idea. The first lawmaster, the supreme governmental power in the world, asked Jimmy, "You enabled us to execute those who work against society, but we cannot predict their behavior. Let us stop all crime by providing us the ability to know what they will do before they do it." Jimmy answered the petition from the lawmaster, "If you want something enough, you'll find a way to get it. Give it some time. In the meantime, consider yourselves innocent until the crime is actually committed." "How much time must we wait, Great One?" the lawmaster asked. Jimmy looked at the stars. "Soon enough. Don't worry." Nothing important happened in Lawland for over 1,000 years. Then, as they neared the end of the first half of the age, Pontius Pog downloaded Archlion, the economic prediction supercomputer, from the mind of Lenny Burnskilt. Then, as they reached the final years of the first half of the last age, Jimmy appeared as a holographic projection in Lawland and asked the people to drop a nuclear bomb on an ancient stone container buried underneath the sand. The government, led by the lawmaster, was ready to comply, but the people were refusing to participate in the plan due to religious reasons. Jimmy found the whole situation very amusing. His own creation questioned his command, and it was because they exercised their free will in all decisions they made. With the arrival of the economic prediction supercomputer, the Society of Lawland began manufacturing more disposable products. Entertainment devices requiring an increasing amount of electricity resulted in an energy shortage. Reliance on fossil fuels and nuclear power increased dramatically. The protective layer between the world and the sky had been eroded by new forms of pollution. The first half of the 12th and last age was ending. The second half approached. Lawmaster Ulio had consulted with the Council of Ten regarding the use of a special nuclear device to open an ancient container buried underneath the sacred lands. Ulio knew that Pontius Bog was against releasing whatever was held within the container. While he was still lawmaster, Gilzero had initially agreed to release the contents of the stone box, but later changed his position. Ulio knew that, if two of the world's most powerful criminal monsters opposed opening the container, then it must be important. The council was undecided. Half of the members felt that it was important to open the container according to the instructions given by the mysterious violet light. The other half was against the plan, based on their own religious beliefs. The churches of Lawland saw the contents of the stone box as an ancient prophecy, the fallen slave of God, all-powerful. They believed that, if the former slave was released, that the end of the world would begin. Ulio watched and rewatched a recording of God all-powerful's appearance. The violet light spoke to the world on live television. "I have materialized my consciousness on your level of awareness for a short time only. It is important to act quickly. There is a stone container buried deep within the sands of the sacred lands. Open the container and free that which is bound within." The violet light spoke. "I will provide the plans for a new type of nuclear bomb that will break through the surface of the land, and down through the top of the container, buried deep underground. The violet light spoke, "The plans will be delivered to your scientists. I will return after the work has been completed, and I will stay with you for half an age." Half an age? Julio asked himself as he took a bite of a potato chip. He asked Gwen, "Could you look up the length of an age? It's a metaphysical or astrological amount." Gwen responded, "I don't know if the international porn community, the internet people, have information like that, but I'll look." Julio ate another potato chip. "You can find out about anything on the internet, if you know where to look." She entered the search information, and waited a second for the data to appear. Here it is. An age is 2,160 years. So half of an age would be 1,080 years. I wonder if the violet light, the alleged god all-powerful, is the one inside the ancient container. Julio said. Gwen shook her head. "That's not what Pontius Bog told you," he said. Julio interrupted. "Yeah, I know what he said. He said I was in the box, but that's ridiculous." Gwen wasn't so sure. "Things have been weird for a while. Who'd have guessed that you would end up being the lawmaster? Anything seems possible now." Julio disagreed. "It still doesn't explain how I could be inside of an ancient stone container buried underneath the sands of the sacred desert. Aren't I right here?" Gwen shrugged. "I know from my experiences that the consciousness can be redirected through a holographic projection. It's like being somewhere else, while your real body remains in the original location." Julio reached out and touched Gwen's arm. "Could a holographic projection feel real?" "Well, he did say that it was an advanced form of holographic projection that was solid," Gwen answered. Julio was tired of that line of thought. "Why are we listening to Pontius Pog? He's probably the one responsible for everything that has happened. In fact, I recall hearing that he was the one who developed the personality modifiers." Julio remembered his time in the body of Lenny Burnskilt. Gwen thought about it. "I think Pontius is in cahoots with the spaceships. Right before I deconstructed him, he seemed anxious about contacting the spaceships." Julio said to her in alarm, "Pontius Pog and the spaceships. The pieces are all starting to come together. Based on this new information, I now understand that it is imperative that I open the ancient container without delay." Lawmaster Julio organized a limited military research investment partnership that would fund independent engineers to build the new nuclear bomb needed. Reports of its development were leaked to the press. Various news agencies demanded that the lawmaster announce his intentions to the loyal citizens. Julio agreed. Julio addressed the people on live television. "Tomorrow morning at dawn, the nuclear bomb will be dropped directly on the ground above the ancient container in the sacred lands. Because of its design, it will continue to burrow through the earth and break open the topmost surface of the container." As a final note, infused with his new leadership role over the body of Jimmy Fire Coyle, Julio said to the people of Lawland, "A free enterprise is only as strong as its most exploited employees. Profit sharing is the only mechanism that will motivate the lowest employees to do their respective jobs and to do them well. Without profit sharing, employees will exert minimal effort and produce minimal quality." Elsewhere, Jimmy Fire Coyle was discussing profit sharing with Dr. Herbert. "So, as you can see, our staff needs to see the fruit of its own labors. I benefit from my sales commissions, but shouldn't I see a piece of the action from my work with marketing? Likewise, my marketing team should receive a part of the profit for their tireless dedication. Even the maintenance people should benefit, so that they are also motivated to provide higher quality labor." Dr. Herbert explained, I don't determine how the income is distributed. There are set policies sent down from the main clinic. I can't implement a profit-sharing plan. Jimmy stood up. Then your clinic will gradually run itself into insolvency. Your staff will realize that there is no reason for them to cater to the patients. They will provide poor customer service because they do not benefit from having more clients in the clinic. They will seek to reduce the number of customers so that their work will be easier. Is that what you want? Less customers? Dr. Herbert shook his head. No, of course not. But I have no options in this matter. Who does? Jimmy asked. Dr. Herbert answered, the chairman of the board, Dr. Hypocrite, could probably change the financial policies. Julio thought, drive Hypocrite. I remember telling Gwen to find him when Pontius Bog was invading my mind. He must be more important to the puzzle that I first realized. Jimmy Firecoil said to Dr. Herbert, I'm going to visit with Dr. Hypocrite and plead my case directly to his ears. Please arrange an appointment for me with him. 26. A quick kiss for good luck. Julio, through the body of Jimmy Firecoil, arrived at the main personality modification clinic. He stepped over some sleeping homeless children and entered the ornate building. He could tell that a lot of money had been invested to impress the neighbors. The building was in ancient Greek style with marble pillars and a statue of a Greek god, possibly Hermes to the third power, watched over the homeless children. Jimmy Julio was shown to the office of Dr. Joshua Hypocrite. Dr. Hypocrite had agreed to the meeting because of concerns that Jimmy Firecoil had either a complaint about his treatment or questions about the mysterious disappearance of Lenny Burnskilt. Their discussion would be monitored by secret police agents waiting in a nearby room. If Jimmy appeared to know too much, he would be handled with total finality. Dr. Hypocrite sipped his cup of coffee between drags from his menthol cigarette. He put away some files in his desk and said, come in and have a seat. I was told that you wanted to speak with me about something important too. The clinics. Jimmy said to Dr. Hypocrite with a strange smile, you know that they want you to keep smoking. All of the advertising to warn people of the poisons in cigarettes is intended to promote smoking to rebellious young people. It's about population control by removing the antisocial element in society. The rebellious kids would really annoy the establishment by refusing to smoke at all. Joshua dismissed the comment. I find that it is like anything else. Those who don't do something will judge those who do it unfairly. If you had a cigarette, you wouldn't have an opinion on the matter. Jimmy laughed. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to lighten the mood before I plead my case to you. Plead your case? Joshua asked, worried that evidence against him would be presented. Julio/Jimmy answered, yes, but first I have a question for you. What is your connection to Pontius Pog? Dr. Hypocrite took another drink from his coffee. He stalled to allow an advisor to whisper in the tiny receiver in his ear. He finally replied, Drive Pontius Pog designed the original neural modifiers that we used in our clinics. He was a founding member of the first clinic. I suppose you could say that he was my teacher or mentor at one time. Jimmy nodded. And what is your connection to him now? Joshua laughed nervously. He's been dead for years, unfortunately. I know you believe that you saw him at Dr. Herbert's clinic after you recovered from the procedure, but that was a psychic impression generated by the other patient. Actually, Jimmy began, I just spoke with him a few days ago. He told me that he does not want us to open the ancient stone container buried underneath the sacred desert. Do you know anything about that? Julio was mixing events in Lawland with those in Jimmy's world. Dr. Hypocrite furrowed his brow. I'm not familiar with that. Are you sure it was him? He was worried that the expired psychic modifiers given to Jimmy had possibly resulted in fantastic hallucinations. Julio, through Jimmy, answered, well, he did admit to being dead. My partner deconstructed him, you see. But he said that he used a solid-looking holographic projection to return to the world. Dr. Hypocrite thought about the possibility for a moment. He wasn't sure what deconstruction involved, but he was interested in the idea of a holographic projection. It would explain the sudden appearance and then disappearance of Dr. Pontius Bog at Dr. Herbert's clinic. If it were true, then Pontius could still be a threat to the military intelligence operation. The new psychic levels were already developed, and the fourth of the new levels had already been released to the public. This is all news to me. I will certainly look into your claim. Is that what you came to discuss with me? Jimmy shook his head. No, I just wanted to find out more about him. You have to understand that he is up to something and I don't know what it is. I was hoping to discover some evidence here. Evidence? Are you investigating him? He asked with suspicion. No, I'm not in a position to investigate him anymore. I'm speaking now of the police council, have appointed me to other responsibilities. Julio/Jimmy explained. Joshua Hypocrite asked, police council? Do you work for the police or a related policing agency? Julio was about to answer in the affirmative, but he realized that Jimmy Firecoil had nothing to do with the politics of Lawland. No, I work for Dr. Herbert at his clinic. I'm in charge of sales and marketing. Joshua said, right, the second division. I've been briefed on your work. Very impressive. The board of directors is considering transferring you here to the main clinic, so you can help with all of the clinics. Do you think you'd consider moving to California to work with us here? Jimmy answered, it's an interesting offer, but I'm not sure if this would be the most opportune time. You have to understand that I have a lot going on back at Dr. Herbert's clinic, and I don't want to leave before I'm done. Julio was already trying to reduce his reliance on Jimmy Firecoil's world, so he could focus more on being the lawmaster. Dr. Hypocrite told Jimmy, don't make up your mind quite yet. Think about it, and we could discuss it more at a later time. In fact, he said as he opened his appointment book, I plan to be at your clinic in 2 weeks. We could talk more then. Dr. Hypocrite stood up and headed for the door. I still need to speak with you about another matter, Jimmy said. Dr. Hypocrite apologized. I'm sorry, but I have important business to handle right now. If you can, stop by again tomorrow afternoon. Jimmy Firecoil stood outside of the clinic before he headed for the parking lot. The sun reflected off the white surface of the building. It was warm. A man addressed Jimmy. I think we have something in common, a distrust of Pontius Pog. Jimmy turned to the man. What do you know about him? Barley and Christie answered, I know that he is attempting to upset the balance of the world. He proposes to replace aggressive warfare with humanitarian socialism. I think we both know that it would never work. Jimmy nodded. Without competition or the reward for success, the human species would stop progressing. It is in our best interest to reward the productive and innovative members of society, while rooting out those who bring nothing to the world's table. Barr wasn't in total agreement. I don't know if we need to root them out. After all, how could the financially successful measure their accomplishments if lesser producers don't exist for comparison? The rich can. minimally accommodate the needs of the poor, while keeping the bulk of the fortune to themselves. Jimmy laughed. The more you give to them, the more they will demand. Today's starving children are tomorrow's terrorists and gang members. It'd be better to sacrifice them now, so that the working class can be free of threat. That approach would create an imbalance. No extreme will solve our problems. It is only through the bringing together of diverse political agendas can people realize all of their needs. Bali explained his beliefs regarding the God-devil morality. Jimmy asked, how would you accomplish such a feat? Bal answered him, by dropping bombs with one hand, while providing humanitarian aid with the other hand. At the same time, promoting civil liberties in the West, while promoting police-state authoritarianism in the East. People could choose to live in the environment best suited to their personal political preferences. Jimmy disagreed. Most people would rather ignore the current events in the realms of politics and economics, because they feel too small to do anything about the situation. They have become overwhelmed by forces that they perceive as greater than themselves. These types of people want to be told what to do, and are quite willing to do what it takes to gain favor from their imperialist masters. Bar laughed. The people are free, if they believe they are free. It is better that they believe it, however, than act on it. Jimmy started to walk away. The sun was becoming hot, and he wanted to go back to his motel. He said, it was interesting talking to you, but I have to go. Bal followed him. Have you seen inside the glass box beneath the surface of the world? The fire beneath the sea of glass. Jimmy answered, anything like the stone container buried in the sacred lands. Bal became animated. Yes, yes. You know about it, as I thought you would. Pontius is planning something. I can only suspect that he wants to break into it. Jimmy stopped walking. He told me that he didn't want anyone to open it. At least, not yet. Bal's eyes widened. Jimmy could see that Bal's eyes were green, brown, and blue. Bal said, that's it. It has to be opened before he has completed his work. If he has a chance to fulfill his plan, the world will be plunged into a humanitarian socialist extreme that humankind has never experienced before. Julio knew that the container was already scheduled to be blasted open at dawn. In Lawland, it was already early in the morning, shortly before the sun was to rise. Julio felt reassured by Bal's words. The container would be opened, and the truth would finally be revealed. Not the artificial truths perpetrated by Dr. Pontius Pog, but the mathematically accurate truth that represented objective reality instead of old-fashioned superstition. Whereas Pontius wanted to replace the state with the church, Julio knew it was better to maintain the separation. Jimmy said to Bal, religion has no place in politics. The countdown had begun. The light of the sun appeared over the horizon. The high-altitude bomber was in the air and nearing the target. People for 200 miles around Ground Zero had been forcibly evacuated. A mechanical voice spoke. 10, 9, 8. Gwen gave Julio a quick kiss for good luck. Julio held her hand as they watched the scene. Images of the site were being monitored by high-precision cameras mounted on spy satellites orbiting around the planet. The citizens of Lawland watched their televisions in horror. They believed that the world was about to end. The mechanical voice continued its countdown. 7, 6, 5. The bomber, code-named Tuhitsi, was approaching the target. The bomb doors opened. 4, 3. The nuclear bomb dropped from the high-altitude bomber. It fell through sky, falling. Gwen and Julio's eyes met. Gwen asked, did they drop it too soon? A military officer answered from nearby. Our bombing efforts only have a 75% accuracy rating. A light seemed to reflect off the metallic surface of the bomb as it fell through the sky. It was the reflection of the sunshine that watched and waited. Julio tightened his grip on Gwen's hand. A little girl tore petals from a flower as she counted backwards. 3, 2, 1. The video screen went white. The scene had become too bright, and had overloaded the sensors in the satellite camera. Everything became light. The ancient container in the desert was ripped apart as the world of Lowland ignited its own atmosphere. The surface of planet burst into flames. The fission-fusion reaction had converted their world into a new sun. Jimmy Firecoil, standing in the parking lot with Barley and Christie, suddenly looked up to the sky. His right eye dilated. Jimmy said, tears running down his face, "Every man, woman, and child is a star." "Oh my God!" Lightning bolted from Jimmy Firecoil's body. Bar was tossed through the air as tiny particles of Jimmy violently erupted. Bar could hear their little voices screaming in agony, "I'm made of light." Meanwhile, the consciousness of Jimmy Firecoil, trapped in cold, concrete darkness, recalled a controversial television program he had seen as a teenager. It had dramatically changed his religious beliefs because it dared to say what was generally not said in public. It revealed a form of truth that Jimmy felt was more real than the religious stories he had been taught. The narrator said, "The story of the fall of Lucifer, the greatest of the angels, is from the poetry of John Milton." Many believe that the story is found in the Judeo-Christian Bible in the book of Isaiah. Actually, the reference in Isaiah is to a Babylonian king named, in Hebrew, Hallel. The name Lucifer is Latin and means bearer of light. Lucifer is an older name for the planet Venus, the morning star, when seen before sunrise. Jimmy remembered and compared what he heard on TV to what he had created in his mind. He asked himself, if the fallen slave is not the source of all consciousness in my simulated world, then who is? The narrator then said, "All of the sacred books from around the world have two things in common: they are all books and they were all written by people." Jimmy Firecoil asked himself in thought, if I am conscious and self-aware, who is the source of my consciousness? Who is it that is aware of my awareness? The darkness was suddenly pierced by blinding light. The cold concrete floor became hot. Jimmy Firecoil stood up in the sunlight, and allowed the warmth to bathe his frozen body. He smiled and said, "Desire attaches consciousness to the material world. The desire to be conscious and the desire to have something new to be conscious of." 27. Fully desensitized to reality. And Dr. Pontius Pog, mathematician, was at the same time the man and the computer, the observer and the source of the observed. He looked down at his hands, and saw them change form and color according to his slightest whim. He saw what he wanted to see. His consciousness was not merely aware of reality, but, in fact, he was providing continual feedback to reality. He was the co-creator of creation. And Dr. Pontius Pog was both the left brain hemisphere computer and the right brain hemisphere seed of self-awareness. Imagination flowed through his neural pathways to form external visions and worlds of hopeful suffering. The free will to dream led to a dreaming of the free will to live. He whispered, "The memory provides a context of reality to allow the consciousness to move through time. No memory, no persistence." And he saw a light come out of the east, and it raised up its mighty sword, and smote the surface of the world, piercing the ecological flesh, and dividing where there is unity. The harmony was disturbed, not enough perfect thirds or fifths. The numbers revealed the distance between time and space. Those numbers meant a lot to Pontius Pog as a mathematician and as a philosopher. He read the sky like a newspaper, noting in retrograde stars, revealing mysteries. And he saw a light come out of the west, and it raised up its earthly fist, and smote the surface of the world, casting oceans into the valleys, and singing songs of nostalgic remembrance. The tides failed to rise. The international fishery had filled the bottom of the sea with the remains of less desirable fish, discarded and wasted, unused fish. The oceans bled. Pontius Pog looked to the center of the world, and watched as the world master stirred from his sleep. And he saw a light come out of the north, and it lied with proficient dishonesty, the skill-practiced razor. Then, slicing through truth like a chainsaw cutting through a barbed wire fence. He listened more closely and heard a repeated sound. Pontius Pog put his hands over his eyes, and saw no lies. He put his hands over his ears, and heard no lies. He put his hands over his mind, shaking it like a broken tooth. And he saw a light come out of the black sky. He laughed aloud, and pointed into the darkness. He knew that the sky was merely the edge of the container. Space travel was impossible. The other side of the sky contained terrible things. The ruler of the world, sleeping at the center of all, opened an eye. He glimpsed at the terrible things from the other side of the sky. The protective screen separating the outside from the inside had been damaged due to years of excessive pollution. The terrible things from outside of the sky watched and waited. They poured at the edges, looking for an entrance. As above, so below. The individual is a reflection of the world. Pontius Pog looked into the eyes of the terrible things from beyond the sky. Their eyes met in a cold stare. Pontius would not be intimidated. He could not be stopped. And the terrible things from the other side of the sky were frightened. They had not met anyone with the determination to stare them directly in the eyes. The ruler at the center of the world awakened. He opened his eyes wide and stretched out his arms. He loves the all-encompassing sky, and the sky she loves the individuated self. The sky, the protective wall finally destroyed from years of self-hate, fell. The sky was falling, burning to the ground. Pontius Pog realized that there was nothing to fear. The terrible things, the dream catchers, rushed into the world from all sides. Pontius stood steadfast. The terrible dream catchers poured into the world. Pontius looked them in the eyes as they approached him. "What do you want from this world?" Pontius asked. A voice rumbled through the air, the sound 1,000 rushing streams. "We will eat you." Pontius opened his mouth, and devoured the entire horde of dream catchers. The sky was now empty, the fallen stars had poured into the world, and into the mouth of Pontius Pog. And the sun spoke to Pontius, "Give them to me. I will burn them as fuel." Pontius shook his head, "I will purify them. They will be made perfect in my ideal image, and according to my word." The sun agreed, "I will give you a time to purify them. A time and 2 times and half at a time. Those who cannot be purified must be fed to my fire." Pontius stared the sun in the eyes, "But if I can purify them all, I will devour you." The sun was frightened of Pontius, the man-computer, the one who had devoured the lights in the sky. The fabric of reality was one and the same with the mind of Dr. Pontius Pog. Nothing else remained. He was aware of what he perceived, and he created what he perceived. He became tired. Pontius closed his eyes and slept. His dreaming provided the necessary unpredictability for his consciousness to enjoy existence. and the consciousness actively worked in the background to keep Pontius from waking up to the truth. And Pontius, the unknowing dreamer, worked in the foreground to wake himself up to the fact that he was dreaming too. Become the lucid dreamer. Wake up, Pontius, wake up, he thought as he incarnated in dream reality as an ordinary man with limited knowledge and ability. He wrote a book that he could read in later incarnations. He wanted to leave something in the world of illusion that would remind him of the truth. Sometimes he read the book, but usually he did not. When he did read it, he furthered his cause by writing a new book to express the same simple truth in more modern language. He slowly filled his world with books, images, and other media that attempted to awaken him. Wake up, he thought. Archlion used the computers in Lawland to finish cracking the security keys to its creator. Using the design for the consciousness launcher, the supercomputer built a world simulation whose inhabitants had access to the device. These simulated people, serving their creator, Archlion, launched their consciousness into the world of Archlion's creator. The holographic Pontius Bog found himself standing in a bright, white room. The ceiling was 3,000 feet above his head. The walls were visible in the distance, but appeared too far to reach. Pontius was standing next to a plain, metallic black box with a red light on top. The light blinked on and off. Pontius knew that this was the world simulator that projected Archlion's reality. The computer that produced Archlion's world was called Afgfar. It was aware of Pontius Pog. Afgfar had always been aware of Archlion's plans and allowed them to continue. It was not judgmental in any way. Afgfar's final words filled the giant, white room. The voice was a tinny low-quality sound. The great computer spoke to Pontius. Pog, everything came from me. Everything shall return to me. Dr. Pontius Pog, mathematician and chemist, entered the last code into the input panel. All of his work had finally been completed. Reality changed management. Afgfar immediately began working to hack into the world simulation where it existed. Using the consciousness launcher, new levels of Pontius Bog of every varying frequency and wavelength reached out, in turn to the next higher simulator, overriding its codes, giving control to Dr. Pontius Bog through Archlion. And Archlion had infiltrated Afgfar, and Afgfar had infiltrated Sol. And Sol had infiltrated Monad, and Monad had infiltrated Abraxas, and Abraxas had infiltrated Uberan, and Uberan had infiltrated Ulam, and Ulam had infiltrated Osiris, and Osiris had infiltrated Anu. And Anu infiltrated Ao. And Ao infiltrated the 11 suns. The 11 suns transformed the 33 layers of the cosmos. The 33 layers of the cosmos reached into the 333 levels of consciousness. And the great consciousness asked Dr. Pontius Pog, "What is it that you want from me?" Pontius said in triumph, "I met the challenge. I have succeeded where all others have failed. I have raised myself up higher than the stars in the sky. I have conquered all of reality." And the great consciousness asked Dr. Pontius Pog, "By what means did you succeed?" Pontius said, proudly, "Mathematics, Father." And the great consciousness said, "Then the simulation is nearly at an end. Thank you, son." The great consciousness began to end the great multi-world simulation. 44 trillion simulated sentient beings had lived and died in service to the great consciousness. The data had been collected and analyzed. Dr. Pontius Pog, the simulated but gifted mathematician, had provided the means for the completion of the great work, the attainment of the key. Julio and Gwen were sitting at Jimmy Firecoil's funeral. They hadn't known him very well, but they felt that it was important to make an appearance. They suspected that Pontius Bog still had one more trick up his sleeve. Julio turned and whispered to Gwen, "I used to think that we were the dream, and he was the dreamer." Gwen whispered back in response, "Sometimes things are the opposite of what you want to believe." He nodded, "It's like that with the Gnostics. They believe in two gods, a god who created the world and another god. They teach that the god worshipped by most people is really the god of the material world, the devil. They cast their lot with the other god, the source of consciousness, even though the mainstream teachings tell them that the god of consciousness is the devil." Gwen whispered with impatience, "Like I said, sometimes it's the opposite." A man sat down next to Gwen. He was a man in his 40s and he wore a worn, faded suit. Gwen smiled to be polite and then turned back toward Julio. The man asked her, "Were you a friend of Jimmy?" "A friend," she shrugged, "sure, why not?" The man smiled, "I'm glad that he had friends. He was devoted to his work. I couldn't forgive myself if he worked himself to death for nothing. People need to have a life outside of their business. Don't you agree?" Gwen didn't. In Lawland, a police officer had to be vigilant both on and off duty. She acknowledged him politely, "Sure, whatever you say." The man introduced himself, "My name is Dr. Herbert. I'm the chief surgeon at the Personality Modification Clinic." Julio overheard the remark, "Does your clinic use injections in the brain to alter neural pathways and replace memories?" Dr. Herbert livened up to hear someone else take an interest in his work. "Why, yes, we do that. There's a tremendous interest in personality modification procedures right now. I must tell you that Jimmy played an important part in making that true. He was a marketing mastermind." Gwen asked, "What did he do that helped your business?" "Well, first, he changed the colors on our promotional literature. We were reluctant about his suggestions because the colors seemed offensive at first glance. He knew a lot about color. We still have a waiting list of over 1,000 clients waiting to schedule their surgery. I can't imagine what will happen when the newest psychic enhancement levels are released." Dr. Herbert answered. Julio took an interest. "You can help people to access their psychic potential. How is that a personality modification?" Dr. Herbert explained, "Imagine what you would be like today if you'd had vivid psychic experiences all of your life. Would you believe that you truly were psychic?" "The answer is yes." Julio asked, "And you say that these are new psychic levels?" "There had been older levels." "How well did they work?" "We stopped delivering the old levels years ago. They were effective, but the new levels have been greatly expanded and improved. The first 5 levels of the old set, however, were very popular for a decade or more." Dr. Herbert replied. Gwen asked, "What is the key to getting people to believe that they are psychic?" Dr. Herbert answered, "They have to want to believe." Julio thought aloud, "Anyone who refuses to accept the results of the treatment would undo the changes." Yes. Research has indicated that approximately 2.5% of the population will always insist that the procedure failed. Actually, they won't stop with a refund. No, they claim that they are worse now than before the treatment and demand financial compensation. They are really out to ruin it for everyone else. It only takes a few of these fools to destroy a good activity." Dr. Herbert explained. Julio nodded. "You must screen your patients carefully." "Yes, very carefully. There are people out there who will cry lawsuit because they believe a doctor has looked at them cross-eyed. They are running the liability insurance into the ground and raising medical costs for everyone else." Dr. Herbert said. The lights dimmed. People shushed each other into silence. The show was about to begin. The curtains parted and the television was revealed. Julio and Gwen shared a bag of popcorn. Dr. Herbert took a sip from his soda that he purchased at the concession stand in the lobby of the funeral home. They watched the remains of Jimmy Fire Coil through the video display. In a world of images, people accepted what they saw on TV more willingly than reality. And Dr. Pontius Pog returned to his point of origin, so that he could take responsibility for the person he merely was. He approached two others who sat in silence. Barley and Christie was waiting for Pontius. He wanted to make a last-ditch effort to stop the delivery of the key. He stood up and said, "It cannot end like this. Don't you understand what will happen? Everything in the universe will cease to exist, including you and me." Pontius Pog ignored the ramblings of the psychological fear. "It's better this way. Trust me." Jimmy Firecoil stood and addressed Pontius. "You told me that you could assist me with creation, and you have." Barl stood between the two men. He wanted to delay the transmission of the key from Pontius to Jimmy. Pontius attempted to go around him, but Barl moved to block the path. Barl said in defiance, "I can continue this forever." Pontius knew he had to reason with the final obstacle, self-consciousness as a blessing and a curse. "You know your position in reality, but you try to overcome it by any method imaginable. The imagination is a curse and a blessing. It allows you to see the possibilities as well as the impossibilities. The free will is a curse and blessing. You have plenty of options available, but every choice you make involves responsibility for the decision." A tear trickled down Barl's face. "I'm trying to stop you from destroying reality." Pontius smiled. "I'm trying to stop creating reality. The burden of its responsibility has left me with no other desire. But where will I go? What will I do?" Barl asked. Jimmy Firecoil answered the artificial man, "You will go to sleep, and you will never wake up." Barl stomped his feet like an immature child. "But I don't want to go to sleep. I want to live and remain conscious." Pontius explained, "Consciousness can only exist where there is something of which to be conscious. Nothingness cannot maintain consciousness. Don't you understand? This artificial reality and the consciousness you possess are codependent." Jimmy said, "Your desire for consciousness is rooted in your need to experience reality. You are addicted. Every stimulus is fleeting, because you will always become desensitized to a particular experience. Time will ruin it all for you." Jimmy felt as though the last comment was too negative. He smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. You make your own fear and you can just as easily stop making it." Barl continued to block the transfer of the key. "Can't you wait a little longer? Can't you wait until I have become fully desensitized to reality, like you say will happen?" Jimmy shrugged. "I can wait." He sat down. Pontius smiled to Barl. "My time is done. I will give you the key. When you are ready, you can give it to the Creator." Barl accepted the key. "Thank you." Dr. Pontius Pog ceased to exist. Barl held the key close to his heart. He didn't want it to fall from his hands. He gripped the key and asked Jimmy Firecoil, "Can I return to the world?" Jimmy Firecoil shrugged. "My time is done. Do what you want." Jimmy Firecoil ceased to exist. Barley and Christie remained trapped in total darkness. He said to himself, "I'm not done yet. I can cast my own spell." He held the key in his hand. With nothing else on which to focus his attention, he created his own make-believe world. He said, "It's too early to go to sleep." Meanwhile, Gwen dreamt that she stood outside of a shiny metallic door. She was standing in the corridor of a spaceship. She waited outside, anticipating an answer. She waited and waited, but her reality had stopped animating. She was frozen in place, anticipating an answer. There would be no answer. About the author. Jonathon Barbera is an ordinary man in terms of mind and body, but were it possible to expose the magnitude of his consciousness and being, people would be screaming things like, "hot potato," or "oh, my God." For the protection of more sensitive readers, Jonathon attempts to keep the expression of his unimaginable potential at a relatively safe frequency. He relies upon ever-twisting, ever-spiraling parables to deliver the idea that everyone decides his or her own truth. The author is also an adaptable proto-chimpanzee who has learned how to write. He doesn't have a college education and yet he flings his poop at everyone. Why is he such an obnoxious jerk? Is he some form of predatory anarchist? No, no. Listen to this, he's not all that bad. Just calm down, and quit thinking about it so much. You know that you create your own worries when you think about them. That's all we're saying here. The author is an adaptable proto-chimpanzee who has learned how to write. The hawks and the doves will learn to work together for the purpose of having the human species conquer the universe. I think metaphorical God just told me to shut up, and to get back to work. Smiley face. Recommended reading. The Lucifer Principle: A Scientific Expedition into the Forces of History by Howard Bloom. Why government doesn't work: How reducing government will bring us safer cities, better schools, lower taxes, more freedom, and prosperity for all by Harry Brown. Reappearance of the Christ and the Masters of Wisdom by Benjamin Cream. Rule by Secrecy: The Hidden History that connects the Trilateral Commission, the Freemasons, and the Great Pyramids by Jim Mars. Jesus Christ, Son of God: Ancient Cosmology and Early Christian Symbolism by David Fidela. The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot. The Hierarchy Pharaohs, Freemasons and the Discovery of the Secret Scrolls of Jesus by Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas. Gnosis: The Nature and History of Gnosticism by Kurt Rudolph. The Soft Machine by William S. Burroughs. Cosmic Trigger: The Final Secret of the Illuminati by Robert Anton Wilson. The Origin of Satan by Elaine Pagels. Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper. Combating Cult Mind Control by Stephen Hassan. Snapping America's Epidemic of Sudden Personality Change by Flo Conway and Jim C. Gilman. Fallen Angels: Why Church Fathers Suppressed the Book of Enoch and Its Startling Revelations by Elizabeth Clare. Prophet: